Naruto walked down the streets of Konoha. His usual exuberance and carefree aura replaced by an intense focus as he recounted the events of his run-in with the 3 Sanagakure genin. His pink-haired teammate, Sakura, had been attempting to attack Konohamaru, the grandson of the Sandame, for saying some rather unflattering things about her. He and Konohamaru's 2 friends, Moegi and Udon, had followed after them in the hopes of stopping Sakura before things got out of hand. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened when Konohamaru, not paying any attention to where he was going, ran into the Suna genin Konkuro. Sakura's attempts at placating the foreign genin had fallen on deaf ears as Konkuro tried to punch Konohamaru, only for Naruto's other teammate, Sasuke, to stop him with a pebble. That ego of his is really starting to give him a swelled head, thought Naruto with a small chuckle, startling several nearby villagers who had been shying away from the blonde because of the unusually cold aura around him. Although, I need to start keeping a closer eye on him. Ever since we returned from Nami his attitude has become even colder than before. He's so rattled at the thought that there are people our age out there who are actually stronger than him, that it won't be long before he does something stupid and becomes a risk to everyone around him. Putting the topic of his unstable teammate aside, Naruto's thoughts turned to what the blonde Suna Kunoichi had told them. Despite his enthusiastic outburst that he should enter the exams, he knew that the only way to enter was as a team, and they would only be permitted if their sensei nominated them to participate. And if he was honest with himself, Team 7 was nowhere near ready to partake in the exams as they were. Sakura was almost completely useless as a kunoichi, not deserving of her title as the top kunoichi of their graduating class. Sure, the girl was book smart, but those smarts would only get her so far before her complete lack of battle prowess caught up to her and she found herself in a situation that she couldn't get out of. Sometimes he wondered if that was what Sakura was hoping for, that she would be some kind of damsel in distress and that Sasuke would come and save her as her knight in shining armor. Not exactly the image a shinobi wants. She, along with almost every other girl in their graduating class, whether they passed or not, was nothing more than an obsessed fangirl for the king of all emos, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke himself wasn't any better than Sakura, and in some ways he was even worse. While the young Uchiha did indeed have a great amount of skill for their age, the fact of the matter was, like Sakura, he didn't have the proper mindset to be a shinobi. Whereas Sakura was a useless fangirl, Sasuke was an unstable, spoiled emo with both a superiority and inferiority complex. Out of the 3 of them, Sasuke was the least ready for the chunin exams. At least in terms of mentality. With the number of skilled ninja that were bound to be there, their new friends from Suna included, Sasuke's ego would take a beating at the thought of so many other people being on his skill level, or possibly even higher skill levels. Combine that with his inferiority complex, and you get a mixture that our young hero would rather not dwell on. As for Naruto himself, in terms of skill, most would say that he shouldn't even be a genin because of his apparent lack of any skill besides spamming clones. His taijutsu was horrendous, with no set style at all. His genjutsu didn't even exist with his horrible chakra control, and besides his shadow clone jutsu, he had no ninjutsu at his disposal. While in terms of mental ability, it was surprising to many that he even knew how to care for himself. But that was the Naruto the public knew. The one he was more than willing to let everyone see. The one he created to protect himself. Hokage Tower Meeting Chamber. You have all been assembled for only one reason, said the Sandame Hokage to the gathered group of Junin and Shunin before him. Leaning back into his cushioned chair, the veteran shinobi looked over the assembled ninja. Most of them were wearing the dark green flak jacket that signified they were Junins, but there was a small cluster of lighter green flak jackets amongst the group. The Chunin instructors from the academy. Taking a long draw from his pipe, the aged Kage blew out a small cloud of smoke. It should be obvious by the members here. So it's already that time, trailed Kakashi in his usual laid-back manner. This was not the first time he had been present at one of these meetings, but it was the first time where he would be asked if any of his genin were ready to be nominated. Behind him, Genma Shiranui, a special Junin and an elite bodyguard to the Hokage, was chewing on his trademark senbon. It's already been reported to the other countries. I've seen many of their genin already in the village. So when does it begin? It will begin in a week, said the Hokage as he watched his favorite blonde genin walking through the village with his crystal ball. Something is different about young Naruto today. As he continued to ponder on the rather un-Naruto-like attitude his surrogate grandson seemed to have about him, the image of the blonde genin vanished as he entered his rundown apartment. The Hokage mentally sighed as he watched the image fade. The same thing had been happening for the past 4 years. Almost as if something, or someone, was blocking his telescope jutsu. Dismissing the thoughts concerning his surrogate grandson, the Sandame lifted his head and saw that many of the assembled ninja were mumbling to one another. For the sake of those who do not know, I will announce it properly. 7 days from now, On the first day of the 7th moon, the chunin selection exam will commence. The only people who showed any kind of reaction to the news were a few of the younger, less experienced chunin from the academy. Now on to the nominations. We'll begin with those who are watching over our newest crop of genin. Knowing that was their cue, Kakashi and his fellow junins stepped forward in front of the assembled group, and stood before their leader, Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma. Are there any of your genin that you feel are ready to enter this chunin selection exam? Towards the back of the crowd of ninja, Iruka furrowed his brow in confusion. Hokage-sama doesn't need to ask them. The 9 of them aren't ready yet. Kakashi, you may start, said the Hokage. Many of the ninja in the room thought that Kakashi wasn't going to nominate his team. Hell, some of them were still reeling from the shock of Kakashi actually passing a team and becoming a sensei. Many were surprised when Kakashi raised his right hand and formed a half-ram seal. But his words nearly gave them a heart attack. I lead Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Now I, Kakashi Hatake, nominate all 3 of these genin to take the chunin selection exam. The Hokage smirked slightly at the nomination. He had a strong suspicion that Kakashi would nominate his team after his report of their little adventure in Nami no Kuni. Iruka's eyes widened as he listened to Kakashi's nomination and he couldn't stop from letting out a startled, "What?" Kurenai formed the same seal as Kakashi and made her nomination. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame. I, Kurenai Yuhi, nominate all 3 of them to partake in the chunin selection exam. Asuma already had the seal formed when Kurenai finished. My team is number 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Shoji Akamichi. I, Asuma Sarutobi, nominate all 3 of my students to take the chunin selection exam. A shocked silence followed the 3 junins' nominations. This was first time in over 5 years that a rookie genin team had been nominated to the exams, and the first time since the reign of the Nidaime Hokage, that all of the rookie teams were going to take part. Hold on, shouted Iruka as he pushed his way to the front of the group. What is it, Iruka? Asked the Hokage, already knowing what had gotten the chunin instructor so riled up. Hokage-sama, I may be speaking out of place, but all of the 9 names just given were students of mine at the academy. I know that all of them are very talented, but it is too early for them to be taking these exams. They have all only been genin for a few short months. They need more experience. I can't understand the junin's reasoning for nominating the 9 of them. You forgot that I became a chunin when I was 6 years younger than Naruto, said Kakashi as he turned to face the chunin. Naruto is not the same as you. The academy instructor all but yelled at the masked junin. Are you trying to destroy these kids? The chunin exam is. I can understand your feelings on the matter, Iruka. It must be upsetting to you, but, Kakashi, stop already, said Kurenai, not liking the tone her fellow junin was using. Stay out of this, Kurenai. Iruka needs to understand that they are no longer students in his care. They are soldiers under my command. Iruka ground his teeth together as he glared at the famed copy ninja, knowing that there was not much else he could do at this point. Deciding to break the tension that had enveloped the room, the Hokage attempted to get the meeting back on track. Now that we have heard from the senseis of our rookie genin, are there any others who wish to nominate their genin for the exams? A few of the other junin, most of them senseis for teams that had been genin for a couple of years, stepped forward to make nominations. But everyone's attention was drawn to a figure dressed in almost all green as he stepped forward and stood by Kakashi. I lead last year's Team 9. Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee and Tenten. I, Might Guy, hereby nominate all of my youthful students take part in the chunin selection exams, said the spandex-wearing junin, ending with his signature, nice guy, pose, complete with sparkling teeth, turning to his self-proclaimed, eternal rival. The master taijutsu user's tone became more serious. Kakashi, my eternal rival. Are you certain your youthful genin are ready for a challenge such as the chunin exams? I myself held my team back for a year to hone their skills so that they would be better prepared for what these exams will bring. Kakashi looked up from reading his favorite orange book, ignoring the glares he was getting from the kunoichis present. Huh? You say something, guy? Oh. Curse you, Kakashi. You and your hip attitude. Everyone's sweat dropped as they watched the antics of the 2 renowned junin. Anyway, said Kakashi, putting his nose back into his favorite piece of porn, what I do with my team is none of your concern. Besides, who are you to judge my students' skill when you haven't even seen them in action? Before Guy had a chance to respond, the voice of the Hokage interrupted him. Enough. Now if there are no other nominations for the exams, then I officially call this meeting to a close. Standing from his cushioned chair, the Sandaime vanished in a shunshin, quickly followed by the assembled group of ninja. Had any of them stayed for a few seconds more, they would have noticed a shadowed figure appear in a darkened corner of the room before silently disappearing. This ought to be interesting. I wonder how Naruto will take the news. Naruto's apartment, sitting on his bed in the lotus position. Naruto's eyes were closed as an aura of calm settled over the normally hyperactive boy. Now that he had a chance to think in peace, the blonde shinobi focused his thoughts on the one thing, or person in this case, that had been troubling him. Gaara no Sabaku. Though it may come as a surprise to many, Naruto was very skilled in the art of reading things, both human and creature. They may have only been face to face for a few short minutes, but that was all the time Naruto needed to get a good feeling for the other boy's state of mind. He knew from first-hand experience that the dark and murderous aura the boy projected was nothing more than a defense mechanism he used to protect himself. But what he was protecting himself from, Naruto did not know. That, however, was not the reason the redhead troubled Naruto so badly. What troubled him was the chakra the boy exuded. The young shinobi's chakra was thick with uncontrolled bloodlust. Despite the falseness of his aura, there was nothing false about the power and thirst for blood his chakra created. It was a feeling Naruto was all too familiar with. Being what he was, it was easy for him to identify the source of the young shinobi's power. A biju. It was the only logical explanation Naruto could think of, and one that caused a chill to run down his spine. He understood how the boy must have been treated for him to turn out the way he did, as there was a time when he had almost succumbed to the same fate. If it were not for the Sandaime Hokage and his true sensei, he had no doubt that he may have turned out just as Gaara had. His morbid thoughts were interrupted as he felt a very familiar presence appear on the far side of his room. Barely cracking one eye open, Naruto glanced at the newcomer before returning to his meditation. Is something wrong? Sensei? It's rare for you to come to my humble abode. A deep, throaty chuckle escaped the man's lips as he answered. No, nothing's wrong. I just thought I'd drop by and let you know that Kakashi has nominated you and your team for the upcoming chunin exams. So he really did decide to nominate us. Huh? Heaving a resigned sigh, the blonde opened his eyes fully and looked over at his sensei. I suppose it was to be expected. Though I had hoped he wouldn't. As a team we are simply not ready for this. That may be, said the man as he stepped out of the shadows, revealing his rather tall frame and long spiky white hair. But perhaps these exams can serve as the catalyst to help your team reach its full potential. Maybe, mumbled Naruto. But the only way that could happen is if Sasuke can get past his insecurities and if Sakura actually starts taking her career as a kunoichi seriously. And you and I both know that the possibility of either of those happening, let alone both, is slim to none. Despite the unlikeliness of it actually happening, Naruto couldn't help but hope that his sensei was right, and that the exams would help to bring them together, though he had a feeling that they could just as easily cause the rifts in Team 7 to only get larger. I know that, Naruto, said the white-haired man. In all honesty, the blonde genin's situation was far too reminiscent to his situation with his former teammates for his liking, and he would do anything to prevent his apprentice from going through that pain. Naruto, I've told you on more than one occasion that your team is almost exactly like mine used to be. I understand how frustrating it can be hoping that your teammates will get past their demons and truly learn to work with you. But I am telling you now, don't make the same mistake I did and foolishly hope that things will work themselves out. If you truly wish for your team to become what I know it can become, you will have to take matters into your own hands. And what do you propose I do, Jiraiya-sensei? Asked Naruto with a little heat. I've tried numerous times to approach them about helping them, and every single time they brush me off as an annoying, loud-mouthed idiot that doesn't understand anything about them. There's nothing else I can do without them getting past their insecurities first. Yes there is, said Jiraiya after a long moment of thought. There is one thing you have yet to try, and though you may not like it, it has the best chance of success. Naruto narrowed his eyes in confusion, prompting his sensei to elaborate. If the two of them won't listen to Naruto Uzumaki, dead last of the academy, said Blonde's eyes widened slightly as he realized where Jiraiya was going. Then perhaps they will listen to Naruto Namikaze, son of the Yondaime Hokage and apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin. Are you serious, sensei? Said Naruto in a near whisper. Are you sure it's a good idea to tell them? What about my father's enemies? Won't they try and make a move against me when word about my heritage gets out? They most likely will, relented Jiraiya. But despite that mask you wear, we both know you have the skills to go head-to-head with most chunins out there. Naruto absently nodded as he was still recovering from the shock of Jiraiya claiming it was time he took on his true name and mantle. While it may indeed help with the situation concerning his teammates, letting this information come to light had many more consequences and repercussions as well. How would the villagers react? Would the revelation make even a few of them look past their hatred of him and recognize him for what he really was? Or would they deny it vehemently and hate him that much more for trying to take his father's, their hero's, name? His inner musings were stopped by a firm hand being placed on his shoulder. Looking up into the eyes of his godfather, Naruto saw that the man had a knowing smile playing across his features. I know this is a big decision for you to make, Naruto. And you're worried about the repercussions that will undoubtedly come from it. But remember, just because you're revealing this information to your team doesn't mean that you have to tell the rest of the village about it. Let this serve as the first true test to see if your team truly deserves your trust and friendship. Reveal a little of your skills to get their attention. And then tell them what you need to tell them and swear them to secrecy concerning it. We can deal with the rest of the village in due time, said Jiraiya with a reassuring squeeze to his student's shoulder. Knowing the blonde needed some time to think, Jiraiya released his shoulder and moved towards the shadows he appeared from. I'll be staying in the village for the duration of the exams and a little while afterward. If you need to talk, you know how to find me. With that parting statement, the Toad Sage walked into the shadows and vanished in a silent shunshin. Naruto closed his eyes, regaining his meditation as he mulled over what his godfather had said. The idea had merit. That he would willingly admit. But would it truly work? Could revealing who he truly was and what he was truly capable of really help to bring them together? Even if Jiraiya believed it would, as a shinobi, he had to look at all of the possibilities that could come from his decisions. While these revelations could potentially work, they could also prove disastrous. Was he willing to risk pushing Sasuke, and by extension Sakura, away even further by showing them that he was stronger than he seemed? With a soft chuckle, Naruto delved deeper into his meditation, his mind clearing as he reached his decision. One that would drastically change not only his life, but the lives of everyone he knew. Training Ground 7. The next morning Sasuke Uchiha was annoyed. First, his attempt at learning another fire technique this morning ended in failure. And now he had the unfortunate luck of running into Sakura on his way to a team meeting, and the pink-haired girl wouldn't shut up or stop asking him for dates. Thankfully, they weren't far from the training ground, so he could start practicing his newest jutsu again. And Sakura would go sit on the sidelines watching him like she always did, giving him at least some peace and quiet for a few hours. That plan was put on hold as they entered the training grounds to a very unusual sight. Naruto was there. Though that wasn't very unusual. The blonde shinobi was always the first one to arrive, his apartment being relatively close by. No, what was unusual was the fact that the blonde was sitting on top of the center training post in the clearing, apparently meditating. Sasuke's eyebrows rose at the sight, a clear sign that he was surprised at the behavior of the normally loud-mouthed ninja. Sakura likewise was surprised at the out-of-character behavior of her teammate. Usually the orange-wearing genin would start pestering her for dates the second he saw her, or start challenging Sasuke to prove that he was better than the dark-haired teen. Slowly approaching her teammate, Sakura tried to get his attention. Naruto, is everything okay? She asked, not entirely sure if she liked this new side of the blonde or not. Though she would never admit it to anyone, she actually liked it when he asked her for dates. It made her feel more confident about herself that someone, even if they were as annoying as Naruto, thought she was attractive and would openly express their feelings for her. The blonde didn't answer for a few minutes, and that caught even Sasuke's full attention. That Naruto would seemingly ignore Sakura of all people for any amount of time was not a good sign. Thankfully, to both his teammates' hidden relief, Naruto eventually answered, though his voice wasn't the loud, grating at times, noise they had come to expect from the blonde. Get what training you can in before Kakashi gets here. Because once he does we all have much to discuss. The tone of finality in the blonde's voice caught the other two genin completely off guard. But then what he said finally sank in. What the hell could Naruto want to talk about that could be important enough to cause this sudden change in the blonde's personality? Wary of what was to come, the two remaining genin of Team 7 decided to heed their teammates' advice for once. Sasuke moved a couple of yards away and began to practice with his jutsu again, while Sakura, surprisingly, went to a tree nearby and began to use her chakra to walk up and down the trunk like they had seen Kakashi do when he first showed them the exercise. An hour later, Naruto's voice broke the silence that had enveloped the three genin. Get out here, Kakashi. Now is not the time for your dramatics. Sasuke and Sakura, who had stopped training a few minutes ago, looked at the still meditating blonde in confusion before a rustle of leaves alerted them to the arrival of their sensei. Eyes widening in surprise, the two turned to see Kakashi a few yards away from them. For once not reading his signature smutbook, Kakashi himself had his one visible eyebrow raised in surprise that he had been noticed, let alone by Naruto of all people. Though he wasn't truly trying to conceal his presence, for a genin to notice a hidden junin was no small feat. Deciding to deal with the change in his blonde student later, Kakashi prepared to tell the three genin about the chunin exams, only to stop short as Naruto spoke up. Before you begin, Kakashi, there is something that all of us need to discuss. Not giving his sensei or teammates a chance to ask the question they all wanted to ask, Naruto pulled a pre-made seal tag out of his hip pouch, throwing the piece of paper at the ground a few yards away. Naruto formed the seal of the tiger and whispered, "Guardian of Silence. Fuin." Immediately, the seal tag began to glow a soft blue before a dome of chakra spread across the field, invisible to all who did not possess a dojutsu. Opening his eyes, Naruto jumped down from his place on the training post, an unusually serious expression on his normally cheerful face. For the first time since arriving, everyone got a good look at the blonde Jinchuriki, and only now did they realize the change in his attire. Gone was the hideous orange jumpsuit he was known for, and in its place was clothing befitting a true shinobi. Black cargo pants tucked into mesh armor around his shins with black shinobi sandals covering his feet. A deep blood red, sleeveless shirt with a black Uzumaki swirl on the back over a short-sleeved, skin-tight, mesh armor shirt covered his torso, and black bandages wrapped around his forearms. He had a shuriken holster attached to both of his thighs and 2 hip pouches on the back of his pants. He had changed his headband's cloth from blue to black with longer ends that reached his shoulders. And oddly enough, he also had 2 medium-sized black scrolls with red edges attached to his lower back, just above his hip pouches. Snapping out of his momentary funk, Kakashi spoke up. "Well, Naruto, I must admit that you certainly live up to your title as the #1 unpredictable ninja. I like the new look. It suits you. But I have to ask, since when have you been able to perform Fuinjutsu? It's one of the most obscure arts known in the ninja world. Not something one learns from a scroll or text on their own." Naruto smirked at the suspicious undertone in his sensei's voice. He knew that his little display would garner suspicion from the Chunin. In fact, he was counting on it. "You're right, Kakashi," he said with his smirk widening as he watched his supposed sensei's hand twitch at the lack of sensei to his name. "It's not something one usually learns on their own. And I am no exception to that rule. My real sensei, the one who has trained me since I was 8 years old, taught me the art." "Real sensei? And who exactly would that be, Naruto?" asked Kakashi, losing all pretense of hiding his suspicions and letting his right hand slip into his hip pouch. "My godfather," said the blonde, his smirk almost splitting his face as he watched the 3 remaining members of Team 7's eyes widen in complete surprise. "Godfather?" questioned Sakura, the statement finally managing to knock her and Sasuke out of their stupors. "I thought you were a clanless orphan?" she asked before she remembered his reaction to people making assumptions about his life in Nami, and she covered her mouth, knowing how he was likely to react to the question. The pink-haired girl immediately tried to apologize. "Oh my god. Naruto, I'm so sorry." A dry, mirthless chuckle escaped the blonde, a sound that caused even Sasuke to shudder slightly. "Don't worry about it, Sakura. It means a lot to me that you care enough to even attempt to apologize for something like that." Sakura attempted to smile at the blonde's admission, but it slipped when she realized that he hadn't said her name with the usual chan suffix. "But to answer your question, I am an orphan. But that doesn't mean that I don't have people out there who care about me. As for being clanless, well, that's one of the things I am going to tell you." Kakashi's mind quickly made the connection in the blonde's words. "You know who your parents are," he said in a soft voice, knowing exactly who Naruto's parents were. Finally, the silver-haired Chunin had a chance to quit living a lie. He finally had a chance to be the sensei he always wanted to be, not the one the council and elders forced him to be. He would be the first to admit that he was a lousy sensei, not only to Naruto, but also to Sasuke and Sakura as well. The council had blackmailed him into focusing solely on Sasuke's, and to a lesser extent, Sakura's training. But to completely ignore Naruto so as to keep him weak, it tore him up inside that he was effectively being told to leave Naruto to the vultures without any formal training to defend himself. Though it only added to his shame. He had done the absolute bare minimum in regards to training Sasuke and Sakura, and lying to the council about their progress. But now, he had a chance to truly train his team the way he wanted to train them. Even if the council tried to deny the boy his heritage, with the backing of the Hokage, and the boy's mysterious godfather, he could tell the council to, quite literally, piss off and quit interfering with his team. Sasuke's thoughts were a blur as he had come to a similar conclusion as Kakashi. If he was interpreting what Naruto had said correctly, then it meant that he and his blonde teammate had backgrounds that were even more similar than he first suspected. Ever since he learned a little of Naruto's past during their mission in Nami no Kuni, his respect for the blonde had steadily grown. He understood the pain of loneliness that he had been forced into ever since Itachi had murdered their clan. That alone allowed them to understand each other on level that no one else could ever hope to. But if Naruto truly was from a clan, then maybe, just maybe, he could finally have someone he could actually relate to. Someone who could actually see him for him. Not his name. Someone he could consider a brother. "However," began the blonde, "before I tell you all anything, I want you to swear on your honor as ninja of Konoha, that you will never reveal what I am about to tell you without my express consent." Kakashi understood immediately why the blonde was asking for such an oath. And without a moment's hesitation, he swore himself to secrecy. Sasuke and Sakura knew from the academy that swearing an oath on one's honor as a shinobi was like swearing an oath to the Hokage. Absolute. And to break such an oath was one of the severest crimes a shinobi could commit. Though they hesitated for a moment, their curiosity about what had changed in their teammate won out and they swore their oaths as well. Good. Though he remained serious on the outside, he was internally relieved that they agreed to swear the oaths. It showed that they were at least loyal enough to him to not willingly betray his trust. Now, I know this is going to be hard for you all to believe, particularly you two, he said looking pointedly at Sasuke and Sakura. But know that I will never lie to you about matters such as this. Now, my mother was Kushina Uzumaki, a skilled kunoichi whose clan hailed from Uzu no Kuni. My father though was born in Konoha and he was orphaned at a young age. The same as I was. His name was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. A pregnant pause answered Naruto's declaration as his team fully processed the information they had been given. Kakashi was barely restraining himself from shouting out in happiness. A scene that would have been far too reminiscent of those of his so-called eternal rival. He may have known who Naruto's parents were, but knowing and hearing it from the boy himself were two completely different feelings. The knowledge of knowing who Naruto's parents were, yet being unable to tell the boy had been eating away at him since his days in Anbu. But now he no longer had to carry that burden. He was free of its crushing weight and with his new freedom, he was going to do things his way. The council be damned. If it was not for the sudden 180 their teammate's personality had taken, and the fact that he was treating this with the level of seriousness he was, Sasuke and Sakura would have most likely laughed at the idea of Naruto being the son of the Yondaime Hokage. But the fact that Kakashi, who was known as the prodigal student of the Yondaime, didn't try and deny the claim caused them to bite their tongues. That Naruto wasn't running around the village bragging to anyone about this news only reiterated how serious the matter was and helped to give the claim more weight in their minds. Just as Naruto was beginning to think that Jiraiya might have been wrong, Sasuke broke him out of his thoughts. Are you serious, Naruto? The fact that Sasuke actually addressed him by his name threw Naruto for a slight lope, while managing to bring Kakashi and Sakura out of their temporary stupors. Yes, Sasuke. Dead serious, said Naruto, his hopes rising slightly. My godfather had a friend of his run a blood test so that when the time came for me to claim my true name, we had the tests to prevent anyone from denying me my birthright. Sasuke then did something none of them had ever seen before. He smiled. A true, genuine smile adorned the last Uchiha's face as he walked up to his stunned teammate and clasped his shoulder, conveying his support to the blonde genin. Though we both came from different upbringings, our histories are almost identical to each other. Know that even if those jackasses on the council don't support your claim, I do. A smile of his own forming, Naruto clasped Sasuke's shoulder as well, the tentative bonds of brotherhood between the two shinobi strengthening. A few feet away, a proud smile could be seen underneath the mask of the copy ninja as he watched his two students. They finally understand what it truly means to be teammates, brothers in arms. Now if only Sakura can get over her childish crush on Sasuke. Yeah, Sasuke-kun's right, said the resident pinkhead of Team 7. No matter what happens, we'll always support you, Naruto. This statement caused all of the males present to inwardly sigh. Even in a situation as serious and emotional as this, she still manages to convey her undying support for the last Uchiha. Though he appreciated the show of support, no matter how influenced it may have seemed, Naruto knew that he had to straighten Sakura out or the girl was going to end up getting herself killed. Sakura, he said looking the girl straight in the eye. Think very carefully about how you answer this. Do you truly mean what you are saying? Or are you only doing it because of Sasuke? Just as the young kunoichi was about to say of course she meant it, a stern glare from not only Naruto, but Sasuke and Kakashi as well stopped her short. Looking at the ground, Sakura contemplated if she really did mean what she had said. For so long she had been supporting Sasuke and his decisions, not really thinking things through on her own. So when Sasuke said he would support Naruto, her mind automatically agreed with him and said she would as well, not even considering her own feelings on the matter. But now that she truly thought about it, she did mean what she had said. She may have been annoyed by Naruto's old antics, just like everyone else in the village, but he had proven his loyalty and trust in her numerous times. The least she could do was prove that she was worthy of that trust. Looking up into the eyes of her blonde teammate, a fierce determination could be seen burning in her emerald orbs. I mean it, Naruto. I will always support you. That's what teammates are for, aren't they? Naruto gave a small smirk in response as he waved the last member of Team 7 over. Once she reached them, Naruto placed his other hand on Sakura's shoulder as well. Thank you, Sakura. And you're right. That is what teammates are for. Gaining a small playful smile, Sakura flipped her hair a little. Of course I'm right. I was the top kunoichi at the academy. Even Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at the Pinkette's comment. He could admit that when Sakura wasn't obsessing over him, she was actually a decent person to be around. Kakashi's smile returned in full force as his team seemed to have finally come together. Even if it was just a little. His smile turned into a frown as his mind returned to the reason he had called the team meeting. Now that they have bonded more as a team, their chances in the exams just went up a notch. But in terms of skill, only Sasuke and Naruto are truly ready for the second and third stages of the exams. I'll have to up their training for the next week to try and get them all up to par and get them used to working with the new skills each of them will develop as well. Alright team. The three genin turned towards Kakashi, each of them immediately becoming serious when they saw their sensei's expression. My original plan for this meeting was to inform you all that I had nominated you guys for the chunin exams being held in a week and let you guys rest up and prepare for a week on your own. Sasuke and Sakura's eyebrows rose in surprise. But Naruto retained his serious expression. Something Kakashi wasn't completely surprised by. But now that plan has changed. With Naruto's sudden change in abilities, Sasuke and Sakura need time to get used to working with this new you. Also, Sasuke, I will be helping you hone your ability with your Sharingan, and Sakura, I'll have you working on upping your chakra reserves. Improve your taijutsu and maybe get you started on learning the basics of medical ninjutsu. For now though, we'll start with another chakra control exercise. Water walking. I already know this exercise, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, feeling that Kakashi had earned his proper title with what he had planned for them. If you want, I can work with Sasuke and Sakura to get them up to speed on it while you go and get some scrolls of medical ninjutsu for Sakura and whatever other supplies you'll need to help train us. I had a feeling you would already know the exercise, Naruto, the cycloptic Junin said. Alright, you get those two started while I fetch some supplies. I'll be back in a flash. With that, the copy nin disappeared in poof of smoke, leaving his students to work. Turning towards the river that ran through the training ground, Naruto motioned for his teammates to follow him. As soon as they reached the bank of the river, Sasuke and Sakura stopped but were surprised when Naruto continued to walk and had to stop themselves from openly gaping when he started walking across the surface of the water. Stopping once he reached the center of the river, Naruto turned to see his wide-eyed teammates and smirked. Alright you two. This is the water walking exercise. It's similar to the tree walking. But instead of a fixed amount of chakra, you have to emit a continuous stream of chakra from your feet into the water to remain on the surface. Now normally, I'd let you find out the proper amount of chakra to emit on your own. But we're kind of in a rush. So we're going to cheat a little bit. Sakura, start off by placing a single foot on the water's surface until you feel like you have the chakra amount correct, then step out with the other foot. Keep repeating that process until you feel comfortable enough to walk normally. The lone female nodded in understanding and stepped up the water's edge and placed her right foot on the surface, already emitting her chakra to keep it in place. Sasuke, while Sakura is doing that, use your Sharingan to see how I'm moving my chakra and try and replicate it on your own. But remember, every person's body is different, so the proper amount and how you emit it will be slightly different than mine. Nodding in understanding, the last Uchiha's eyes flickered from black to red as his two-tomo Sharingan appeared. Looking at Naruto's feet, Sasuke saw that he was emitting a constant, yet focused stream of chakra from the soles of his feet. Placing a foot on the water's surface, Sasuke tried to take another step, only for his control to slip slightly and he sank ankle deep in the water. Remembering what Naruto had said about everyone being different, Sasuke increased the amount of chakra slightly and felt his body rise slightly, but not completely out of the water. This was the scene that Kakashi returned to 30 minutes later. Sakura was jogging along the water's surface, in an attempt to use more chakra and help increase her reserves. Sasuke and Naruto were having a small taijutsu bout on the river, forcing Sasuke to split his attention and helping him to get more accustomed to walking on water. That's enough for now, team. Come over here for a minute. The three genin walked back to their sensei and stood at attention in front of him. Now before we get any further, I'm going to test each of you for your elemental affinity. This will tell us what type of jutsu will be easiest for you to use and which ones you need to train in order to counter. Naruto, I'm assuming your other sensei has already tested you for your affinities, correct? Yeah, I'm a wind and water type, said the blonde, channeling a bit of chakra into the chakra paper he pulled out of his hip pouch. The paper reacted immediately by splitting in half, before both sides darkened and became damp. 2 affinities right from the start. Impressive. And 1 offensive and 1 defensive element as well. A good combination. Now Sasuke, Sakura, channel your chakra into these slips of paper. How it reacts will tell us your natural affinity. Sasuke's paper instantly began to crumple when his chakra came into contact with it, while Sakura's hardened and began to crumble into dirt. Well, this is certainly interesting. Between the 3 of you, you have access to every single element. Sasuke, It appears your natural affinity is lightning. The same as mine. And Sakura, your affinity is earth. One of the strongest defensive elements out there. We'll begin working on the practical application of manipulating your elements tomorrow. Until then, Sasuke, Sakura, you can head home. But make sure you read these scrolls on the theory of lightning and earth manipulation. Naruto, I'm going to need to get a handle on your true level of skill so I can plan out methods on how you all can work together and capitalize on each other's strengths and cover your weaknesses. Sasuke and Sakura took the scrolls Kakashi gave them. But instead of leaving, they walked over to the training posts and sat down, intent on seeing what their teammate was truly capable of. Seeing that his two students weren't planning on moving anytime soon, Kakashi turned to his blonde pupil and was forced to duck under a powerful roundhouse that would have left his ears ringing. Completely caught off guard, Kakashi barely managed to roll away from the follow-up chakra-enhanced punch that left a slight crater on the ground. Kakashi only had a few seconds to gape at the strength, chakra-enhanced or not, that his student had. I may not know how skilled he is, but I know you would be proud of the shinobi your son is on his way to becoming Minato-sensei. He was forced out of his thoughts as Naruto threw a single shuriken at him and formed a few hand seals, causing the single shuriken to multiply into dozens. Though maybe I should have asked him to simply tell me his skills, thought the copy nin as he jumped away from the hail of steel. A week later, training ground 7, Naruto and Sasuke jumped back from each other, only to charge in again and engage in a fierce taijutsu bout. A few yards away, Sakura was dodging multiple shuriken and kunai that were being thrown at her by Kakashi and about 10 clones. Ducking under a roundhouse kick from the last Uchiha, Naruto caught the ankle of the offending appendage and threw the dark-haired teen away. Sasuke flipped in midair and landed on the surface of a tree before dropping back to the ground. That's enough for now, said the blonde of Team 7 as he checked the position of the sun. We need to start making our way to the academy. The first part of the exams are about to begin. Sasuke nodded and walked back over the blonde as Sakura and Kakashi finished as well. Once all of them were together, Kakashi began leading them through the streets of the village. In the short week they had spent training, Team 7 had grown in both skill and camaraderie. The copy ninja had ceased with his usual tardiness, arriving at the time he instructed his students to, and the fruits from the extra time together were already showing. Sasuke, while he had not fully mastered his lightning affinity, had already learned the 2 Raiden techniques Kakashi had shown him. Also, the dark-haired genin had made sufficient progress with his Sharingan. He could now trap enemies within a genjutsu with eye contact alone, though that contact had to be maintained for a few seconds to allow the illusions to take hold. Another thing they had worked on were a few of his clan's fire techniques, and Sasuke was proud to say he had added another 2 of those jutsu to his arsenal. It was Sakura, though, who truly blossomed over the week. She had finally become to prove herself worthy of the top kunoichi title she earned from the academy. It was tricky in the beginning for her to grasp what Kakashi was teaching her, but they had discovered quickly that she didn't learn through trial and error or natural genius, like her teammates did. Instead, she preferred to study and get a full grasp of understanding from a theoretical point of view, before actually attempting things herself. So to test just how effective this method of learning was for the pinkette, Kakashi had given her a scroll containing in-depth details on a basic Doden jutsu, the earth-style wall, and had her memorize everything she could about it before having her perform the technique. The results were astounding. On her first attempt at performing the jutsu, she had managed to raise a wall out of the earth a good 4 feet tall, though it left her considerably drained afterward. With her chosen method of training in hand, Sakura had taken every scroll their sensei gave her and set to memorizing everything she could from them. And when she wasn't reading, she was exercising on the surface of the lake to help increase her reserves. Well team, this is it, said the silver-haired Junin as he glanced over his shoulder. I want you all to know that no matter how you fare, I'm proud to call you my students. The 3 genin stood that much straighter at the praise their sensei gave them. Although, I have a feeling that you all will do quite well in these exams. Of course we will, said Naruto. Despite having dropped the mask of the idiot, his old confidence was still present. I wouldn't be surprised if all of us made chunin once this is over. Kakashi chuckled slightly while Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement with their teammate. I'm sure you will. But no matter how this plays out, remember the first thing I taught you guys. Those who ignore the rules are trash, began Sakura. But those who abandon their comrades, said Sasuke, are worse than trash, finished Naruto as the team arrived outside of the academy. Despite being the site for the first part of the chunin exams, the field around the building was decidedly empty. Well, this is as far as I go, Kakashi said as he turned to his team and gave them an eye smile. Now show them all what Team 7 is capable of. Hi, chorused the genin as Kakashi disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Alright, time to put our plan into action. Turning to his pink-haired teammate, Naruto waved his hand to the side. Sakura, If you would do the honors. On it, she said as she formed a short chain of seals, finishing in the ram seal. The images of the 3 genin shimmered slightly as the cloaking genjutsu took effect. Once the illusion had taken hold, the 3 looked exactly as they did before the week began, clothes and all. There. Now let's just hope no one is stupid enough to try and break the illusion. Don't worry, Sakura. If they do, I'll be able to sense their chakra spike before they can finish the process. Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded at their blonde teammate's words. It had surprised them when Naruto revealed that he was a natural sensor-type shinobi. Something that wasn't all that common in Konoha. Tell me again why we're hiding our true selves under a genjutsu, said Sasuke, as they made their way into the academy and started heading towards the 3rd floor. Because Sasuke, deception is a ninja's greatest weapon. As we are now, people will be more likely to underestimate us, making it that much easier for us to defeat them. I get hiding our skills and abilities. But why hide our appearances? It would be just as effective to have our enemies know to be wary us. I thought we took care of that whole I must uphold my clan honor thing, mused Naruto, getting a half-hearted glare from Sasuke. It's not my fault, my clan is naturally battle-ready. And I am no different, said the dark-haired genin with a huff. He says that like it's supposed to be a good thing, Naruto whispered to Sakura, getting a giggle out of the pinkhead and a scowl from the dark-haired teen. Keep talking, Dobi. One of these days that mouth of yours is going to get you into something you can't get out of. Yeah. Whatever, Teme. Alright, you two. That's enough. We have an exam to take. Remember? Said Sakura, using a tone one would normally use to scold children, causing the 2 boys to sulk slightly. Now let's go. I for one don't want to be late, she said as she walked past the 2 sulking shinobi and started down the hallway. Since when did she become the leader? Whispered Sasuke, causing Naruto to shrug. They both froze though as Sakura turned around and glared at the 2 of them. What was that, boys? Nothing. The 2 frightened shinobi said as they kept walking. It didn't take them long to reach the 3rd floor, but when they did, it was to find a large crowd of genin standing in front of a door being blocked by 2 older genin. Hey, let us in, said a bun-haired girl as she helped who appeared to be her teammate up. Naruto raised an eyebrow and met his teammate's gaze, both of them giving a slight nod, without so much as a look back. The 3 members of Team 7 moved to the other side of the hallway and continued on towards their real destination. As the 3 rookie genin walked off, a white-eyed genin watched with a frown on his face. So that is Team 7, thought the boy upon seeing the Uchiha fan on Sasuke's shirt. For a team that's being trained by the famous copy ninja Kakashi, they don't appear to be all that strong. It wouldn't matter anyway. Fate has already determined the outcome of these exams. Turning back to his own team, he gestured for them to take another route towards the exam room. It didn't take long for the disguised Team 7 to reach the actual exam room. But once they did, they were blasted with killing intent from the hundreds of genin already in the room. Naruto and Sasuke didn't show any signs of being affected by the mass amounts of killing intent. Naruto because part of his training with Jiraiya was to increase his tolerance to the feeling, and Sasuke because of his pride, though he shivered slightly on the inside. Sakura, however, began to shake a little bit, not having much experience fighting off the feeling. A reassuring glance from her blonde teammate eased her nerves and helped her to get a hold of herself again. The team was just about to move to an unoccupied corner when a very loud squeal sounded behind them. Before any of them had a chance to blink, a blonde blur collided with Sasuke's back, nearly knocking him to the ground. Oh, Sasuke-kun. I've been waiting for you to show up, gushed Ino as she rubbed her cheek against Sasuke's, much to the Uchiha's dismay. I was beginning to think your sensei didn't let you enter. Though that would probably be because of forehead and the dobi over there. Sakura bristled at the insult to her skills as a kunoichi. But surprisingly, she wasn't that bothered about Ino rubbing up against Sasuke, though that irked her in a different way than it had before. Wow. I guess those sessions with Enko had more of an impact than I first thought. Ino pig. I would get off Sasuke if I were you. I don't think he's enjoying having your fat ass weighing him down. Ino's face went red at the jab to her figure. But then her mind fully processed what Sakura had said. Or to be more precise, what she hadn't. She didn't say Sasuke's name with the kun suffix. What the hell happened to her? Has she given up on trying to get Sasuke-kun to love her? Not liking being out of the loop, Ino voiced her thoughts to her former friend and rival. What's with you, Sakura? Why did you say Sasuke instead of Sasuke-kun? Have you given up on trying to win him over? Though she was happy that she had one less competitor for the heart of her crush, she was a little upset that she had lost the rivalry with her one-time friend. Sakura also felt the loss of the rivalry, but knew she had to try and help her former friend focus on her career as a kunoichi, lest she end up dead before she turned 14. Yes, Ino. I have given up on Sasuke. And so should you. Ino's eyes widened slightly at the bold statement. But Sakura continued undeterred. We're not little girls anymore, Ino. We're kunoichi and we need to start acting like it. I'm not saying we can't like someone and try and pursue them. But obsessing over that person to the point where we allow ourselves to become weak is not what we should be doing. If we like someone, then we should hone our skills so that we can live long enough to act on our feelings. I don't know about you, but that's what I'm going to do. I am going to become strong enough so that I can protect the ones I care about and so that I can live a long and prosperous life. Both girls were so intent on the other that neither noticed Sasuke perform a substitution with Naruto. Naruto shot a glare at the Uchiha but sighed and let it go. If he had to deal with fangirls as much as Sasuke did, he probably would have done the same. So instead he turned his attention towards his fellow blonde as a look of complete and utter shock took over her features before it slowly morphed into one of far-off thought. Sakura finally noticed that Ino was holding onto Naruto instead of Sasuke and had to fight to keep her laughter under control. She lost that battle the moment she saw her fellow kunoichi unconsciously snuggle deeper into her blonde teammate's back, causing the pinkette to giggle behind her hand. Ino was stunned into silence as she listened to Sakura talk. She had heard a similar speech from her father and mother on many occasions, but there was something about hearing it from her childhood friend that had a larger impact on the blonde kunoichi. Her mind began to wonder as she mulled over her friend's words. She had always thought of herself as a strong and proud kunoichi, but as she thought things over, she began to question her belief in herself. Unconsciously snuggling closer to the body she was holding onto, the blonde kunoichi noticed something that was different from before. That's weird. Sasuke-kun always had a good body, but this body feels so much more defined and warm. I feel like I could just snuggle here all day. Sighing in content, she closed her eyes and snuggled even closer into the back of the person. Naruto's mouth twitched into a small smile as he saw how content Ino was, but he figured he would spare her the endless teasing she was likely to receive should she be found snuggling into him. Ino. I'm glad you're so comfortable. But do you mind getting off? There is still the matter of the chunin exams to deal with. He trailed off as the platinum blonde's eyes shot open at the sound of his voice. Snapping her head around to look at the face of the person she was currently snuggling into, Ino saw the deep sapphire pools that were Naruto's eyes looking into her own from a distance of about an inch. For a few seconds the two simply looked at one another, before Ino blushed scarlet and jumped off her fellow blonde's back. Just before her teammates walked into the room. So you guys are taking this stupid test too? What a drag, said the lazy voice of Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru turned to his female teammate and noticed how flustered she looked. What the hell happened to her? The lazy genius brushed it off for the time being as something to do with Sasuke, though he made a note to look into it a little later. Naruto smirked as he looked at his fellow dead lasts from the academy. Hey Shikamaru. Choji. You two still watching the clouds and eating instead of training? The Nara genius sighed, but a small smirk could be seen on his face. Yeah. The only reason I'm here is because Ino dragged me here, and my mom would have killed me if I refused to enter. Troublesome women. Choji merely kept on eating his chips, though he managed to get out a short, "Hey Naruto," in between handfuls. What was that, Shikamaru? Asked Ino in a threatening tone, her lazy teammate's comment finally knocking her out of her flustered state. Shikamaru simply shrugged and muttered, "Troublesome," under his breath, much to the Ino's annoyance. Well, what do you know? Said a boy with a dog on his head and wearing a fur-lined jacket. Looks like all of this year's rookies are taking the exams. I wonder how far all of us will get. The 6 genin turned to see Team 8 walking up to them. Kiba was wearing a cocky smirk as always. Shino was his usual stoic self and Hinata looked as shy as ever. Naruto smirked at his fellow genin. Speak for yourself, dog breath. I don't know what'll happen to you, but I plan on being a chunin once this entire ordeal is over. That is a bold claim, Naruto-san, said Shino with his hands in his pockets. Many of the genin here are the best that their villages have to offer. Defeating them will be no easy feat. Naruto's smirk never wavered as he glanced over the crowd of assembled genin. Shino's eye narrowed behind his sunglasses as his insects started going crazy, telling him to be wary of the blonde genin. There is something different about him, thought the Aburame heir. The stoic genin wasn't the only one to notice the change in the blonde. Shikamaru's mind was working overtime to try and understand what could make the blonde so confident in himself. He could tell that the confidence the boy held himself with was different from their time at the academy. It wasn't a cocky or arrogant confidence like Kiba, but instead it was that of a person who understood the depth of their skill and power and wasn't afraid to prove it. Hello and Naruto K-kun, stuttered Hinata as she looked at her secret crush. Her face flushed when the blonde looked her in the eye, his patented fox smirk in place. Hey Hinata, I hope you've been keeping your mutt of a teammate in line, he said, causing the Inuzuka heir to growl low in his throat. Hinata looked down and started poking her fingers together as she stuttered out an answer. You know, you guys should really keep it down. said a genin with glasses on. You are the rookies fresh out of the academy, right? And what if we are? Asked Sasuke as he glared at the newcomer. Hey, I'm just trying to help you guys out. Though you might want to keep an eye on those guys over there. He gestured to a team of older genin behind them. They all looked annoyed as they watched the 9 rookies. They're from a megacure. And they have really short tempers. Especially when they're on edge. Not that you guys would know that. After all, you're just rookies. So I take it you have taken these exams before. Mr. Trailed Naruto. Fishing for a name. Oh sorry. My name is Kabuto Yakushi. And yes, I have taken these exams before. In fact, this one will be my 7th attempt, he finished lamely as he scratched the back of his neck. So in other words, you suck, said a smirking Kiba while Akamaru barked in agreement with his master. Or it means that these exams are harder than we first anticipated. Kiba, said Naruto, surprising his fellow rookies. With the exception of his team. Our sensei always tells us to look underneath the underneath. So do not make the foolish assumption that the way you see things is the way it actually is. Doing that will be your downfall. Although, something doesn't feel right about this guy. His chakra reserves are almost on par with Kakashi Sensei's, and the way he's suppressing it requires a high level of control. Whoever he is. He's no ordinary genin. Anyway, said Kabuto, bringing the attention back to him. Since you guys are rookies, I'll share some of the information I have with you. Reaching into his hip pouch, the older genin brought out a deck of orange cards all with a green border. These are ninja info cards. They contain all of the information I have gathered on the exams. Including information about specific participants. Even you guys are in here. What about a boy named Gaara no Sabaku of Sanagakure? Do you have any information on him? Asked Sasuke. Though it sounded more like a demand than a question. Naruto had told his team of his suspicions about Gaara. Except for the fact that he was a Jinchuriki. But Sasuke wanted to see if this boy had information that they didn't. Of course. Is there anyone else you would like some information on? Asked the silver-haired teen as he drew a random card out of the deck. All of the members of Team 7. The rookie 9 whirled around to see a boy with pupilless white eyes just like Hinata's standing with 2 other genin. The girl was wearing a pink Chinese-style shirt and dark green pants with her hair up in 2 buns. The other boy was wearing a full-body green spandex suit with orange leg warmers and his red headband around his waist like a belt. The members of Team 8 and Team 10 each wondered why the boy would want information on Team 7, while the aforementioned team narrowed their eyes at the boy. Before any of them had a chance to voice their curiosity, Kabuto had already drawn the 3 extra cards and placed them next to the card that held Gaara's information. Well then, let's begin with Gaara no Sabaku. The 12 assembled genin turned towards the kneeling genin and watched as he spun the card with his finger before a small poof of smoke covered the card. The smoke cleared to reveal a picture of a red-haired teen with lifeless sea foam green eyes and the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. Let's see. His mission history is a little vague, but it seems that he has completed 8 C rank missions and, whoa, a B rank mission as a genin. Very impressive. His teammates are his older siblings surprisingly. Tamari and Konkuro. I don't know who his sensei is, but it says that he was personally chosen by the Cage to lead his children's squad. It's just a rumor. But it's said that he has returned from every mission he has ever been on completely unscathed. All of the genin who had heard the information on the young redhead immediately stiffened. This boy had taken on a B-ranked mission and returned from it without even a single scratch. Just how strong is this guy? Was the general thought process of the genin. With the exception of our favorite blonde hero. Completely unscathed. Huh? I have a feeling his Biju had a hand in that. Thought the blonde before his eyes refocused on Kabuto. A ninja's mission record is classified information that only the Cage and the higher-ups of a village's military are privy to. How the hell did this guy get that kind of information on someone who isn't even from our village? And if he has that kind of information on a foreigner? His thoughts trailed off as Kabuto revealed the information on the next card. Next up, Sakura Haruno of Konohagakure, said the bespectacled shinobi. Mission history is pretty average for a genin. She and her team have completed 20 D rank missions. And only 2 C ranks. Nothing special there. Her teammates are Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha in Konoha, and Naruto Uzumaki, the dead last from the academy. Overall there is nothing special about her. Just your average run-of-the-mill genin. Although I do have a note stating that she has begun to study the art of medical ninjutsu. That's something one doesn't always see in a genin. Sakura's eyes narrowed at the silver-haired genin. How the hell does he know I've been studying to become a medic nin? Kakashi-sensei only recently added that information to my kunoichi file. And I haven't told anyone else. Something is definitely not right here. Looking at her teammates, she saw that they too had their eyes narrowed in suspicion as Kabuto prepared the next card of information. Now for her teammate. Sasuke Uchiha. Neji's ears perked up as Kabuto began reading off the information. Mission records are the same as his team. So let's look at his skills. He is proficient in the use of his clan's personal taijutsu style. His skills in genjutsu could use some work, but his proficiency with Kaiden techniques is well above average, as to be expected of an Uchiha. Well, this is interesting. It seems that he also has a... The older genin was cut off as a spike of killing intent came from the last Uchiha. Using the distraction his teammate provided, Naruto swiped Kabuto's entire deck of cards, as well as the ones he had set on the floor, slipping the deck into his hip pouch. Naruto planned on sending the cards to the Hokage as evidence against the elder genin, but only after making a complete set of copies for himself and his team. Sasuke and Sakura had seen what Naruto had done and smirked themselves. The information on those cards could prove to be invaluable during the exams, and they didn't plan on letting them go to waste. A spike of chakra from the front of the room caught Naruto's attention as he turned just in time to see a large cloud of smoke appear. "All right, you bitches and bastards. Shut up and pay attention," shouted a deep voice from inside the cloud of smoke. Many of the participants jumped in surprise at the sound of the voice, but a small handful retained their composure. The smoke cleared away to reveal a burly man wearing a large black trench coat with a group of chunin behind him. "My name is Ibiki Morino, the first proctor of the chunin selection exams, and as such I would like to welcome all of you to hell." Naruto smirked as he watched almost every single genin shiver in fear of the scarred chunin. "So Ibiki the mind sadist is our proctor, huh? This exam just got a whole lot more challenging." Glancing over at Sasuke and Sakura, he saw that while they didn't show any outward signs of being intimidated, their body language spoke otherwise. "Guys," he whispered so that only they could hear, "don't let him get to you." Ibiki is the head of the Torture and Interrogation Division. He specializes in psychological warfare to extract information from people. So long as you keep your cool and retain a level head, you shouldn't fall for his tricks as easily as others. But you still need to keep your wits about you. He is known as the mind sadist for a reason. The two genin of Team 7 nodded in understanding with their teammates' assessment of things. Everyone's attention was brought back to the burly Junin as he began barking out orders. "Now everyone is to come forward to receive a number. That number will represent where you will sit for the written exam. Now move it. I'm a busy man and I don't have time to deal with pathetic wannabe ninja." The second the man finished, all of the genin were pretty much tripping over one another in order to get a number and avoid pissing the man off any more than he already was. It only took a few minutes before everyone was assigned a number and had taken their respective seats for the written exam. All of the members of the soon-to-be-dubbed Konoha 12 feet were scattered throughout the rows of desks, with Naruto and Hinata being the only ones next to each other. Ibiki stood at the front of the room as the Chunin sentinels finished passing out the written exams. Once all the papers had been distributed and the sentinels had taken up their positions around the room, the head of the T&I division began the first stage of the Chunin exams. "Now that everyone is ready, we can begin. Before you flip your tests over, there are a few rules that I must explain. First off is that each of you will begin the exam with a full 10 points. Also, this test is based on a subtraction system, meaning you lose a point for every question you get wrong. The second rule, this exam is a team test, so whether you pass or fail is determined by the total number of points you and your teammates have at the end of the hour." Several of the genin paled slightly as the implications set in, but unfortunately for them, Ibiki wasn't quite through. The third and possibly the most important rule, should any of you worthless maggots be caught cheating by the sentinels, you will have 2 points automatically deducted from their score. Now if everyone is ready, you may begin the exam. The sound of shuffling paper filled the room as the rattled genin turned over their tests, only for many of them to panic as they noticed the difficulty of the questions. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the fourth and final rule for this test. Should anyone receive a 0, whether from the sentinels or at the end of the exam, they and their teammates will automatically fail. The temperature in the room dropped significantly as everyone felt the weight of the pressure on their shoulders. "Your hour begins now. Good luck. You'll need it." With that said, Ibiki and the sentinels sat back to enjoy the show they were about to be treated to. Naruto narrowed his eyes in concentration as he looked down at his test and read over the first question. This is an advanced cryptogram that requires extensive knowledge of village-to-village codes. There is no way a genin should be able to answer that question. But they should know that no ordinary genin would have the ability to answer this kind of question. So why put it on the test? "What are you playing at, Ibiki?" Sasuke bit the end of his pencil as he read over the test and came to the conclusion that he couldn't answer any of the questions. "Hey, well, isn't this just great? I can't answer a single one of these," he thought with a small shake of his head. The only people who even have a chance at answering any of these questions are people like Sakura. On top of that, what's up with the sentinels watching us? It's almost as if they expect us to cheat, thought both males of Team 7. Sasuke smirked slightly at the intricate trap the proctors had weaved. but pushed that aside as he activated his Sharingan and began scanning the crowd for someone who looked like they knew what they were doing. All around the room, the stronger genin began using different methods to cheat off of the people around them. Kiba and Shino were using their respective animal counterparts to gather answers, while the two Hyugas in the room activated their own dojutsus and began copying from the people around them. Sakura and Shikamaru were using their natural smarts to answer the questions, while Choji's hand moved at the exact same time as Shikamaru's, thanks to the Nara's shadow jutsu. Tenten was using mirrors she had set up beforehand to get the answers and then pass them to Lee. Ino was waiting for Sakura to finish answering the questions before she used her clan's mind jutsu to get the answers from her. So that's your game, Ibiki, thought Naruto. Well, I might as well make my move before the weaker ones start getting caught. Extending his senses, Naruto felt out the chakra levels of everyone in the room. Interesting. It seems that quite a few of the younger genin here are more powerful than some of the veteran genin. Not quite sure if that is something to be proud of or worried about. Filing that little piece of information away for later use, Naruto continued searching for a strong chakra signature that felt out of place amongst the sea of genin. Ha! Found you. Looking up from his searching, he glanced at a male genin 2 rows ahead of him. Good job of hiding your sources, Ibiki. Though you can't get by me that easily. Now for the tricky part. Forming a half-ram seal under the desk, Naruto placed his right hand over his test, coating it with his chakra. This one's for you, Mom. Pushing out with his chakra, the blonde created a small chain of chakra from his palm to the paper. Slowly moving the paper off of the desk and along the floor, Naruto maneuvered the paper so that it was near the disguised chunin's paper, but still out of sight of everyone else. Using the chakra-coated paper as a medium, the blonde genin extended another small chain of chakra from his paper that connected to the chunin's paper. Waiting until the man looked away from his paper, Naruto instantly swapped the 2 papers, leaving the chunin a completely blank test and bringing the completed one back to him. My control is improving. It's almost ready to be battle-tested. The blonde's musings stopped as he watched a team of Kusa genin get kicked out. Guess all I have to do now is wait. The time passed relatively quickly for the blonde, having lost track of time as he silently meditated. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his fellow rookies had taken notice of his strange behavior and were wondering what had caused the shift in his personality, particularly his fellow blonde, Ino. What's up with Naruto? I thought he would have been a nervous wreck the second he found out we would be taking a written test. Yet he's as calm as can be. What happened to him? The Naruto I know couldn't sit still for 5 minutes, let alone almost an entire hour. Well, whatever it is, I plan on getting to the bottom of it. Her mind made up. The Yamanaka heiress prepared to use her mind-body switch jutsu before Ibiki's gruff voice stopped her midway through the process. Alright, you brats. Pay attention, said Ibiki. 45 minutes have passed, so it is time to announce the 10th question. But before we do, I must explain a few extra rules that are unique to the 10th question. What? Asked a genin from Suna. What do you mean unique rules? I mean that these rules are the ones of desperation, he said with a dark chuckle. Now, the first rule, you must choose whether or not you wish to take the 10th question. Choose? Shouted Tamari from the edge of the room. So what happens if we choose not to take the question? What happens then? Ibiki began to chuckle in the back of his throat, a sound that made the genin think they were in the presence of a demon. What happens then? Should you choose not to take the 10th question, your score will be reduced to 0 and you and your team will fail. What kind of bullshit is this? If that's the case, then of course we'll take the question. You didn't let me finish. Should you choose to take the question and you get it wrong, you will be barred from taking the CHUUNIN exams ever again. An unholy silence enveloped the room for a brief moment as everyone processed what the burly Junin had said. That silence was broken by an enraged Kiba standing up and pointing at the scarred Junin. What kind of rule is that? There are plenty of guys here who have taken the exams in the past before. Once again Ibiki began to chuckle in the back of his throat, but this time it escalated into a full-blown laugh that had some of the weaker genin ready to run. Then I guess you all are just unlucky. This year I'm making the rules. But just to prove I can be compassionate, I will give you a way out. Those of you who do not feel confident enough in yourselves can choose not to take the question, and can try again next year. The choice is yours. The eerie silence returned as the full scope of the situation made itself known to the competitors. Naruto's eyes remained closed as he continued his meditation, observing the fluctuations in everyone's chakra. Ibiki truly is the best when it comes to psychological warfare. He has almost everyone so rattled that it won't be long before the censor's thoughts trailed off as the person next to him abruptly stood up. I can't do it. I give up. Alright then. Number 50. Fail. Number 130 and 111. You fail as well. Almost as if a wall had crumbled, multiple others began dropping out left and right. Throughout it all, Naruto remained silent, observing all the remaining chakra signatures, waiting for someone else to quit as well. His eyes snapped open when he felt the chakra on his right fluctuate. Poor Hinata. She was always a fragile girl, so this kind of mind attack is even harder on her. She's trying to remain brave for her teammates, but the pressure is starting to affect her. Looks like she needs a little boost to make it through this. Calling on the traces of his old personality still in his system, Naruto drew a kunai from his pouch and launched it at the Chunin, slicing the collar of his jacket. The remaining genin and sentinels looked on in shock as the rookie genin stood off against the seasoned Chunin. Something you wish to say? Asked Ibiki, covering his surprise at the sudden action. Yeah. Don't underestimate me. I am a shinobi. And a shinobi never backs down from a challenge. You can try and scare me off all you want, but as long as I still draw breath, I will never give up. This one is different than the others. Are you sure? This decision will affect the rest of your life. Naruto merely smirked and crossed his arms. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wind of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive. Those were the words of the Yondaime Hokage. My dream is to become the Hokage. If I don't have faith in myself to pass this test, then how can I ask the people to have faith in me to protect and lead them? I will stand by my word, for that is my ninja way. Ibiki watched as the fear and worry left the faces of those still present, replaced by a strong conviction to succeed. This kid is interesting. He seems to have replaced everyone's worries with a strong determination. 78 left. More than I expected. But drawing this out would be pointless. After that little speech, all of them seemed to have grown a backbone. Looking around at the sentinels, he received a nod from each of them. Nodding himself, he looked back over the assembled genin before his eyes fell on the figure of Naruto once more. His eyes widened slightly as he gazed at the two specters overlapping the boy's frame. This boy. He has the same power as those two once did. I look forward to seeing where his future leads. Very well. If all of you are so set on accepting the question, then there is only one thing left to say. To the surprise of the genin present, the scowl that had adorned the man's face ever since his arrival vanished and was replaced by a proud smirk. Congratulations on passing the first stage of the Chunin selection exams. Wait a second. What about the 10th question? Asked Sakura, voicing the question everyone wanted an answer to. There never was a 10th question. Or perhaps you could consider your decision to stay the correct answer to the question. Hold on. So what about the other 9 questions? Were they pointless? Shouted Tamari. You're wrong. The first 9 questions did indeed have a purpose. One that they served quite well. Ibiki paused as he reached up and slowly untied his bandana. They were designed to test your abilities to gather information in an unknown and hostile environment. But just to give you a fighting chance, we had a few Chunin sit in with you to provide a source to cheat off of. But those who cheated poorly failed because in the shinobi world, there are times when information is more important than life. Removing his bandana, everyone was treated to the sight of multiple scars and puncture wounds scattered across the surface of Ibiki's skull. And during missions and on the battlefield, people risk their very lives to acquire it. Readying his bandana back to his head, Ibiki looked out over the genin one last time. The first stage of the exams is over. I wish you all luck in the coming stages. No sooner had the words left his mouth than did a black ball crash through the window. Not this again, thought Ibiki as the ball unfurled to reveal a banner with a woman standing in front of it. All right, you brats. Listen up. This is no time to be celebrating. I am the proctor for the second exam. Enko Mitarashi. Now follow me to the site of the second exam. Let's go. Silence, answered the strange Kunoichi, who had the decency to blush at the awkward atmosphere she had caused. You're early, Enko, again, said the scarred Chunin as he stepped out from behind the banner. Enko's blush deepened slightly at her partner's words, but that was soon replaced by a look of confusion as she counted the number of remaining genin. What the hell, Ibiki? You let 26 teams pass the exam. I knew this year's first exam was going to be easier. But still, said the exasperated woman as she half-heartedly glared at her partner. Or perhaps we just have a good crop of outstanding genin this year. I'd be worried if I were you, Enko. Your record may be broken this year. Yeah, right. Like that'll happen, said Enko with a dismissive wave of her hand. Anyway, I hope you brats are ready, because the second stage of the Chunin exams begins in exactly half an hour. You have until then to make it to training ground 44. If you don't make it on time, you automatically fail. Get moving, she shouted before disappearing in a swirl of leaves, leaving behind the genin to run over each other as they tried to get out the door and find the training ground. Team 7, however, was frozen in place. They had been ever since Enko's arrival. Each of them had a single thought running through their heads. Of all the people that could have been put in charge of the exam, Why the hell did it have to be her? The memory of the first time the three genin had been introduced to Enko was still fresh in their minds, as were the nightmares they had about her helping them train for the exams. This is so not going to end well, they all thought before they resigned themselves to their fate and left the room, praying to Kami that they lived through whatever Enko had planned for the second exam. Forest of Death. 30 minutes later, Team 7 stood at the front of the remaining chunin hopefuls as they awaited Enko to begin explaining the second stage. The thought that the Hokage had appointed Enko of all people to proctor the exam didn't sit well with them. Kakashi had introduced them to the snake user during their week of training. And to put it frankly, it was hell on earth. Normally someone who was supposed to proctor an exam wasn't supposed to help train any genin for fear of them giving up information or showing favoritism. But Enko, in her own words, said, she really didn't give a fucking shit what a group of people who couldn't shit right without help said. So she assisted in their training for a few days. She didn't really teach them any techniques or skills per se. She mainly worked with Sakura, helping, or forcing, the girl to get over her fangirl crush on Sasuke and focus more on her ninja training. When Naruto and Sasuke had found out that Enko had succeeded, they had both been immensely relieved. Naruto because now they could truly become a team, and Sasuke because he had one less fangirl to deal with. Though it didn't make up for the hundreds still out there. Enko checked the sun and saw that her 30-minute time frame had come and gone. Right then. First let me be the first to welcome you brats to Training Ground 44. Or as I like to call it, the Forest of Death. Smirking at the frightened expressions of some of the genin, the special Junin opened her jacket slightly, much to the enjoyment of the males, and pulled out a stack of papers. Now unlike my colleague's test, this one will involve killing. So before I tell you what the exam is, you need to sign these waiver forms. It simply means that I can't be held responsible in the event of your death. Nothing too important. The members of Team 7 all gave a collective sweat drop at the women's attitude towards killing and death. I kind of hope this is mostly an act for the exams. Like Ibiki. Cause if not. Naruto didn't even want to finish that thought. Shortly after, every genin had a form and Enko again opened her jacket a little more. Once again to the pleasure of the males. This time she pulled out 2 scrolls. One black, and the other white. Each scroll had a kanji on the outside. One for heaven, the other for earth. Now I'm not one for boring long-winded instructions and details. So I'll make this simple. Each team will receive either a heaven scroll or an earth scroll. Once all the scrolls are passed out, you will report to an assigned gate, where you will enter the forest once I give the signal. Once inside, you all will compete in an all-out scroll battle. Your objective is to reach the tower in the center of the forest within 5 days' time. With both scrolls in your possession. Now the only real rule is that you can't look at the scrolls. Other than that anything goes. Killing, maiming, torturing. All of that is fair game. The only stipulation against a team passing is that you must have a complete team in order to pass. So one of you dies. You automatically fail. Putting the 2 scrolls back into her jacket, the snake mistress gave a disturbingly cheery smile to the crowd of genin. So, any questions? What happens if we look at the scrolls? Asked a Konoha genin. Enko began chuckling slightly, unnerving many of the genin present. If you open the scrolls, well, let's just say it won't be pretty and leave it that. Shall we? Now that that's cleared up, everyone fill out your forms. Get your scroll and get to your gate. The exam begins on my command. One by one the teams moved behind the curtained-off booth and received their scrolls. Team 7 stood off to the side watching as each team went through and moved towards their gate. Looks like they're not going to let us know which teams get what scroll. Or who's carrying it. Are you surprised? They are testing our abilities in a real-life situation. The less we know about our enemies, the better in their minds, said Naruto with his arms crossed as they watched Gaara and his siblings enter the booth. Yeah, it's just like Ibiki said, Sakura said as she stood up from where she was sitting. We're risking our lives for information. Everyone here is our enemy now, whether they are from Konoha or not. Yeah, said Sasuke with his hands in his pockets. Judging by the setup of things, it's safe to assume the 3rd stage will be held in the center tower. It wouldn't make sense to have us go all the way out there only to turn and go somewhere else for the next stage. Sasuke's right, said Naruto. And if the exams follow through with tradition, the 3rd stage will be individual matches between the competitors. Which is why, as soon as we are within the forest and out of sight of everyone, we will drop our little act and reveal our true selves. Finally, said Sasuke with a smirk. This genjutsu act of ours was beginning to get a little uncomfortable. It'll be good to test our skills in the field instead of in a spar. Naruto and Sakura nodded in agreement with their dark-haired teammate. Before all 3 of them moved toward the booth to receive their scroll, handing over their forms, they received a heaven scroll, which Naruto placed in his hip pouch. A few minutes later found the team standing outside of Gate 12, eagerly awaiting the call to start. On the other side of the forest, Team 10 was waiting for the exam to begin as well. Though in their own unique way. Choji was desperately counting how many bags of chips he had with him, and begging the proctor to postpone the exam so that he could go get more. Shikamaru was mumbling about troublesome things, but mentally he was determining which teams they should target and how they may stack up against them. Ino's eyes had a far-off look to them as her thoughts drifted back to her fellow blonde. Ever since she had inadvertently ended up on his back, she couldn't get what she had felt out of her head. All of the guys from the academy had been in relatively good shape, with a few exceptions. But Naruto wasn't relatively good. If what she had felt was real, he was fucking ripped. But that wasn't what had gotten to her. No. What she couldn't get out of her head was how warm he was. And how right it felt to have her arms wrapped around him. What the hell is wrong with me? Why can't I get Naruto out of my head? It's not like I like the guy. I love Sasuke. But every time she tried to convince herself of that, what Sakura said before the first exam crept into her thoughts. Was forehead right? Have I allowed my skills to suffer because of a crush? The blonde kunoichi was brought out of her thoughts by Enko's voice coming over the speaker. Alright you brats. The second stage of the chunin exams begins now. The gates were flung open as the teams swept into the forest, looking for anyone who might have the scroll they needed. Ino and her team jumped from branch to branch as they moved deeper into the forest. So what's the plan, Shikamaru? Asked Choji. He may have been upset about how many chips he had with him, but he knew when it was time to get serious. Let's head for the tower, said the laid-back genius. We can set up an ambush for when the other teams are weak from the forest and take them out. It's troublesome, but it's our best bet at getting the scroll we need. Actually Shika, began Ino, I think we should go find Team 7. Huh? Why's that Ino? Asked Shikamaru. Though he had a suspicion it had to do with why she was flustered before the first exam. I don't know, I just have this feeling that something isn't right about them. Especially Naruto. Didn't you notice that during the first exam, Naruto just sat still for the entire time? He didn't look even the slightest bit nervous, even though he was the dead last at the academy. Yeah, I did notice that. Something is up with him, Sasuke and Sakura. And I want to know what. Alright, we'll look for Team 7. If we're wrong then at the least we'll have a chance to snatch their scroll. Ino and Choji nodded in agreement with the genius and the three changed direction in search of the enigma that was Team 7. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were jumping through the dense foliage of the forest, moving faster than the average genin team should be able to. It was an hour after the exam had begun and so far the only enemies they had come across was a lone aim nin who tried to capture Naruto and infiltrate the team. That had failed spectacularly thanks to Naruto sensing the ninja before he even had a chance to prepare. Guys, there's a clearing up ahead. We'll stop and plan our next move there, said Naruto as he jumped down into the clearing. His teammates close behind. This should be far enough. Sakura, go ahead and drop the genjutsu. The nearest person is over 100 yards away. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sakura formed the ram seal and disrupted her chakra flow. Kai. The air around the team shimmered slightly as the cloaking genjutsu faded, revealing Team 7 for whom they really were. Naruto was wearing the same outfit he had when he removed his mask of an idiot. But Sasuke and Sakura's clothes of choice had changed during their week of training. Sasuke had replaced the traditional Uchiha clan clothing for a black, one-piece version of the clothing, with the Uchiha crest emblazoned across the back. His left hand was wrapped in bandages with numerous dark blue arm belts adorning it. He also had similar belts wrapped around both of his legs. Sakura now wore a modified version of her usual kipao dress. She had on a red top with a white circle design on the back, along with black, skin-tight shorts. She had a gray skirt over the shorts with shin-high boots with a slight heel replacing the standard blue shinobi sandals. A pair of elbow-length black gloves with the symbol of the medical corps on them covered her hands. She had followed in Naruto's footsteps and replaced her usual blue headband cloth with a red one that complemented her hair. Before the three genin had a chance to plan, Naruto's eyes widened as he sensed a massive chakra signature heading for them. Fast. We're about to have company. But there is no way this guy is a genin. He has as much chakra as the Hokage. Sasuke and Sakura stiffened at this. If someone with that kind of power was looking for them, then they were in trouble. What the hell is someone like that doing these exams? Shouldn't someone have noticed them before now? Asked Sasuke as he activated his Sharingan and saw the dark, ominous chakra the person moving towards them had. Whoever they are, their chakra isn't normal. It feels almost evil, finished Naruto. There is only person I know of that could have that kind of chakra, and if he's in the village, we have to warn the Hokage somehow. We need to try and buy ourselves some time. Let's make some clones and see if we can learn anything about this guy. Forming his signature cross-hand seal, a single shadow clone appeared next to him. Sasuke and Sakura were quick to follow his lead, though they each made a Raiden shadow clone and a Doden shadow clone respectively. The clones transformed so that they looked like the three had before, dispelling the genjutsu, while the originals hid in the trees at a safe distance to observe their new enemy. A few seconds passed before a powerful blast of wind passed through the clearing. The two elemental clones managed to hold their ground from the attack. But Naruto's clone was swept away by the wind, dispelling once it collided with a tree. Damn. Not good. That was a high-powered Fuuten technique. If he can use jutsu of that caliber, we'll have a serious fight on our hands, Sasuke said as he observed the damage caused with his Sharingan. He's here, whispered Naruto as a figure slowly began to rise out of the ground. It was an older-looking Kusa nin wearing a straw hat. But that was the only normal thing about him. He was emitting large amounts of killing intent that had the two clones shaking in fear. We can't take this guy head-on. Our only hope is the element of surprise. Sakura, disrupt his footing and Sasuke and I will attack while he's off balance. Got it, said Sakura as she jumped down to the ground as silently as possible while forming hand seals. Doten, tearing earth, turning palm. When her hands touched the ground, the earth around the Kusa shinobi began to break and spiral in on itself. Not expecting such a response from a team of genin, the disguised Orochimaru was forced to jump towards one of the trees to avoid being crushed. Unfortunately for him, the branch he was about to land on exploded, launching him through the air towards a waiting Sasuke. What the, thought the man as he looked over his shoulder at the last Uchiha. It seems that they are more skilled than I gave them credit for. Sasuke took out 2 handfuls of shuriken and threw them in a wide arc at the airborne shinobi. The lethal stars crossed paths in front of the long-haired shinobi, and only then did he realize that they were being guided by wires. Pulling on the wires, Sasuke manipulated them so that they completely ensnared his enemy, preventing him from escaping. Clenching the wires in his teeth, the dark-haired genin sped through a series of hand seals, ending in the tiger seal. Kaiten. Dragon Fire Jutsu. Fire erupted from Sasuke's mouth and traveled along the wire towards the bound shinobi. Impressive, Sasuke-kun. But still rather predictable. The trapped man's thoughts halted as he saw Naruto appear next to Sasuke, already finishing his own set of seals. Food and stream. Naruto exhaled a concentrated blast of wind from his mouth that easily caught up to the flames and more than tripled their speed and intensity. The two boys waited in anticipation as the flames consumed their target. They knew that it wouldn't be that easy to defeat someone with so much power, and so were already preparing for the counter they knew was coming. A massive spike of chakra emanated from the flames, dispersing them and revealing the charred body of the Kusa ninja. The man began chuckling as his body seemed to just slither out of the wire binding him. In a blur of speed that even Sasuke's Sharingan couldn't follow, the man appeared across from the two boys on the branch, whirling around to face their opponent. Naruto and Sasuke saw that part of the man's face seemed to have simply melted off, revealing pale white skin with a yellow snake-like eye. Kukuku. I must admit, you caught me by surprise with your level of skill. But now I believe it is time for me to see what you are really capable of. Come, Sasuke-kun. Naruto-kun. Entertain me, he said, his voice becoming an excited cackle at the end. The two boys shivered at the man's insane tone but knew they didn't have much of a choice. They each fell into their respective taijutsu stances and charged the man, Sasuke going for a low sweep while Naruto spun to deliver a roundhouse kick to the man's head. All the while, the partially revealed Orochimaru merely smirked, not bothering with defending himself. However, just before the two kicks were about to connect, his hands blurred and he let loose a strong wind that blew the two genin off of the branch they were standing on. Smirking to himself, Orochimaru walked towards where the two had fallen, only to receive a chakra-enhanced punch to the face from Sakura. This strength. It's almost comparable to Tsunade's when she first began developing her super strength, thought the rogue Sannin as he got up from where he had landed, only to see that the genin had regrouped. That girl. She has more potential than Tsunade did at her age. But even more worrisome is their teamwork. If this is what they are capable of now, then given the proper training, these three could easily surpass we of the Sannin. Kukuku. I knew Sasuke-kun would entertain me, but I never imagined all three of them would provide me with such a challenge. Well, I must say that was quite unexpected. But now it is time for me to take what I came for. The three genin's eyes widened as the man blurred towards them, kicking Sakura away before she had a chance to react. Sasuke attempted to strike the man with a kick to the head, but he blocked it with ease. Grabbing a hold of the leg, Orochimaru threw the last Uchiha into another tree and watched as he collapsed on one of the branches. Naruto jumped away from the man and weaved hand seals as fast as he could. Orochimaru wasn't about to let him have the chance to attack and extended his tongue to wrap around the boy's ankle. Naruto cursed as he was swung into a thick branch, only to be pulled back towards the man who had a kunai poised to kill him. Orochimaru smirked as he plunged the kunai into Naruto's heart to the screams of his teammates. I had hoped he might be able to escape. He was proving to be quite interesting. Oh well. Now to do what I came here for, letting the lifeless body fall to the ground below. The pale man turned to where he had left Sasuke. The boy was attempting to stand so that he could avenge his fallen comrade. But Orochimaru had other plans. Forming the seal for his Juinjutsu, his neck elongated to impossible lengths and moved to bite Sasuke at the base of his neck. Sweden. Water-splitting wave. A pressurized stream of water cut through one of the trees and moved to sever the elongated neck of the Sannin. Living up to his reputation, Orochimaru managed to replace himself with a log at the last second. The log didn't stand a chance as the water sliced clean through it. Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke. To the relief of his teammates and mild shock of Orochimaru. Looking over where he thought he had dropped Naruto's body, Orochimaru found nothing but a puddle of water. So you managed to replace yourself with a water clone. Despite being thrown around like a rag doll and with no available water source nearby. I must admit, Naruto-kun, I am impressed. Naruto frowned as he stared at the Sannin. Thanks. It's not every day one receives a compliment from one of the Sannin. Orochimaru. Sasuke and Sakura, who had moved back to her teammates, looked at Naruto in shock before turning their eyes to the chuckling person across from them. You are well informed, Naruto-kun, said the man as he reached up and pulled off the rest of his face, revealing the pale visage of the snake Sannin. I am indeed Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninja. Why are you here? What do you have to gain by attacking us? Kukuku. What I want is quite simple, said the rogue ninja. Team 7's eyes all widened when the Orochimaru in front of them turned into a pile of mud. Naruto spun around when he heard Sasuke scream in pain. Just in time to see Orochimaru's neck retract after biting into Sasuke's neck. Sasuke collapsed in pain as Sakura tried what she could to heal the wound on his neck and ease the pain. There. Now Sasuke will seek me out for power. But before that, I wish you well in these exams. Watching how you 3 fare will be most entertaining for me. Pulling out the earth scroll that Team 7 needed to pass the exam, Orochimaru threw it to Naruto, who caught it. Consider that a token of my appreciation. Oh, and when he awakens, tell Sasuke-kun that I will be waiting for him. Naruto cursed as the man disappeared into the branch the same way he had arrived. Looking down at his fallen teammate, Naruto sighed and pocketed the scroll before picking Sasuke up and putting him over his shoulder. Come on, Sakura. We're too vulnerable out here in the open. Let's find a place to set up camp and take a closer look at what that bastard did to Sasuke. Sakura nodded and the 2 conscious genin jumped away to find shelter. Night had fallen over Training Ground 44 as the competitors of the chunin exams continued to wage battle against one another. Naruto was sitting against a thick tree root as Sakura was doing a field check on Sasuke. He had the earth scroll Orochimaru had given them clutched in his right hand as he tried to figure out the rogue ninja's motives. What the hell could he be planning? If the reason he attacked us was so that he could place that mark on Sasuke, then why not just kill Sakura and I to make it easier for him? Not to mention. He glanced at the scroll in his hand. Why would he seemingly help us to pass this exam? Nothing makes sense. He was brought out of his confusing thoughts by Sakura shaking his shoulder. Hey Sakura. How's Sasuke doing? Sakura frowned as she sat next to him. Over the week they had trained together. She had learned a lot more about her blonde teammate. One of which he was always aware of his surroundings. Not letting his guard down that often. For him to be so lost in thought that he didn't sense her next to him meant that something was really wrong. He's fine. He is still in a little pain. But it's passing quickly. He's running a slight fever. But it's nothing life-threatening. Her frown deepened when she saw him nod almost absent-mindedly. Something is really wrong. Naruto. What's wrong? We're teammates. You know you can tell me anything, she said, trying to coax him into talking and getting whatever was bugging him off his mind. Naruto sighed, his gaze once more turning to the scroll in his hand. It's just. I don't understand what his motive for attacking us could have been. It's obvious he wanted to place that mark on Sasuke. But then why didn't he simply kill the 2 of us and do it right from the start? It's not like he didn't have the power or skill to do so. Sakura placed her hand over the one he held the scroll with, encouraging him to continue. She could tell there was something more than what he was letting on. She knew that Orochimaru was part of the reason he was like this, as she had been having similar thoughts. But there was something else that was bothering him. Naruto. She began, leaning forward so she could look at him directly. I know that you're bothered by what happened. I am too. But I can tell there's more to it than that. So please, tell me what's really bothering you. Looking into her emerald eyes, Naruto couldn't help the small smirk that spread across his lips. No matter how he tried, Sakura always seemed to be able to read them like a book when she wanted to. Looking away from her, Naruto absently scanned the treetops around them for any signs of enemies. It's just. I feel like I should be better than this. I let you and Sasuke down because of my inability to protect you guys when it mattered. I just. I feel like there is something wrong with me. That I'm not as good as I should be. When I was being trained by my godfather, I was always able to respond and adapt to whatever situation he threw at me, but now, I feel like there is something preventing me from using my skills to their truest extent. But I just can't seem to figure out what it is. Sakura felt her heart clench at seeing her teammates so torn up over this. She had seen him fight against Kakashi and Sasuke multiple times in spars, and he always held his own and more often than not won against their teammate. Though they were completely outmatched, she didn't see anything wrong with him during their fight with Orochimaru. In fact, he had fared better than either her or Sasuke for that matter. But despite that, he still felt like he hadn't done enough. Naruto, she whispered as she watched him stare off into nowhere. I don't understand why you're acting like this. You handled yourself better than all of us against Orochimaru. But you are my teammate and I'll do my best to try and help you through it however I can. Not really thinking about it, Sakura leaned up and gave him a light kiss on his whiskered cheek. Finally, it seemed that the adrenaline she had been running on had run its course. As Sakura closed her eyes and laid her head on Naruto's shoulder. Sasuke should be fine for now. Wake me up if anything changes, she mumbled before finally succumbing to the blissful grip of sleep. Naruto looked at the sleeping form of Sakura and felt a smile form on his face. Her words repeated themselves over and over in his mind as he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Teammates, he thought wistfully. That's what you always tried to teach me, Jiraiya-sensei. But I never truly took your teachings to heart. But now, he looked back down at the young girl sleeping against him and over to the prone form of Sasuke. I finally understand what you were trying to tell me. If I truly wish to be strong, I must be willing to put my life on the line in order to protect those that are precious to me. Hey, looks like I finally caught up to you. Haku. I understand what you meant now. And I swear that I will do everything in my power to live up to your legacy. I will protect my precious people, no matter the cost. His mind finally clear, Naruto drifted off into a light sleep, his smile never leaving. In the shadows of a large tree overlooking the clearing, Team 7 was resting in. 3 people were watching them, waiting for their time to strike. So we finally found him, said the bandaged leader of the group. He was hunched over slightly with a fur pelt covering his back. His sleeves were extremely long, covering his hands and concealing the device he wore. As Orochimaru-sama commanded, we attack at daybreak. Our target is Sasuke Uchiha. But if the other 2 get in our way we can kill them, right? Asked his teammate. He wore a beige shirt that had the kanji for death printed on the front 3 times. He also had a snake pattern scarf around his neck, a trait he shared with both of his teammates. Of course, replied the bandaged genin as they retreated into the shadows to await the rising of the sun. With Team Guy, the sun will be rising soon, said Neji Hyuga as he sat with his team at the base of a large tree. Most of the teams will be resting now, so we'll attack as planned. We'll split up and scout the area. Even if we don't find another team, we meet back here in exactly 30 minutes. Understand? He asked, throwing a kunai into the ground in between the 3 genin. Got it? Said Tenten with a smile. Roger, said Lee with an over-the-top salute. All right then, go. The 3 genin leapt away into the foliage around them, searching for potential targets. Sunrise, second day of exam. The first rays of sunlight flittered into the grove Team 7 was resting in, hitting the face of Sakura and waking her up. Groaning slightly as she sat up, the pinkette couldn't help the small smile when she saw both of her teammates resting peacefully. Naruto was leaning against the root he had claimed ever since they arrived at the grove, while Sasuke seemed to have finally settled down during the night. Her smile disappeared however when she heard a rustling in the bushes across from the grove. Pulling a kunai to defend with, Sakura waited for the person to reveal themselves. She left out a breath when a squirrel came out of the bushes and scampered towards the grove. No. She threw her kunai just in front of the squirrel, scaring the small animal away. That was a close one. She's observant, said Zaku as he and his team stood on the tree overlooking the clearing. She managed to notice the paper bomb on the squirrel. No. That's not it, mumbled Dosu as he surveyed the clearing with his lone eye. What do you mean, Dosu? Asked Zaku. We'll probably find out when we get closer, the mummy man mused. So, let's go. The 3 leapt from their position in the tree and landed on the opposite side of the clearing, causing Sakura's head to snap towards them. Well, you seem to be somewhat awake. No matter. Wake Sasuke Uchiha. We want to fight him. So they finally show themselves, thought Naruto, not showing any signs that he was awake. A lot of people seem to be after Sasuke. That can't be a coincidence. These guys are probably connected to Orochimaru in some way. But they are nowhere near as strong as I expected them to be. Sakura, how will you handle this situation? He thought as he focused his senses so that he could feel everything within the clearing. With Lily leapt across the branches at high speed, his eyes darting around for the slightest sign of any other teams. He stopped on a branch when he saw a small flurry of leaves falling to the ground. If I can catch all 20 of these leaves before they reach the ground, I will one day find love. But should I fail, I will forever remain single. A strange fire appeared in the green-clad Genin's eyes as he launched himself towards the ground, his hands a blur as he grabbed the leaves out of the air. As he was reaching for the last leaf, he noticed a squirrel squirming on the ground trying to get the lit paper bomb off its back. Faster than many could see, Lee picked up the squirrel and crumpled the bomb in his fist, extinguishing it. Phew, made it in time. He sighed as he sat up and threw the useless bomb away. Who would do something so horrible as to put something like this on an innocent creature like you? As if it could understand him, the squirrel turned towards the direction it had come and began squeaking loudly. So they are that way. Show me the way, my little friend. They should pay for doing something so unyouthful. With Team 7 and Auto Team, Sakura was thinking along the same lines as Naruto and decided to try and get some answers from them. I know Orochimaru is behind this. So tell me, what is his reason for being in our village? The three Auto Genin's face registered shock at the question, but it was quickly replaced by ones of confusion. I wonder what Orochimaru-sama is thinking, mumbled Dosu aloud as his single eye narrowed in suspicion. It doesn't matter. But seeing as you know so much, we can't let you go alive. You two hang back. I'll kill this girl. And then I'll kill her two pathetic teammates. Wait, Zaku, said Dosu as he walked forward to where Sakura's kunai was sticking out of the ground. You aren't very good at this, are you? Recently overturned stones, different colors of dirt and grass where it doesn't normally grow. Booby traps are only effective if they go unnoticed. Too bad you won't be alive long enough to use that knowledge. Dosu and his teammates jumped high above the clearing, planning on coming at Sakura from above to finish her off. Sakura smirked as she cut a wire next to her and a giant log swung down towards the airborne Genin. Another trap above? As if we would fall for such a basic ploy, said Dosu as he placed his uncovered right hand on the log while forming a half-ram seal with his left. The log was blasted in half by the sound waves emanating from his gauntlet, but it served its purpose for Sakura as two clones appeared above the three. What? Doten. Earth-style wall. The two clones' cheeks swelled before they expelled a stream of mud, forming a circle around the opposing Genin. The mud rose and solidified into a wall of earth, trapping the Auto Ninja inside it. The two clones landed on top of the wall and began going through hand seals again. But Dosu wasn't going to give them the chance to finish. Placing his right hand on the wall, he once more used the sound vibrations of his gauntlet to shatter the earth. While Kin and Zaku dispatched the clones with kunai, his attacks must utilize some kind of vibrations. That's the only way he could have destroyed that log and my wall. Sakura's thoughts were halted as the three once again launched themselves towards her, ready to end it. Before any of them had a chance to react, a green blur appeared and kicked the three foreign Genin away with a powerful spin kick. Wait, isn't that? Who are you? Asked Dosu as he stood up and looked at the strange newcomer. I am the beautiful green beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, he said as he took the opening stance for his Goken Taijutsu. This time it was Sakura who asked the question. Why are you here? She was slightly relieved at the boy's arrival, but still, it seemed a little too perfect for her liking. I was following a little friend of mine when I saw your fight. Though we may be competitors in this exam, we are still both Konoha ninja. I will not allow one of my comrades to fight alone, especially not one as beautiful as you, Lee said with a small blush as he looked back at Sakura. Thanks for the compliment, but I believe we have more pressing matters to deal with, said Sakura as she drew another kunai and got into a stance in front of her teammates. Yosh. Then let us end this, said Lee as he turned back to the Auto Genin, a fierce determination in his eyes. He seems to be quite advanced in taijutsu. It will be interesting to see how he deals with my attack, thought Dosu as he uncovered his right arm and ran towards the two Konoha Genin. Sakura reacted instantly and threw her kunai, which Dosu jumped over. Rearing his arm back, the bandaged Auto Nin prepared his attack. But before he could, Lee punched his arm straight into the ground and pulled up a massive tree root with his bare hands. That's some impressive strength he has there, thought Naruto, still keeping up his facade of being asleep. I definitely look forward to testing my skills against his in the future. However, he and Sakura are still at a disadvantage. It seems these Auto guys use sound-based techniques, not something that is easily defended against. I just might have to intervene if things get out of hand, especially if those three don't try and help. Unknown to everyone but Naruto, Team 10 had arrived just as the Auto team began their attack, and to say they were surprised would be an understatement. Since when has Sakura of all people been so good? Questioned Shikamaru as he and Choji watched the fight with wide eyes. Ino didn't hear her teammate's question as she was currently lost in thought, memories of her past with Sakura surfacing, as well as what Sakura had said to her before the first exam. Is this what she meant by wanting to protect those she cares for? Sakura? Have I truly fallen so far behind you? Guy-sensei. Please forgive me. But I must use that technique, thought Lee as he unraveled the bandages around his arms. Sakura-san has not fully recovered from her sleep. I will have to handle the brunt of the fighting. I don't know what you're planning, but it won't work, said Dosu as he raised his gauntlet to strike once again. Lee crouched down as the auto nin moved to strike him. But before he had a chance, Lee vanished in an intense burst of speed. He vanished. Lee appeared beneath the bandaged genin and sent him flying with a powerful upward thrust kick. Dosu could do nothing as his limp body flew higher into the air. But sadly, the green-clad genin wasn't finished with him. Appearing underneath the genin, the bandages of Lee's arms wrapped around him, preventing Dosu from countering. Grabbing a hold of his now trapped opponent, the two began to spin at high speed as they fell to the ground head first. Take this. Front lotus. Not good. Dosu can't defend himself like that, said Zaku as he flashed through hand seals. Burying both of his hands underground, the spiky-haired genin released a wave of pressurized air that softened the earth where the two would land. Lee jumped away from his victim just before he impacted with the ground, watching as Dosu crashed into the now softened dirt. His eyes, along with Sakura's and Team 10's, widened when Dosu shakily stood up from the attack. Looks like I made it in time, smirked Zaku as he pulled his hands out of the ground. What a terrifying technique, said Dosu as he shook his head. To cause this amount of damage to my body even though I landed on this soft dirt. But it seems that it also took its toll on you as well. So now it's my turn. Damn, my body hasn't fully recovered yet, thought Lee as he forced both of his arms up to block the incoming strike. It wasn't necessary, however, as a wall of earth rose up, absorbing the impact of the blow as well as the vibrations. What? Who did? Sorry for taking so long, Lee-san. But I'm finally back to full strength, said Sakura as she stood up from her crouched position. I can tell that technique has a drawback to its use. So now it's your turn to rest while I'll fight. Bold words for a weak little girl, said Zaku with a cruel smirk. It won't take us long to finish you off. But I think we'll torture you a little bit. Now, Kin. Sakura's eyes widened as Kin appeared behind her and grabbed onto her hair, holding her in place. My. Your hair has so much more luster than mine. You may have a few impressive techniques, but you're still a pathetic excuse for a kunoichi. The auto kunoichi tightened her grip on Sakura's hair, forcing her to her knees. Zaku. Kill this bitch's teammates in front of her. Let her see just how pathetic she really is. Zaku chuckled as he walked towards the still sleeping Sasuke while Naruto prepared to make his move. Just as he was about to respond, Naruto felt a shift in Sakura's chakra and stayed his hand. It's time that Sakura proved she is a capable kunoichi. Zaku raised his hand towards Naruto and Sasuke. Decapitating airwaves. A pressurized blast of wind was expelled from the holes in his palm, moving to finish off the two Konoha genin. An explosion rocked the clearing as the attack made contact, causing Zaku to smirk while Team 10 couldn't believe what they had just seen. However, the sight that greeted everyone when the dust settled was not what they were expecting. Naruto and Sasuke were completely unharmed with a pile of destroyed earth lying in front of them. What? Kin, I thought you had her. As the two shinobi from Otogakure looked towards their teammate, they saw that she was clutching her stomach with a tuft of pink hair in her right hand. She cut her hair, thought Zaku in realization before he was forced to jump away from falling axe kick that left a small crater on the ground. Sakura, her hair barely reaching her shoulders, pulled out a kunai with a paper bomb attached to it and threw it at the two genin. Stupid girl. Why can't you just learn to stay down? Shouted Zaku as he blasted the kunai away. Just before the bomb exploded, Sakura jumped back as she was standing in front of the still recovering Lee and her resting teammates. Her eyes widened though as multiple senbon pierced her leg and shoulder joints, forcing her to fall to the ground in pain. That was for that punch, you worthless swine, said Kin. Her breathing still labored as she jumped over to her teammates. Zaku. Finish all of them off in one fell swoop. It's time we stopped playing around. Fine by me, he said as he raised his arms to strike again, but was forced to stop as a hail of kunai came out of the bushes. What now? Team 10 appeared in front of the downed Team 7 and Lee, frowns adorning their faces. Give me a break. These guys keep popping up like cockroaches. Ino, said Sakura as she looked up from trying to heal her injuries. Hey Sakura. You didn't think I would let you have all the fun, did you? Said the blonde kunoichi as she looked down at her one-time friend. I understand what you meant now, Sakura. And now I'm going to protect someone I care about. Protect them? How do you plan to protect those weaklings when you can't even protect yourselves? Decapitating airwaves. Once again a blast of pressurized air headed towards the assembled Konoha ninja. Choji. Now. Multi-size jutsu. Choji's body expanded till he resembled a large ball with limbs, retracting his limbs into his body. The Akamichi heir began to roll towards the oncoming attack at speeds that betrayed his size. Human bullet tank. The two attacks met head-on. But due to his rotation, Choji was able to push through it. Air pressure is useless so long as he has that momentum. Zaku move! Shouted Dosu as he moved to attack with his melody arm again. His body froze however as Shikamaru made his move. Shadow imitation jutsu. Complete. Said the Nara heir. You're not going anywhere, pal. Grr. Kin, kill them. Said Zaku as he continued to dodge the rolling form of Choji. Kin nodded and prepared multiple senbon before she felt herself losing control of her body. Kin. What the hell is wrong with you? Kin's not in right now. And unless you surrender your scroll and leave, she dies. Said Ino from inside Kin, pulling out a kunai and putting it to her throat for emphasis. Neither of the two auto shinobi said anything. But Zaku smirked as he jumped away from Choji and aimed at Kin's body. He isn't decapitating airwaves. All of the Konoha shinobi could only look on in horrid realization as the Ino-possessed Kin was blasted into a tree. Ino, get out of there! Shouted Shikamaru when he noticed the blood dripping from the mouth of Ino's real body. Seeing that their usual strategy wasn't going to work, Ino exited Kin's body and returned to her own. What kind of people would willingly sacrifice their own teammate? You don't get it, do you? Said Dosu. Our objective in this forest is not to pass some pathetic test. It's to kill Sasuke Uchiha. As he finished, Shikamaru's shadow retracted and he found himself able to move again. Ah. So it seems 5 minutes is the limit to your technique. Now then. To end this little game of ours. Zaku. Do it. He said as he flicked his gauntlet and focused the sound wave to attack the 5 downed Konoha ninja. No mistakes this time. Extreme decapitating airwave. A massive blast of pressurized air, twice as powerful as the usual ones, merged and amplified the sound waves as they neared their targets. I've seen enough, thought Naruto as he moved to intercept the combined technique. A massive cloud of dust and debris was kicked up from the attack, obscuring the place where the attack hit. Hey, that takes care of that, said Zaku as he moved towards the unconscious form of Kin. Let's get out of here and report back to Orochimaru-sama. Our mission is complete. Dosu nodded as the two moved to leave the clearing before a new voice rang out. Leaving so soon? The fun is just beginning. The two auto shinobi whirled around as the last of the dust settled down, revealing the results of their attack. Naruto stood in front of his fellow Konoha genin, all of whom were astonished that the blonde had managed to stop the powerful attack. Sakura smiled as she watched Naruto face off against the two remaining enemies. She didn't know what caused it, but she could tell that something had changed within her teammate and it had only made him that much stronger. Ino could only stare at the blonde shinobi as he stood directly in front of her. The power he was exuding was almost too much for her budding abilities as a sensor. But instead of overwhelming her, his power almost seemed to envelop her, protecting her. Her body involuntarily shivered at the feeling his power gave off and she felt her own chakra being drawn to his, almost as if the two were connected. What is this feeling? Is this Naruto? But when did he get so powerful? Impossible, muttered Dosu as he looked at the blonde with fear in his eyes. To be able to stop an attack of that magnitude, we must retreat. We are no match for him. Zaku. We're leaving. Now. I don't think so, said Naruto before he blurred forward and kicked Zaku in the stomach, causing him to double over. You threatened my teammates and my comrades. That is something I will never forgive. Grabbing the spiky-haired boy by the scarf, the blonde shinobi threw him into the air before flashing through hand seals. Sweeten. Water bullet jutsu. Kneading chakra in his stomach, Naruto expelled a powerful torrent of water from his mouth towards the airborne Zaku. Still dazed from the kick, Zaku could do nothing to defend himself and received the full force of the attack. The torrent forced him even higher into the air and he collided painfully against the trunk of a tree. Naruto ended his technique and turned to see Dosu attempting to attack from his blind spot. Grabbing the edge of the top scroll on his back, Naruto jumped away from Auto Genin and unrolled it slightly, causing a cloud of smoke to appear. Dosu tried to see through the smoke, but it proved to be futile. His eyes flickered to Zaku, who had just landed on his left arm with a loud snap. His small moment of inattention would cost him, however, as Naruto appeared in front of him, a katana in hand. Dosu's eyes widened as he tried to get away, but Naruto was faster. His blade met its mark and sliced Dosu's right arm off at the elbow. Removing his melody arm, Dosu gasped in pain as he jumped over to Zaku's twitching form. This is different. He is much more powerful than the others. Wait, he said when he saw Naruto moving to finish him. He pulled out his team's earth scroll and placed it on the ground, slowly backing away from the blonde. Take it and let us leave. We are in no shape to continue fighting you. Naruto glared at the mummified man, but nodded in acceptance. Dosu sighed as he used his stump of an arm to hold up Zaku while throwing Kin over his shoulder with the other. not wanting to give the blonde genin a chance to change his mind. Dosu immediately jumped away. Sighing, Naruto resealed his katana back into his scroll before picking up the scroll Dosu had left. Turning to head back towards his fellow Konoha shinobi, he noticed Sakura had finally managed to treat her own wounds and had started helping Lee with his. Shikamaru and Shoji were sitting on the ground resting. Though they didn't really need it. Ino, however, hadn't moved at all. She was still standing in the place she had been since Naruto appeared and was staring at her fellow blonde with mixture of emotions. Wonder, gratitude, shock and a small trace of lust. All flittered across Ino's eyes, causing Naruto to smile slightly at the effect he had on her. Truth was he wasn't as oblivious to the fairer sex as he seemed to be. He had Jiraiya to thank for that. The man had done everything he could to get Naruto to follow the ways of the pervert. But he always refused. That didn't mean he didn't learn a great deal about women during his time with his godfather. He had learned to appreciate a female's body and looks. But he was just much more subtle about it than the self-proclaimed super pervert. He had noticed early on that Sakura, Hinata and Ino all had the makings of future ravishing beauties. But there was something about his fellow blonde that intoxicated him. Pushing those thoughts aside, Naruto walked over to the blonde Kunoichi. Hey Ino. You alright? Ino almost collapsed into a pile of mush at the sound of Naruto's deepening voice. Composing herself as best she could, Ino nodded the affirmative to her fellow blonde. Why yeah. But shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? You just took on those two all by yourself. Chuckling slightly, Naruto shook his head. It's okay Ino. And I'm fine. See? Not a scratch on me. Ino absently nodded as her eyes traveled up and down Naruto's body. Now that he was close to her, she could clearly see the hard muscles all along his body. Oh my god. He really is ripped, thought Ino with a little bit of drool coming out of the corner of her mouth. Ino. What scroll do you guys need to pass this exam? We need an earth scroll, she said, pulling out her team's heaven scroll. Naruto smiled that heart-melting smile of his that Ino was slowly becoming addicted to and handed her the earth scroll the auto team had left. Why are you giving us this scroll? Don't you need it? No. We already have both of our scrolls. Besides, consider it a thank you for helping Sakura even when you didn't have to. Shooting her one last smile, Naruto made his way over to the rest of the genin in the clearing. How's everyone doing? Any major injuries? He already knew that none of them had been seriously hurt because he had been watching the battle. But he didn't want to give away the fact that he was a sensor just yet. Although if I did I could probably help Ino develop her sensory abilities. No, we're good, said Shikamaru as he laid back on the ground and looked up at the treetops. It may have been troublesome, but at least we held those guys off long enough for you to wake up from your nap. So he did notice, thought Naruto. Well, you guys have my thanks. And you don't have to worry about getting another scroll from a different team. They left us an earth scroll and I gave it to Ino. You guys are all set. Gee. Thanks Naruto, said Choji in between bites of chips. Where the hell did he get that? Thought Naruto with a sweat drop. Whatever. Turning his attention to the green-clad genin, Sakura was still healing. Another smile appeared on Naruto's face. Lee. Right? He asked, getting a nod from the boy. Well Lee. You have my thanks for assisting Sakura. Now I believe your team is here for you. Looking up to one of the multiple branches above the clearing, Naruto locked eyes with Neji Hyuga. Everyone followed his gaze and was surprised at the appearance of the two genin. How did he sense our presence from this distance? Thought Neji in mild surprise, though his face remained set in a frown. Lee. It is time to go. We have business to attend to. Lee stood up from where Sakura had been treating him and flashed the pinkhead a gracious smile. Thank you for healing me, Sakura-san. Turning to Naruto, Lee struck what everyone would later learn was his signature, nice guy, pose. Naruto. My youthful friend. It was an honor to meet you. I hope that one day we may be allowed to test our skills against one another. But for now this is goodbye. Until next we meet. My eternal rival. Naruto chuckled nervously at that, having heard stories from Kakashi about his own eternal rival. Why yeah. Eternal rivals, and I also look forward to the day we may face one another. It would be an honor to test myself against someone such as you. Lee gained a fire in his eyes as he shouted about the flames of youth, before Tenten finally managed to drag him out of the clearing. Well, that was disturbing. You can say that again, said a familiar voice from inside the grove. Everyone turned to see Sasuke walking towards them, looking back to normal, if a little tired. Sakura was next to him in a flash, running a quick diagnostic to see if he was truly ready to be moving yet. Once she gave the all clear, Naruto turned to the gathered Team 10. You know, since both of our teams already have the scroll we need to pass, why don't we travel together? Most of the people here will think twice about attacking two teams at once. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement with their blonde teammate. Having Team 10 along would greatly reduce their chance of getting attacked, and even if some of the competitors were stupid enough to try and attack 6 genin, it would be that much easier to defeat them. Shikamaru saw the logic in the idea as well. But he knew that if he volunteered them for something that Ino didn't want, it would end with him having a massive headache from her shouting. To his surprise, Ino almost jumped at the offer. Whether because it was the safest way for all of them to reach the tower, or just because she wanted to be around Sasuke more, he didn't know. The Nara genius had no idea how accurate his thoughts about Ino were. But he was wrong about who she wanted to be around. Ino was quickly forgetting about her crush on Sasuke, and replacing it with a growing interest in her fellow blonde. She still couldn't understand what it was about the power he wielded, but something about it drove her wild when he had unleashed it against the Auto Genin, and she could honestly say she wanted to experience that again. Naruto's assumption proved correct, as the two teams experienced no trouble from any of the other teams as they made their way to the tower. Once they had arrived, the two teams went to their respective doors and entered the tower. After deciphering the riddle and opening their 2 scrolls, Team 7 was greeted by none other than Iruka, who explained the riddle's meaning to them before showing them to the room they would be staying in until the end of the exam. That was where they were now, each sitting on their own bed. Naruto looked over to Sasuke and saw him rubbing the spot where his new curse mark was. Sasuke. What happened after Orochimaru bit you? Sasuke cringed at the memory of what transpired in his mind, but pushed through it. I was confronted by another version of me, though this one was younger. It was talking about how it was my fault that my brother killed our clan, that if I had been stronger and had more power, I could have prevented it. A single tear fell as he thought about his deceased family, and he did nothing to hide it. He trusted Naruto and Sakura enough to let them see him like this. It tried to convince me to accept the power it was offering and to defeat the ones who were attacking us on my own, to show everyone my power. But I managed to fight it off. I pushed it back when I felt your guy's chakra and was reminded that if I truly wanted to understand what it means to have real power, I need to believe in my teammates and comrades. Naruto and Sakura smiled at their friend. It seemed that all of them had learned a valuable lesson while they were in the forest. Naruto's face then turned serious as something Jiraiya had told him once caused an ingenious, if completely insane idea to form in his mind. Hey guys, he said, interrupting the small conversation Sasuke and Sakura were having. I just thought of something you might be interested in, though I'll have to tell you a few facts for you to understand. The two nodded and gave their full attention to their teammate, both of them curious as to what he may be planning. All right. Now first, Team 7 stood alongside the other genin that had passed the second phase of the chunin exams, all but a few showing obvious signs of battle. Before them stood the Hokage along with Anko, Ibiki and a sickly-looking Junin. Behind them were the Junin senseis of the teams that had passed the exam, all standing at attention in the presence of the legendary Sandaime Hokage. Sarutobi's gaze swept across the 7 teams of genin, impressed by the unusual turnout, for so many to have passed, most of them being rookies. Truly impressive. Glancing over his shoulder at his 4 most prominent Junin, he smirked around his pipe. No wonder they nominated them. Turning back to the genin, the Hokage's eyes zeroed in on his adoptive blonde grandson. The boy had his arms crossed in front of his chest, a small smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he waited for what was to come. Minato, Kushina, you would be proud of your son. He truly is a remarkable shinobi, one that I believe will one day transcend the legends of old. For a brief moment, an image of Naruto's parents seemed to envelope the boy before disappearing, causing the Hokage's smirk to widen slightly. Though he and his shinobi, except those competing, weren't allowed to enter the forest during the exam, the Hokage had other means of keeping track of certain individuals' progress. He had observed Naruto and his team ever since they entered the forest with the use of his crystal ball. He had seen how the 3 had dealt with the appearance of Orochimaru and later the fight with the Auto Genin. His smirk faltered as he thought of his wayward student and all of the deeds he had committed. He had already increased the patrols around the village, more than doubling the activity of the Anbu within the village's walls. He had also recalled as many shinobi as possible from the field without it looking suspicious. Despite the calm front he put on for the sake of his village and his soldiers, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something that he believed would decide the fate of Konoha when Orochimaru made his move. Alright you brats. Listen up. Hokage-sama will now explain the 3rd stage of the chunin exams, shouted Anko, breaking the Hokage's morbid thoughts as he refocused on the assembled genin. Hokage-sama, if you please. Thank you Anko, said the Sandaime as he blew out a cloud of smoke. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on passing the 2nd stage. You should all be proud. This is the first time in many years that so many promising genin have made it this far in the exam. Now before I tell you about the 3rd exam, there is something you should know about these exams. Seeing that he had their attention, He went on to explain about how the exams were the substitute for war between the countries and how they were used as a means of displaying a country and village's strength to the other nations. Now, as to the third test itself, before he could continue, the sickly Junin appeared kneeling in front of his cage. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama," he said. "But please, as the proctor for the third exam, allow me to take things from here." "Of course," the veteran Cage said as he took a puff of his pipe. Nodding once, the Junin stood and faced the 7 teams of genin, his features reaffirming that he was indeed ill. "Hello everyone. My name is Hayate Gecko, the proctor for the final stage. Before we get to that, however, I'm afraid we must have a preliminary round to determine who shall participate in the main event." Surprising to those who knew him, Shikamaru was the one to react. "Preliminary? What the hell do we need a preliminary for?" Hayate coughed a few times into his hand before answering. "Because so many of you have made it this far, we must hold a preliminary in accordance with the rules of the exams. As Hokage-sama pointed out, many influential individuals will be present for the final rounds and we cannot afford to waste their time. So to reduce the number of contestants and to ensure only the best are allowed to move on, we will hold a preliminary round right here and now. However, if there are any of you who don't feel up to the challenge, you may withdraw from the competition now." Only one genin raised their hand and Naruto's eyes narrowed when he saw that it belonged to Kabuto. "I'm out. I don't have enough chakra left to compete." Hayate made a note on a file he pulled out of his flak jacket before dismissing Kabuto. Naruto and his team knew something wasn't right as they watched the silver-haired genin exit the arena. "Out of chakra my ass," thought Naruto. "It doesn't even seem like he used any chakra at all while he was in the forest. I have a bad feeling about all of this. I have to speak with Hokage Gigi as soon as possible." "Enko," began Hayate, bringing everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. The snake mistress nodded and spoke into the headset she was wearing, causing a panel on the wall to rise, revealing a hidden monitor underneath. "This board will display the participants for every match. I know it's sudden, but we will choose the first 2 fighters now. Those 2 shall remain here while the rest of you make your way to the observation platforms with your respective junins. Now, let's begin the selection." Naruto and the other participating genin watched as the board cycled through random names before finally stopping on the first 2 combatants. "Will Shino Aburame and Masumi Tsurugi step forward please?" The ever-stoic Aburame stepped around his 2 teammates and moved to stand across from one of Kabuto's teammates. Masumi was dressed exactly like the other members of his team. A purple full bodysuit with a tan obi around his waist. He also had a purple mask that hung around his face, obscuring everything but his glass-covered eyes from view. "If the rest of you could please relocate to the observation platforms, we can begin," Hayate said as everyone started making their way towards the 2 platforms that overlooked the arena. Once everyone was clear, Hayate looked between the 2 boys before coughing a few times. "Now then, this will be an all-out fight. Anything and everything goes. Understand?" The 2 genin nodded. "Good. The match is over when one of you is either knocked out, forfeits or dies. I may step in during the match and declare a winner to avoid any unnecessary killing. Are both fighters ready?" Again the 2 genin merely nodded, already sizing each other up and preparing the best way to attack. "Very well, the first match." "Hajime," said Hayate as he swung his arm down before jumping away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. "I will give you one chance to surrender. You cannot hope to defeat me once I unleash my technique," said Masumi, shifting into a loose taijutsu stance. Shino's only response was to pull his left hand out of his pocket and let it hang at his side. Masumi glared at the Aburame heir before launching himself at the stoic genin. "Cocky little bastard. Do you honestly think a rookie like you can defeat me?" The purple-clad genin swung his left arm in an attempt to hit Shino with the side of his fist, but it was blocked by Shino's arm coming up and blocking with his forearm. Before Shino could counter, Masumi's arm and body suddenly began to wrap around his person, holding him in place. "I told you. Now give up before I'm forced to break your neck." The bespectacled shinobi grunted as he tightened his rubber-like arm around Shino's neck, assuming one's superiority to another and declaring victory before the true fight has even begun. "A truly foolish belief," said Shino, not showing any signs that the threat had affected him. Masumi growled in frustration before jerking his right arm slightly, causing a loud snapping sound to reverberate throughout the arena. Most of the rookie genin's eyes widened as they watched Shino's head fall limp. Hinata appeared to be on the verge of tears while Kiba had a look of disbelief on his face. Ino, Shikamaru and Choji were shocked that one of their fellow rookies had just been killed by another Konoha genin. Sakura looked slightly worried. But when Naruto, Sasuke and even Kakashi didn't show any reaction, she knew that things weren't as they seemed and the tide of battle was about to shift. "Fool," mumbled Masumi as he began to unravel himself from the dead body. He had just loosened his grip on the neck when Shino's body suddenly dissolved into countless insects. What the? He began, but he stopped short as he felt his chakra rapidly leaving his body as the insects swarmed around him. The last thing the older genin saw before he slipped into unconsciousness was Shino appearing across from him, completely unharmed. Hayate sighed as he watched the swarm of bugs leave Masumi's body and return to Shino. Even though he is young, he fights with the cunning and ruthlessness of a seasoned shinobi. To be expected of the Aburame heir. Winner of the first match. Shino Aburame, he said as the medics came and carted the unconscious Masumi away. We will now begin the selection for the second match. As the screen cycled through names again, Shino silently rejoined his team. Good job, Shino. You handled yourself well in that fight. Not many of your fellow rookies could have handled that situation as well as you did. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, he said in his usual monotone. But I'm afraid you are mistaken. Kurenai raised an eyebrow in surprise while Kiba and Hinata looked at their teammate, silently asking him to explain. There are 2 genin among this year's rookies that could have easily defeated my opponent without much effort. They are by far the most skilled from our class and I doubt I would be able to defeat them should I face them in combat. Well, come on, Shino, spit it out. Who are these 2? Asked Kiba, arrogantly thinking that he was one of the 2, with Sasuke most likely being the other. The 3 other teams on the balcony with them had silently been listening in, but now they all turned their full attention to the bug user. Except Team 7, who continued to watch the screen shuffling through the names. They are Sasuke Uchiha, he said, confirming what many of the others had suspected. But only those who had witnessed it in the forest believed the second name. And Naruto Uzumaki. What? You honestly expect me to believe that Naruto, the dead last, is that strong? I can understand Sasuke. But Naruto? Yelled Kiba in surprise. He may have been Naruto's friend when they were younger. But his pride wouldn't allow him to believe that Naruto could possibly be that strong. Hinata didn't say anything. She just glanced at Naruto and felt a blush spread across her cheeks as she took in his new appearance. She had always known he was good-looking, something that no other girl had ever taken the time to see. But his new outfit combined with the aura he had about him nearly caused the young girl to faint. Everyone's attention was drawn back to the matter at hand as the board beeped, signaling the selection had been made. Will Sasuke Uchiha and Kankuro no Sabaku please come down? Said Hayate before coughing into his hand. Sasuke smirked as he prepared to jump down to the arena before a hand on his shoulder stopped him. Turning to the owner of the hand, Sasuke saw Naruto with a serious expression on his face. What's up, Naruto? Naruto glanced over at the Suna team and saw Kankuro leisurely walking towards the stairs to the arena. Do not underestimate him, Sasuke. If I'm right about the type of technique he uses, you can't afford to let your guard down. Sasuke and Sakura had learned quickly that Naruto was far more observant than he let on. In the week they had spent together before the exams, Naruto had scarcely been wrong in his observations. So if he believed that Sasuke's opponent was not to be underestimated, then it probably was so. Sasuke nodded as a look of determination appeared in his eyes. Don't worry. I won't let that happen. After all. A small smirk spread across his lips as he met Naruto's gaze. You owe me a rematch from our last spar. And I plan on having it in the finals. A smirk of his own formed as Naruto took his hand off of Sasuke's shoulder and held it up in front of his face. Sasuke brought his own hand up and clasped it with Naruto's. Couldn't have said it better myself. Sasuke Teme. Lowering their hands, the 2 shinobi shared one last smirk before Sasuke jumped down into the arena and faced an irate-looking Kankuro. About time you got down here. I was beginning to think you'd forfeit, said Kankuro, trying to get a rise out the last Uchiha. Sasuke's smirk never wavered as he stared down his opponent. As if an Uchiha never backs down from a fight, knowing that if the banter kept up, one of the boys would eventually lose it and attack the other. Hayate stepped forward and raised his arm. Are both fighters ready? He asked, though he and everyone else already knew the answer. Receiving 2 nods, Hayate swung his arm down and jumped away. The second match. Hajime. Sasuke didn't waste a second. Before Hayate was even clear, he pulled out a kunai and threw it at the black-clad genin. Not expecting such a preemptive attack from the Konoha genin, Kankuro barely managed to dodge the kunai as it sailed past his head. Caught off guard and unbalanced, the Suna genin couldn't defend against the follow-up and received a strong punch to the face because of it. Not letting up in his assault, Sasuke dropped to the ground and tried to sweep Kankuro's legs out from under him. Luckily for Kankuro, he managed to regain enough of his senses to jump over the leg sweep and retaliate with a kick of his own. Taking a page out of the old Naruto's book of doing the unexpected, Sasuke substituted himself with the wrapped object on Kankuro's back, allowing it to take the kick instead. Kankuro could only widen his eyes when he felt the splintering of wood beneath his foot, instead of the squishing of flesh. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, Sasuke grabbed onto the back of Kankuro's shirt and threw him over his shoulder towards one of the walls. Remembering Naruto's advice, Sasuke quickly jumped away from the partially revealed puppet, just in time to avoid being skewered by a barrage of senbon. Knowing that he would be in trouble if was caught by surprise with one of those attacks, Sasuke channeled chakra into his eyes and activated his Sharingan, wincing as the curse seal tried to spread and take over. "No, I won't let this thing control me," thought the black-haired genin as images of his teammates flashed in his mind, reinforcing his will and repressing the tainted power of the mark. Disguised as the sensei of the auto team, Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Sasuke suppress his cursed seal with willpower alone. But his surprise quickly turned into a predatory smirk. "To be able to resist the power of the cursed seal, you will truly be the perfect vessel for my next body, Sasuke-kun." Standing behind her leader, Anko was in a state of disbelief as Sasuke suppressed the seal. She had felt the spike of the tainted chakra through her own cursed seal and had almost intervened when Sasuke had forced the mark to recede. "The curse is receding. How the hell did he manage to stop it?" Kankuro cursed when his attack missed. How the hell did he know to dodge? He didn't have his Sharingan activated and he wasn't even facing Karasu. So how the hell did he dodge? Picking himself up from where he had landed on the ground, Kankuro twitched his fingers and Karasu appeared in front of him, free of the bandages that were wrapped around him. "I don't know how you did that, but it won't happen again." With a few movements of his fingers, all four of Karasu's arms opened at the elbow. The top two arms fired a small purple ball each at the Uchiha's feet while the remaining two unleashed a wave of senbon. Thanks to his Sharingan, Sasuke noticed the liquid coating the needles and immediately knew that Naruto had been right. Poison. No wonder Naruto told me to keep my guard up. One little scratch and it's all over, he thought as he jumped away, avoiding the senbon and just clearing the range of the poison smoke cloud. Unfortunately, Kankuro wasn't being lax in his efforts to kill the last Uchiha and moved Karasu in close to Sasuke, poison-tipped blades extending from each arm. It was only thanks to his dojutsu that Sasuke managed to avoid each of the blade's attempts at cutting and piercing him. Seeing an opening in the puppet's attacks, Sasuke jumped back to get some distance and threw 2 handfuls of shuriken in a wide arc around the puppet. Kankuro smirked seeing the weapons completely miss his puppet, but it quickly vanished when he noticed that they were aimed at him instead. Jumping into the air to avoid the lethal stars, the Suna genin cursed as he felt his strings attached to Karasu loosen slightly. "Damn it. He's attacking me directly to lessen my control over Karasu," thought Kankuro as he landed safely on the floor of the arena. His respite was cut short when Sasuke appeared behind him and kicked him towards his puppet. "Fool," thought Kankuro as he flipped in midair and landed on his feet next to his puppet. "For a moment there I thought he might have figured out how to counter a puppeteer. But it looks like..." An explosion cut off Kankuro's thoughts as he was blown into the wall on the far side of the arena. His body riddled with pieces of shrapnel, from splinters to the broken remains of Karasu's blades. Sasuke smirked as he saw the results of the paper bomb he had placed on the puppet. "You shouldn't have let your guard down. You assumed that just because you were the one controlling that puppet, there was no way it could be used to attack you. It seems you were wrong." Kankuro struggled to lift his head enough to see his unscathed opponent and forced out, How?" Sasuke walked over to his discarded shuriken and placed all of them back into their proper holster. "The shuriken were just a distraction to keep your mind and attention off of your puppet. While you were in the air and focused on the shuriken, I hid a paper bomb under your puppet's cloak. When you didn't immediately call the puppet back to you, I took matters into my own hands and forced you closer to it and let the bomb handle the rest." That was the last thing Kankuro heard before he lost consciousness and slumped back into the wall. Sasuke jumped back up to his team just as the medics arrived to take Kankuro away. "You may want to hurry and get him treated. Those blades were laced with poison." The 3 medics immediately rushed Kankuro out of the arena and to the infirmary to be treated. It may have been in the context of the chunin exams, but if one of the Kage's sons died while in their care it could lead to some political trouble for the village. "Good work, Sasuke," said Kakashi with an eye smile. "You won the battle. Yet you didn't reveal much of what you are truly capable of. That will give you an edge over the rest of the competition in the finals. Unless of course, you face one of us," Sakura said, a challenging smirk on her face. "You may want to have your rematch with Naruto here during the finals. But if either of you two ends up fighting me, you may not get the chance." "We shall see, Sakura. We shall see," said Naruto as he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "Though I must admit, it would be interesting to see how we all fare against one another in an all-out fight. We have only ever sparred against one another under Kakashi-sensei's watch and he never allows us to go full power on each other. With good reason. If the 3 of you were to engage in an all-out fight with one another, the results of the fight would be uncharacteristically similar to those left by 2 Junin engaging one another. That is a repair bill I would rather not have to pay, Kakashi said, shivering at the thought of having to pay that much to repair their training ground. It was at that moment that Asuma, Guy and Kurenai, who had been listening in on the conversation, decided to speak up. Really, Kakashi? You believe that the three of them fighting each other would result in damage similar to two chunin? Your students may indeed be youthful, but even I have to doubt the truth of that claim. Asuma and Kurenai both voiced their agreement with Guy's assumption. They may have heard of what Naruto and Sakura were capable of from Ino when she arrived, and Sasuke's skills had always been top-notch. All three would quite possibly be chunin by the end of the exam. But comparing them to Junin standards was something else entirely. Guy has a point, Kakashi, said Asuma as he blew out a cloud of smoke. No one can argue that your students don't have skill. Probably enough so to become chunin. But you know better than most that the gap between chunin and junin is vast. To even suggest that 3 genin, no matter how skilled, fighting would have similar results as 2 junin fighting is ridiculous. You shouldn't inflate their egos by making such a bold claim. It will only lead them to being arrogant in battle and getting themselves killed. Kakashi frowned as he faced his fellow Junin. His ever-present smut nowhere to be seen. You could insult him all day and he wouldn't care. But insulting his students and going so far as to say that he was trying to make them arrogant was crossing the line. Perhaps I should be a little more specific with that statement. If the 3 of them were to fight one another in a 3-way, all-out fight, the resulting destruction would easily be the same as that of 2 rookie Junin. You forget that my team was designed to be an assault team. So their abilities are more focused to gaining an edge in combat with more destructive force. They and I know the limits of their current power, and it is far from what the 4 of us are capable of. But be that as it may, I will not stand idly by and let you slander my students by claiming them to be arrogant. From his place on the balcony, the Hokage had heard everything that was being said amongst his 4 most promising genin teams. He had seen what Team 7 was capable of, and he had to agree with Kakashi that the results of such a fight would indeed be extensive. However, he couldn't stop the frown that formed at what the other Junin were saying about his adoptive grandson's team. He understood that they were merely trying to act in the best interest of the genin. Asuma's claim of genin becoming arrogant about such things held merit. But then again, he didn't know the full extent of Team 7's capabilities. Kakashi's response was as he had expected. But his eyes widened when he recognized the tone in Kakashi's voice. He had only heard that tone once before when 2 newly promoted chunin insulted Naruto within earshot of the copy ninja. The 2 fools had spent 2 months in the hospital and had been forced to retire early from Konoha's ranks as the injuries Kakashi had inflicted on the 2 were too severe for them to continue as ninja. Just as he was about to interfere, lest the 4 Junin end up in a war with one another, Naruto's voice cut through the tension in the air. Kakashi-sensei. The cycloptic Junin turned to his blonde student, his anger at his fellow Junins shining in his lone eye. Ignore them. Everyone within hearing range registered shock at the blonde's statement, though the undertone in his voice almost made it seem like an order. My fellow genin will have to forgive me for this, but I feel this must be said. Your senseis have the audacity to question mine and my teammates' skills, even though they do not know or understand the true extent what we are capable of. Kakashi is the only Junin in this room who knows what we can do, and as our sensei it is his right to make such a claim if he believes it to be true. Turning his head to look at the 3 Junin in question, he fixed each of them with a glare that almost made them flinch. Given that, it seems that it is not we who are in danger of becoming arrogant, but the 3 of you who have become arrogant in your own power. The 3 senseis were shocked to hear this coming from a genin, but no matter how they tried to argue the fact, the points the boy had made were all true, though they wouldn't admit it aloud. The reason for their rather unprovoked reaction to Kakashi's claim was because of their pride in their own teams. Asuma and Kurenai had been training their teams for the same amount of time as Kakashi had been training his, and while they were both confident their teams could take on an elite chunin together, they were far from facing off against a Junin on their own. Guy had trained his team for over a year, and while he himself may have believed his students could do much the same as Kakashi's, he was not one to voice it for fear of them becoming arrogant. Or more so in the case of Neji. Should they hear it? That Kakashi was openly willing to say something like that to his team had gotten under his skin, as he felt his rival was trying to make his students believe they were stronger than they were. Something he had always strived to prevent. Not only in his own team but in other genin as well. Their students couldn't help but agree with Naruto, even if only for the fact that their teachers passed judgment without proper knowledge. One thing that had been drilled into them in the academy was to never assume something. And that was exactly what their teachers had done. Team 10, and more specifically Ino, wholeheartedly agreed with Naruto. They may have seen some of what the members of Team 7 were capable of in the forest, but that was as individuals, and they were sure they hadn't even seen half of that. Now their sensei was questioning Team 7's abilities as a whole without even understanding what they were capable of on their own. Well, now that that matter is settled, shall we continue with the preliminaries? I think everyone has been given sufficient thoughts to ponder for the time being, said the Hokage as he nodded to Hayate to begin the next selection. The board immediately began running through names again before stopping on the next two combatants. Will Kiba Inuzuka and Dosu Kinuta come down for the third match? Dosu silently made his way down the steps to the arena, while Kiba, with Akamaru at his side, jumped off the balcony, putting his thoughts aside and focusing on the fight at hand. Both fighters ready? Asked Hayate once the two boys were standing in front of him. Dosu and Kiba silently nodded with Akamaru giving a bark of his own. Very well. Hajime. Kiba jumped back with Akamaru and slipped into the opening stance for his clan's taijutsu. I don't know how you and your team managed to pass the last exam with two of you being handicapped. But you won't be going any further. Forming the tiger seal to focus his chakra, Kiba bent down and placed his hands on the ground. Four legs jutsu. His naturally animalistic features became even more feral with his nails lengthening into claws and his teeth becoming fangs. I may be missing an arm, but a shinobi is never without tricks, said Dosu as he raised left arm above his head and let his sleeve fall down, revealing a new melody arm attached to it. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the auto genin. He had studied the gauntlet he severed along with Dosu's arm and had a rough idea of how he manipulated the sound vibrations it produced. Dosu, he shouted, catching everyone off guard. I should warn you. I know how your technique works. If you so much as try and use it against any of us bystanders, you'll regret it. Dosu's eye widened slightly as his plan of exacting revenge against the blonde failed before he even had a chance to implement it. Damn him. He must have studied the melody arm he took from me. No matter. I'll just have to take it out on this fool, he thought, refocusing on the feral genin before him, only to be forced to jump away as the spinning form of Kiba almost collided with his chest. Kiba stopped his spin in midair and turned to see Dosu charging him with his left arm cocked back. That's right, you dumbass. Focus all of your attention on me, thought Kiba, drawing a kunai and moving to meet Dosu halfway. Just before the two were about to collide, a second twister came from the left and nailed the mummified genin in the side. Dosu grunted as he tumbled painfully across the stone floor before managing to right himself and skidding a few feet. Looking back towards his opponent, he mentally cursed when he saw two Kibas rushing him with their claws at the ready. Because of their enhanced senses, Inuzukas should be incredibly susceptible to my attacks. But as long as he and that mutt of his are spinning at those speeds, my vibrations won't reach them. I'll have to strike the moment they end their rotation to have any chance of winning, thought the auto genin. Once Kiba and the transformed Akamaru were only a few feet away, they both jumped and began to spin again, preparing to unleash their most powerful technique. Fang passing fang, said Kiba's distorted voice as the two drills began a barrage of attacks against the one-armed genin. Dosu, to his credit, managed to avoid quite a few of the Inuzuka duo's attempts at striking him, though he did receive a few injuries in the process. Kiba and Akamaru broke off their attack and both landed on opposite sides of their opponent. Growling in frustration, Kiba pulled out two purple smoke bombs and threw them at Dosu's feet before he and Akamaru began their assault anew. So he's using his sense of smell to track my position and at the same time removing my ability to see to make it harder to counter. Dosu chuckled slightly as he closed his one eye and listened for the two incoming attacks. Unfortunately, he's not the only one who has other means of finding someone. With that, the two shinobi and one ninkin began their dance of attacking and dodging once again, with Dosu receiving even less injuries as he relied solely on his ears to track the two spinning bodies. Up on the balcony, Naruto, still leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, was examining every aspect of the fight taking place. Both combatants were incredibly skilled despite their rank, something that could be said for just about all of the genin present. But they both also had a gaping flaw in their fighting styles. Kiba relied solely on his clan's techniques and taijutsu to fight, as well as relying heavily on Akamaru's assistance to overwhelm their opponents. Dosu's fighting style, as he had learned in the forest, revolved completely around manipulating the vibrations produced by his melody arm. Without it, he would probably be completely useless in combat. Naruto sighed quietly so as not to draw the attention of his team. It seemed the two genin thought the same as many shinobi did, that if they trained and mastered a single aspect of the ninja arts, then they could easily defeat an opponent using their advanced abilities in that area. What many failed to realize until they reached at least Junin rank, however, was that that kind of over-specialization would more often than not lead to them being defeated and forced into a retreat, or even outright killed. It seems that most of our graduating class is more overly specialized than I first thought. I'll have to work on correcting that sooner rather than later, he thought before refocusing on the match just in time to see Kiba and Akamaru finally land two solid blows on Dosu, managing to knock the foreign genin out long enough for Hayate to declare Kiba the winner. That was a pretty even match, said Sakura from her place standing next to the railing. Though I wonder why that Dosu guy didn't just use his technique right from the beginning. If he had, Kiba and Akamaru would both have been so disoriented they wouldn't have been able to fight. It's because of the nature of his technique, said Naruto, getting 3 interested looks from his team. When I was examining the gauntlet attached to the arm I cut off, I discovered that while it does increase sound vibrations to the fullest, it isn't that effective unless the user and target are in close proximity to one another. The longer the distance, the more chakra one has to use to guide the vibrations and the weaker the vibrations become. From what I can tell, its truly effective range is about 10 feet or less. Looks like their sound techniques aren't as much of a threat as we previously thought, Sasuke said with a smirk as he watched the screen speed through the names of the remaining genin. He was interested to see what both of his teammates were capable of in single combat. He had only woken up after Naruto had defeated the Auto team and he greatly wanted to see what the blonde could do in a real fight instead of a spar. He was also really curious about Sakura's abilities on her own. He had seen how she handled herself against Orochimaru and greatly wanted to see what she could do without his or Naruto's help. Excellent work, Kiba, said Kurenai as the Inuzuka heir rejoined the rest of Team 8. Your attacks are getting faster and more ferocious. Though you seemed a little bit desperate to end the match quickly. Why was that? Did it have something to do with what that Naruto kid said? Kiba nodded as he petted Akamaru. Yeah. That mummy guy was startled by Naruto's warning and he didn't even seem like he was paying attention to me or Akamaru before the fight began. But after what Naruto said, he focused solely on me. Like he planned on doing what he couldn't do to Naruto. To me. Do you really think he would have tried to attack Naruto-kun instead? Asked Hinata, worried about what might have happened to her crush. It is possible, said Shino, who was talking to a bug on his finger. My insects detected trace amounts of Naruto-san's chakra on him, meaning he and his team fought against Naruto-san at some point during the second stage. Given their current condition, it seems logical that Naruto was most likely the one to inflict those injuries to them. Hinata's eyes widened slightly at the thought of the Naruto she thought she knew causing such harm to another person. It just didn't seem possible that the bright and smiling blonde she had come to love could be so cruel to anyone. Enemy or not. Naruto-kun wouldn't really do that, would he? She asked. Not entirely certain she wanted the answer to that question. Kiba sighed, but nodded. That's probably what happened. Hinata looked to be on the verge of tears at the thought of her Naruto-kun being so cruel. Hinata, I know you like the guy. Though I don't understand why. But we have to face facts. That guy had Naruto's scent on him as well. Meaning he was more than close enough to him for Naruto to inflict those kinds of injuries. Also, I picked up a faint metallic scent on his right arm. Probably from the sword that was used to sever it. Sasuke and Sakura don't have any kind of weapon with them that could cut that cleanly through a human arm, and with his sudden change, we have no idea what Naruto's capable of or what those scrolls are for. I don't like it either, Hinata. But everything points to Naruto being the one who caused the injuries. Kurenai nodded in agreement with her student's analysis, causing a single tear to escape Hinata's eyes. The red-eyed Junin felt her heart ache at the sight of the girl she thought of as a daughter obviously in so much pain. But she needed to learn the darker side of the ninja life. No matter how much Kurenai wanted to keep her protected from it. The board beeping again drew everyone's attention as they looked to see who would be fighting next. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes narrowed before they looked at each other and silently nodded. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and focused solely on the arena, ready to commit everything about the next match to memory. At the same time, Naruto glanced a little ways down the balcony and spotted the smirking form of Neji Hyuga. From the cards they stole from Kabuto before the first exam, they knew that his skills, like his teammates, centered solely on the concepts of taijutsu and hand-to-hand combat. His card also had a note that people called him the Hyuga Prodigy, one of the most powerful and gifted people to ever come from the revered clan. Time to see what this guy is capable of, thought Naruto as Neji slowly made his way towards the steps. One could almost feel the arrogance coming off of his body in waves. So that's Neji Hyuga, said Sakura with frown. It seems his abilities have gone straight to his head. He has an even bigger ego than you did, Sasuke. Kakashi couldn't hold in his snort as he tried to repress his laughter, and Naruto smirked slightly at what his pink-haired teammate said. Sasuke's only indication that he heard Sakura was a light punch to the girl's arm. His eyes focused solely on the two genin standing across from Hayate, managing to regain his composure. Kakashi cleared his throat slightly before focusing on the coming match as well. That may be Sakura, but his arrogance does have some weight behind it. From what Guy has told me, Neji has never been defeated in close quarters combat even once. If any of you end up facing him in the finals, your best bet at defeating him is to use long-range techniques. The three genin nodded in understanding as they waited for the match to begin. Hayate looked at the two boys standing in front of him. Yoroi Akato and Neji Hyuga. Are the two of you ready? Yoroi silently nodded while Neji merely folded his arms across his chest. Very well then. The fourth match of the preliminaries, Hajime Masumi might have lost against one of you rookies. But I learn from people's mistakes. I suggest you surrender while you're still able to. Hyuga. Neji didn't give any outward reaction except to slip into the opening stance for his family's taijutsu. Have it your way then, Yoroi said before he charged the Hyuga prodigy, his right hand igniting with chakra. Once he was in range, Yoroi tried to grab a hold of the pale-eyed boy, only for his arm to fall limp at his side. What? He shouted just before he was silenced by a flurry of palm and finger strikes from his opponent, sending him into blissful unconsciousness. Crossing his arms in front of his chest again, Neji looked at the unconscious body lying at his feet. Pathetic, he said, to think that you even had a chance at defeating me. A prodigy. Foolish. Fate had already determined the outcome of this match. Trying to defy it is pointless. With that, he turned and started making his way back towards the steps to rejoin his team. Up on the balcony, Naruto had his eyes narrowed into a glare as he watched the pompous genin leave the arena. It was because of that attitude that he had such a strong dislike of the Hyuga clan. They believed that because of their precious Byakugan that they were above all others, that they deserved to be treated as some form of royalty. Man. Now I see why you used to get so pissed at me, Naruto. Did I really act that bad? Asked Sasuke, bringing Naruto out of his dark thoughts about the Hyuga clan. No, said Naruto with a small shake of his head. You were never that bad. But you still managed to get under my skin by acting like you were better than others at times. Sasuke nodded in understanding and made a silent promise to himself and his team that he would never travel down that road again. Anyway, did you manage to get anything out of that fight? Unfortunately. No, said the dark-haired genin as his features slowly morphed into a scowl. All I managed to see was that Yoroi guy's chakra didn't move normally. It almost seemed to form a vacuum of some sorts in the palm of his hand. Sakura furrowed her brow in confusion while Kakashi's lone eye widened slightly. You said his chakra formed a vacuum of sorts in his hands? Asked the copy nin, wanting to make sure he heard correctly. At the Sasuke's nod, Kakashi let out a sigh. Then I suppose it was a good thing none of you had to fight him. Why's that, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. Because that boy has a leeching ability. The three genin each raised an eyebrow in confusion, prompting Kakashi to explain further. It is a rare ability that allows someone to siphon off another person's chakra, and should they become advanced enough with the ability, manipulate that stolen chakra and add it to their own reserves. Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened at the prospect of such an ability, while Naruto glanced at the unconscious genin being carted away by the medics, a frown marring his face. Now I'm certain of it. Their entire team must be some kind of enemy plant. First, that Kabuto guy has classified information on the participants. And now both of his teammates possess two unique abilities? That can't be a coincidence, thought the blonde as he glanced over at the balcony along the other wall. The only people left on the balcony were the Suna team, minus Konkuro, and the Auto team they had fought in the Forest of Death. As his eyes passed over the Auto team's sensei, his sensory abilities registered the thick, evil chakra he felt from Orochimaru in the forest. So he's here. He must be pretty confident in himself to make such a bold move, especially with the Hokage present. Be on guard, he said in a whisper so only his team could hear him. The three other members of Team 7 jumped slightly at the sudden sound of Naruto's voice, but their brows furrowed in confusion once they registered what he had said. He's here, he said just as softly. Orochimaru has infiltrated the tower. The two genin and one junin stiffened at the blonde's words, but quickly relaxed their posture so as not to cause suspicion. Where is he, Naruto? Asked Kakashi as he swept his gaze across the entire arena. He's disguised himself as the Auto team's sensei and he's suppressing his chakra to normal junin levels so as not to give himself away. But that still doesn't explain why the Hokage hasn't sensed his presence and done something about it. He should know Orochimaru's chakra signature better than anyone, whether he's a censor or not, said Naruto, his eyes narrowing in suspicion towards the end. Kakashi flicked his gaze towards the disguised Sannin for a brief moment, before returning to his blonde pupil. Unfortunately, Naruto, he is very much aware of Orochimaru's presence, he said, causing his three students' eyes to widen. Then why hasn't he done something? Isn't martial law supposed to be implemented at the very sight of that man? Asked Sakura in a whispered shout. Sasuke nodded his agreement with the pink-haired Kunoichi while Naruto glanced towards the Hokage. At first glance, he appeared to be his normal serene, kind-hearted self. No sense of worry or tension in his body. But that was to those who didn't know the man. And even though he hadn't spent much time in the man's presence since he began his training with Jiraiya, he knew all of the veteran Kage's tells for when he was hiding something thanks to his godfather. The fact that he stopped smoking his pipe after the first match for no apparent reason, as the man always had spare tobacco with him, was his first hint that something was off with the Sandaime. There were a few other subtle things that no one would have given a second thought about. But the one thing that confirmed Kakashi's statement was the subtle way the old man was flexing his chakra. It was something no one would be able to notice unless they were a natural sensor or had extensive experience in the art. The way his chakra moved, almost as if he was stretching it, loosening it up in case he was required to use it at a moment's notice. Kakashi-sensei's right, he said, interrupting his teammates' quiet argument with their sensei. Sasuke and Sakura turned to him, their shock and disbelief of the situation clearly visible. I don't know why he hasn't done anything about it. But he must have his reasons. For now, let's just focus all of our energy on these preliminaries and make sure we all make it to the finals. Once we have done that, we can speak with the Hokage about what happened in the forest and try and pry some answers out him at the same time. Though the idea of just ignoring Orochimaru being in the same room as them wasn't exactly appealing, the two genin of Team 7 slowly nodded their consent and refocused on the next match that was about to begin. They had been so caught up in their own conversation that they hadn't even heard Hayate announce the participants. Sakura's eyes widened slightly as she immediately put the thoughts of Orochimaru out of her mind for the time being, focusing solely on the match about to take place. It's Ino's turn? I hope she can pull out a win here. I would like to face her in the finals if I had the chance. Naruto chuckled as he too focused on his fellow blonde that was about to go into battle. I hope she wins too. She has more potential than even she knows. On the arena floor, Ino stood across from Kin, the Oto Kunoichi she had possessed in the Forest of Death. It seemed she wasn't the only one who remembered that encounter, and the results the situation had brought about. If the blood-chilling glare the dark-haired girl was leveling on her was any indication, somehow managing to shake off the glare and accompanying killing intent, the Yamanaka heiress looked over her shoulder and spotted the reassuring smiles her teammates and sensei were giving her. A little ways down from her team, her own blue eyes met the deep sapphire pools that Naruto called eyes, and she felt a powerful sense of determination and will to never give up fill her. Though her clan specialized in the mind arts and reading people in general, she couldn't determine what caused the unusual feelings that overcame her. All she could come up with was that she didn't want to let Naruto down while he watched. She wanted to prove, not only to him, but to herself, that she wasn't weak, that she was capable of fighting for herself and those precious to her. The sound of Hayate clearing his throat brought her attention back to the match she was about to fight. Now then, the fifth match, Ino Yamanaka vs. Kin Tsuchi. Are both competitors ready? A nod from both girls saw the sickly proctor lowering his hand and jumping back to a safe distance. Hajime, I've been hoping for this chance, said Kin. I can finally repay you for that cheap shot of yours in the forest. Not waiting to give Ino a chance to respond, the Oto Kunoichi quickly drew two senbon and threw them towards her blonde opponent. Cursing under her breath, Ino barely managed to duck out of the way as the two needles passed over her head and embedded themselves into the wall behind her. As she was reaching for her shuriken pouch to launch a counter, a slight jingling noise behind her caught her attention. A quick glance over her shoulder revealed the source to be two bells tied to the needles Kin had thrown. Bells? She can't seriously be using that old trick, thought Ino in confusion before turning back to her opponent and throwing a handful of shuriken as a counter. She cursed again when Kin effortlessly sidestepped the throwing stars and threw another pair of needles at her. Drawing a kunai in response, Ino deflected the two needles, causing them to clatter to the floor at her feet. Before she could make another move, more jingling came from behind her. What the? Her thoughts were cut off as she suddenly found herself unable to focus or maintain her balance. Falling to her knees, she looked up at her opponent, only to find that she was seeing multiple, blurred images of the Oto Kunoichi. What is this? Genjutsu? On the balcony, Naruto frowned as he sensed the fluctuations in Ino's chakra. Damn. Not good. Sakura turned to look at her blonde teammate. What is it, Naruto? That Kin girl uses some form of sound-based genjutsu. It appears to be similar in part to the effect of the melody arm, but it causes one to fall into an illusion instead of causing direct damage to its victim. So long as Ino stays under its effect, she's a goner. Finished Naruto grimly as he continued to watch his fellow blonde struggle against the effects of the genjutsu. Sakura gasped at Naruto's analysis of the situation, a move mimicked by Ino's teammates when Asuma nodded in agreement with what Naruto had said. While the three of them tried shouting support to help Ino fight her way out of the genjutsu, Naruto closed his eyes in concentration as he tried to think of a way to help his fellow blonde. He knew that if anyone attempted to break the genjutsu for Ino, the girl would immediately be disqualified and Kin would move on to the finals. Not a position they wanted to be in, as it essentially opened the door for Orochimaru to infiltrate the village even more than he already had. No, he had to come up with something that could reach Ino and encourage her to fight on, without actually interfering with the match itself. An answer came to him in the form of a dark, ominous voice speaking inside his mind. You could always flare your chakra so that little girl's pitiful sensor abilities can pick up on it. Naruto's frown deepened into a full-blown scowl at the voice of his tenant. What do you want, Fox? And why in the world would I actually listen to anything you have to say? A growl was the only sign of the Kyuubi's displeasure at Naruto's comment. But other than that decided just to say his piece and cut the connection with his host. I am merely offering a piece of advice so you will stop your insistent pondering. It's starting to give me a headache listening to your thoughts ramble on and on. Anyway, back to what I was getting at. Your chakra is unique in the fact that it is heavily yang-oriented. Something that has only happened a handful of times in the history of your race. This means that you possess not only a strong life force, but also strong life-giving chakra, making it so that anyone who comes in contact with your chakra or senses it will essentially have life returned to them, giving them a push to continue to fight. His piece spoken. The Kyuubi severed the mental connection he created and left his Jinchuriki to ponder on what he had said. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as his tenant explained his reasons for his rather strange suggestion. But the more he listened, the more things started to make sense in the genin's mind. He had noticed a few times when he had flared or called upon large amounts of his chakra that those around him seemed to get a second wind almost. Also, Jiraiya had hypothesized that his chakra had a unique quality to it that no one else's seemed to have. I suppose it's worth a shot, he thought as Ino tried to stand up again, only to fall back to her knees with 3 senbon in her right leg. Come on, Ino. You can still pull through this. Stepping up to the edge of the railing drew everyone's attention to the blonde as he closed his eyes in focus. Sasuke and Sakura shared a confused look behind their teammate, before glancing to their sensei, only to see him shrug while keeping his lone eye fixed on Naruto. Just as Sasuke was about to ask what he was up to, Naruto's chakra suddenly flared up around him, enough so that everyone could easily feel his presence, but not enough to forcibly break the genjutsu placed on Ino. Everyone suddenly felt stronger and more at peace as Naruto's chakra washed over them. They felt as if they could do just about anything so long as this feeling continued to fill them. The only people who didn't feel this sense of euphoria envelope them were the disguised Orochimaru and those that had had prolonged exposure to his foul, tainted chakra. The members of the future Konoha 12 feet were also having their own reactions to Naruto's chakra. Lee felt his flames of youth burning even brighter than they had before, while Tenten smiled and reveled in the unique presence around her. Out of the 3 of them, Naruto's chakra had the largest effect on Neji as he felt a lot of his aggression and anger leaving him. Memories of his life before his father had died flooded his mind and he shed a single tear as the memories continued to play over in his mind's eye. Shino's insects were at first going crazy at the exposure to such large amounts of chakra. But just as quickly as they started, they settled down and began to move about Shino's body as carefree as their wild brethren do every day. Hinata felt herself becoming more confident the longer she remained in the presence of Naruto's chakra. Kiba's animal instincts were screaming at him to follow Naruto wherever he may lead. Because he was a true alpha. One that commanded respect by his very presence alone. A little ways down from Team 8, Shikamaru and Shoji couldn't help but relax despite their worry for Ino. The feeling around them made them believe that everything would work out in the end, and it would all be for the better. Sasuke and Sakura, having been exposed to Naruto's chakra longer than the others, weren't affected as greatly as the others were. But they still felt the sense of power and will to never give up fill them. Across the arena, even the mentally unstable Gaara felt the sense of peace wash over him as the voice of his mother became fainter and didn't cause him as much pain. What is this feeling? The red-headed Jinchuriki wondered as he slowly became more comfortable with the foreign feelings and began to relish the sense of completeness it brought to him. On the arena floor, Ino's growing sensory skills were almost being overwhelmed by the chakra Naruto was releasing. Just like when they were in the Forest of Death, the young heiress felt her chakra reaching out towards Naruto's, and this time, she let it. At first nothing seemed to have happened, but suddenly her world exploded as she felt her energy returning to her and her chakra levels skyrocketing. This power. It's incredible. Where did it come from? Thought Ino, unaware that another person could now hear her thoughts. That would be me, Ino, said a voice in her mind that sounded exactly like Naruto's. That's because it is me, Ino. Before you start asking questions and trying to figure out what's going on, I suggest you finish your match so we can have a proper conversation about this. But to sat your curiosity for now, I think this link is kind of like your clan's telepathy technique. Or at least something similar to it. Now finish your match and we'll continue this discussion once you've won. With that, Naruto's voice left her mind and Ino was dragged back to the present. She noticed immediately that the effects of Kin's genjutsu were weakened and the numerous copies of the girl were all on one knee panting slightly. Still confused about what she had just discovered, the blonde Kunoichi decided to end the match quickly and try and get some answers. Forming the ram sign and stopping the flow of her newly replenished chakra, Ino spiked her chakra to a level that surprised even her. Kai. Finally free of the illusion and seeing that her opponent was quickly recovering, Ino picked up the kunai she had dropped and cut the wire connected to the two bells. Pushing her advantage, the heiress moved in close to her opponent and pinned the girl down with the kunai poised to slit her throat. It was at that point that Hayate got over the incredible feeling being produced by Naruto's chakra and noticed the situation the two girls were in. Winner. Ino Yamanaka. His voice seemed to bring everyone out of their individual reverie, with quite a few of them shooting glances at Naruto while Ino quickly made her way back to the balcony and made a beeline for her fellow blonde. Knowing the coming conversation was going to be pretty personal, Naruto moved away from his team and met Ino at the edge of the platform, out of earshot of everyone else. "Okay Naruto." "Spill," said Ino, managing to keep her voice at a whispered shout. "How the hell were you able to talk to me telepathically? And what's with your chakra? Why did I feel my own increase when I felt your chakra around me?" Naruto had to fight hard not to chuckle as Ino said all of this at speeds that should be impossible to speak, and all seemingly in one breath. "In order," he said with a small smirk. "I'm not quite sure how that happened, though maybe Hokage Gigi or your dad will know something about it. My chakra is apparently unique because it is highly yang-oriented, and to be honest I don't know a whole lot about what that implies. Another thing to take up with my sensei and the Hokage I suppose. As to your last question, I can say with certainty that I have no idea why your chakra may have increased when exposed to mine. All I planned to accomplish with that stunt was to help give you a second wind and convince you to keep fighting. So what you're saying is that you can't give me any clear-cut answers, right?" Deadpanned Ino, causing Naruto to chuckle sheepishly and rub the back of his neck. "I never noticed before, but he looks really cute when he does that," thought the blonde Kunoichi before Naruto's voice brought her out of her thoughts. "Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying," he began. "Though I think we should definitely speak to the Hokage and your father about this. Even if they don't know what it is, they could probably give us a better idea of what to expect or what may happen in the future." Nodding in agreement, Ino began to make her way back towards her team with Naruto at her side. The two blondes' approach caught the attention of everyone on the balcony since they were curious as to what the two were talking about. As the two drew closer to their teams, all of the senseis and the Hokage had to stifle gasps at the resemblance of the two together to another couple they had known, though they were slightly younger, and they were both blondes. The two genin looked almost exactly like Naruto's parents had. Naruto's spiky blonde hair, sharp facial structure and broad shoulders was such a perfect match for Minato. It was almost unsettling. With the exception of her hair color, Ino could have passed as Kushina's sister when she was younger. Her long, cascading hair, slim athletic body and natural beauty were a fair match for Kushina. Walking together, it was almost like looking into the past for those who had known the two legendary ninja. "What was that all about?" asked Sakura once Naruto had rejoined his team. Taking up his position on the wall again, Naruto glanced down to where Ino was also being questioned by her team before answering. "Something happened during the match that affected both Ino and I. To be honest, we're not really sure what it was, so we plan on speaking to the Hokage and maybe Ino's father to see if they can shed some light on the matter. Until then we need to focus our attention on making sure the three of us make it to the final round." Though they wanted to know more, the other members of Team 7 agreed with the blonde and let the subject drop for now. Sasuke, however, had one final comment on the matter. "You know Naruto, if you want to be alone with Ino, all you got to do is ask. No need to go making up excuses like Kakashi-sensei." Naruto shot the dark-haired youth a mock scowl while Kakashi and Sakura snickered. They were pulled from their conversation by the sound of Hayate's voice. "Sakura Haruno." The pink-haired Kunoichi looked down at the sickly Junin and only then did she notice the last member of the auto team standing with him. "This is your final chance. Report for your match or you will be disqualified." Blushing slightly as everyone looked at her, the young medic nin nodded and jumped down into the arena. "Now then," said Hayate before coughing a few times. "The sixth match. Sakura Haruno vs. Zaku Abumi. Are you both ready?" With two affirmative nods, the proctor raised his arm before bringing it down. "Hajime. This must be my lucky day," said Zaku as he raised his one good arm and aimed it at Sakura. "Your teammate broke my arm, so now I'm gonna break you." Decapitating airwaves. Faster than she could have ever hoped to move during the academy, the medic in training dodged to the right of the attack and moved in to engage her opponent with taijutsu. Her strategy seemed to work. With only one arm, Zaku's abilities in close quarters combat were greatly diminished. Blocking a sloppy backhand with her right forearm, Sakura ducked inside her opponent's guard and delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. Gasping as the wind was knocked out of him, the foreign genin could do nothing as he was pushed back across the floor. Not letting up in her assault, Sakura drew a kunai and threw it at the recovering Zaku. Unfortunately, Zaku recovered faster than she anticipated and managed to deflect her kunai with one of his own. He wasn't, However, able to avoid the following explosion as the paper bomb wrapped around the kunai's handle detonated. The force of the blast sent Zaku crashing into the wall behind him, causing cracks to form from the point of impact accompanied by the sound of several bones snapping. Hayate stepped forward after that, his hand raised towards Sakura. That's enough. As the proctor, I deem Zaku Abumi unfit to continue. The winner of the match is Sakura Haruno. Before anyone had a chance to applaud Sakura's victory, cackling came from the downed form of Zaku. Everyone watched as the obviously injured genin pushed himself back into a standing position, allowing them to see the crazed look in his eyes. You think I care about winning some stupid fight? All I want is revenge. And I'll start by killing her. Extreme decapitating airwaves. Despite the damage done to his body, Zaku managed to lift both of his arms and force the last bit of his chakra into his jutsu. Sasuke! Shouted Naruto as he leapt from the deck, already forming seals for a defensive technique. Sasuke wasn't lax either. Before the blonde had finished saying his name, the last loyal Uchiha was already moving to incapacitate the far-gone genin. Naruto finished his seals just as he landed next to his female teammate who had her hands clasped in the snake seal. Doden. Earth-style wall. Sweden. Water encampment wall. Both Naruto and Sakura's cheeks swelled before spitting out a wide fence of water and stream of mud respectively. The mud from Sakura's technique rose into a thick wall of earth that took the brunt of Zaku's most powerful attack. As the wall began to crack in places, the water coming from Naruto formed a second layer of defense that dispersed whatever the earth wall couldn't stop, while his teammates defended themselves and everyone behind them from the attack. Sasuke made short work of Zaku. Coming in front the right, he knocked the Auto Genin back into the wall with a roundhouse kick. Catching him by the throat, Sasuke forced Zaku to look into his Sharingan eyes, trapping him in a genjutsu. The sound of a throat clearing brought all attention to the Hokage, who had moved to the arena floor in case he was needed. Excellent work Team 7. He said with a smile to the three young genin. You handled yourselves well in that situation. I only wish your actions hadn't been necessary. Nodding to their leader, the team of genin rejoined their sensei at the Hokage's silent dismissal. The Sandame's smile disappeared as he turned his gaze upon the Auto team's sensei, who still had a smirk on his face. As for you, the actions of your student are not tolerated within the walls of Konoha. The match had already been declared over and yet your student still attempted to kill one of our genin. Such actions could easily be seen as a declaration of war. Be thankful I do not act upon them. The smirk on Orochimaru's disguised face didn't even falter as he met the Sandame's gaze before silently walking towards the arena entrance, completely ignoring Zaku's unconscious form. Take the boy and his teammates to Ibiki. The aging Hokage whispered to seemingly thin air. Find out everything you can. Unseen by anyone, a cloaked Anbu member followed after the team of medics that were carting Zaku out of the arena. I apologize for the display of force and aggression, Sarutobi said towards the three Suna ninja. But as I said, acts of war such as that cannot be tolerated. Of course, Hokage-sama, we take no offense from your actions. You were simply acting in the best interest of your village, said Baki, trying to keep the subtle shifts of lies out of his voice. Truth was he was greatly disturbed by the show of authority and power from the legendary shinobi. The killing intent the old man had released as he addressed the Auto Junin was unsettling, even if they were not the intended target. While it wasn't enough for him to doubt the success of their plans, it made him wonder what exactly victory would cost Sanagakure. If Konoha's Kage, a man well into his 60s, still had that much power and drive, then how truly powerful was the village he led? A familiar coughing brought attention back to Hayate. Now then, with that dealt with, we can proceed with the next bout. On the back wall, the names of the remaining participants began to cycle across the screen again. While everyone's attention was on the board, a small spike of chakra across the room alerted Naruto. Turning to the source of the spike, the blonde censor found himself looking at the Suna team he had met before the exams began. Only a certain redhead wasn't with them anymore. Looking down into the arena confirmed that Gaara had used his variant of a shunshin to move to the floor. Even at this distance Naruto could easily see the impatience in the boy's eyes, along with a strong desire to spill blood. Not good, thought the Uzumaki Namikaze heir, judging by that look in his eye. If Gaara isn't selected for the next match, he may just end up killing those who are to satiate his bloodlust. And if he is chosen, his opponent won't last 2 seconds against him. I just hope it's none of Gaara no Sabaku and Choji Akamichi. Please come down for the 7th match, said Hayate, ending Naruto's thought process as the blonde immediately looked down the platform and saw Choji crouching down behind the rail, as if it would protect him from his new opponent. He may have wanted to help all of his friends reach their full potential, but now was probably one of the few times he was thankful for their inexperience. Choji had always been a kind-hearted person, if a little timid at times. So being paired off against the psychotic Suna genin was bound to have an effect on him. "IICA can't fight him. He'll kill me," squeaked the Akamichi heir as he tried to hide his wide girth behind a rail post. Shikamaru was standing behind his childhood friend and he couldn't agree more with that statement. Just by looking in his eyes one could tell that Gaara was someone who didn't have much regard for human life. "Come on Choji," said Asuma as he leant over the rail next to his rotund student. "If you quit without even trying, you'll never gain experience. Besides, if you win, I'll treat you to an all-you-can-eat buffet." Choji's ears perked up at the mention of a buffet. But before he could react the typical Akamichi way, someone else voiced their opinion on the matter. "That's cruel, Asuma. And you know it." The members of Team 10 turned to find Naruto standing with his arms crossed and a frown on his face. "You might as well be offering him his last meal in this lifetime. If he fights Gaara now, he will die. Plain and simple." Ino and Shikamaru's eyes widened, realizing that their worry for Choji was soundly based. Asuma, however, narrowed his eyes at the blonde genin, refusing to believe his claim. "Now look who's passing judgment without proper knowledge," he said, his voice holding a low growl to it. Behind Naruto, the other Konoha ninja present looked slightly shocked by the bearded Junin's words. The genin could easily see that Asuma was throwing Naruto's words from earlier back at him. But the Junin and the Hokage saw something deeper. They saw a man with a wounded pride, who wasn't going to let anything else wound it any more than it already was. With his mind clouded as it was, Asuma was completely unaware of the truth of Naruto's words. "You were right earlier when you said that the other senseis and I didn't know the depth of yours, Sakura's and Sasuke's skills. The same applies to you. You don't know what Choji is capable of, so don't assume to pass such judgment on him." Naruto's eyes hardened. "You're right," he said, catching Asuma off guard momentarily. "I don't know what Choji is really capable of, but I know enough about his opponent to pass fair judgment." "Oh, and what exactly do you know about the boy?" questioned Asuma, sure that Naruto was just trying to make himself seem better. He was proven wrong though, as the next sentence that passed the boy's lips caused his blood to run cold. "He is like me." "Why, you mean, he is yes, someone who has been lost to his inner darkness," cut in Naruto, preventing the Hokage's son from unintentionally violating his father's law. Ino spoke up before anything else could be said, asking the question all of the young genin were thinking. "What do you mean he's like you, Naruto? You two are nothing alike. You're kind-hearted, sweet, nice, caring, everything that guy's not. I've been taught to read people ever since I can remember. And the only thing I can see from that guy is that he is a mass-murdering psychopath. He's a demon in human form, Naruto. He's nothing like you. Be quiet, Ino." The sudden enraged cry from the normally calm blonde startled everyone. But none were more surprised, or more hurt, by the Jinchuriki's cry than Ino. Sure, Sasuke had snapped at her and his other fangirls more than once. But the sting she felt in her heart when it came from Naruto hurt her in ways she couldn't explain. Reining in his emotions like he had been taught, Naruto noticed that Ino had tears in the corner of her eyes. "I'm sorry, Ino," he said, trying to force the memories Ino had brought forth out of his mind. "But you're the one who's wrong. Gaara and I have more in common than you will ever know." Looking to the still crouching Choji, Naruto offered one last piece of advice before moving back towards his worried team. "You are my friend, Choji. I do not want to watch you die any more than Shikamaru and Ino do. It's your decision. But remember, whatever you choose will affect others as well." As he was walking past Team 8, Kiba stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. "I don't know how you knew about that guy, but you did the right thing. If Choji had fought him, he would have been killed for sure." The only sign that Naruto had even heard the feral genin was the short nod he gave before continuing on towards his team. Slumping slightly against the wall, the blonde gave his teammates and sensei a weak smirk before closing his eyes and attempting to meditate. His attempts were halted as a cold voice that had an undertone of madness in it sounded from the arena floor. "Uzumaki." Eyes snapping open, hardened sapphire locked with volatile seafoam green. "You stopped me from proving my existence with his blood, so I will prove it with yours." Sand began to flow out of the gourd on the redhead's back and move across the ground towards the viewing platform. All of the Konoha Junin tensed, ready to intervene if the need arose again. Across the room, Baki was silently cursing his students' impulsive actions while Tamari kept switching between worry for her little brother and fear of the demon within him taking over. Naruto, however, surprised everyone by answering with a voice that was just as cold. "Now is not the time, Gaara. We shall have our battle, that I can assure you. But it shall be during the finals. I can feel your desire to prove your existence. And what better way to do so than in front of hundreds of people, watching as you prove yourself, acknowledging who you are." The sand that had begun to climb the wall stopped. It wavered a few times, showing the debate that was waging in Gaara's mind. Finally, It slowly began to retreat back into the gourd Gaara was carrying, with the Suna Genin sealing it with a cork once all the sand was inside. With one last stare down between the two Jinchuriki, Gaara disappeared in a sand shunshin and reappeared next to his sister. Letting out a slow sigh, Naruto looked to Hayate. I apologize for all the delays, Hayate-san. But I believe there are still 3 matches to be held. Right, said the ill Junin as he cast a glance to the Hokage. Receiving a nod, he addressed the assembled teams. Since Choji Akamichi withdrew from the match, Gaara no Sabaku is the winner. Now we will begin the selection for the 8th match. The names of the 6 remaining genin flashed across the display screen for a few seconds before finally settling on the next 2 competitors. Will Shikamaru, Nara and Tenten please come down? An audible sigh resonated from the Nara air. Troublesome. My match would be the one to be moved up, wouldn't it? He asked before lazily making his way to the arena. Down on the floor, Tenten scowled at the apparent disinterest her so-called opponent had for their match. If it wasn't for the fact that the men of the Nara clan were known for their chronic laziness, she may have mistaken Shikamaru's lack of enthusiasm as a veiled sign that he didn't consider her as being worth the effort to fight. Go Shikamaru. Show them who's boss, shouted Choji. All traces of his previous fear gone. Next to him, Ino was giving her own support to the 3rd member of Team 10. Hayate stepped forward between the 2 Konoha genin, silencing the spectators. The 8th match. Are both fighters ready? A sharp nod from the bun-haired Kunoichi was followed by another sigh from Shikamaru, causing many of the Konoha nin present to sweat drop slightly. Shaking his head, the sickly proctor raised his hand before swiping it down and jumping back to a safe distance. Hajime. I have no idea what kind of technique she uses, and she most likely knows about mine from Lee. But it's all I got, thought the pineapple-haired genin as he formed the sign of the rat and extended his shadow toward Tenten. Shadow imitation jutsu. His assumption was correct. It seemed as Tenten was already making a tactical retreat before his shadow had even covered half the distance between them. Shikamaru frowned in concentration as he began thinning out his shadow as much as possible to help increase its reach. It was all for naught though, because with one last jump backward, Tenten skidded to a halt in front of the arena statue, just out of the shadow's range. The almost needle-thin shadow wavered for a few moments, evidence of the Nara's attempt to extend it further, before returning back to its owner. So there is a limit to how far that shadow of his can reach, thought Tenten as she took note of the distance. 10 tiles. I should be fine so long as I maintain that distance. Nice technique you have there. But now that I know its limit, it's pretty much useless to you in this fight. Knowing that if she didn't do something to deter him, he was more than likely going to attempt to close the distance between them and ensnare her with his shadow. The budding weapons mistress reached into her hip pouch and produced a single yellow scroll with pink borders. Now it's my turn. And I never miss my mark. Not good, mumbled Shikamaru before Tenten jumped high into the air, the scroll unfurling and spiraling around her form. Her rotation soon picked up speed, blurring the scroll trailings into a pink and yellow twister. The next thing he knew was a literal hail of metal flying towards him as Tenten unleashed a barrage of weapons from her scroll. Cursing under his breath, the lazy genin rolled to his right to avoid the first wave of weapons, only to be forced to jump back lest he be impaled by the second wave. This continued for a few more moments, with Shikamaru barely managing to dodge Tenten's relentless assault. Finally the assault ended and Shikamaru was given a small respite. Ceasing her spin, the weapons user gracefully landed on her feet across from her fellow genin, a small sea of weapons separating them, not allowing much room for either of the two to maneuver. You're faster than you look, commented Tenten while reaching into her pouch again. But now you have no room to dodge. Make this easier on both of us and surrender. The lazy genius stuffed his hands into his pockets and shifted his weight onto his left leg, completely relaxing his guard. Yeah. Giving up would be better than continuing this troublesome fight. He relented, causing most of the other genin to gape at his laziness while his team and sensei sweat dropped. But my mom wouldn't let me hear the end of it if I didn't at least try. And she's more troublesome than these exams. Dropping to a knee again, he brought his hands up into his family's signature hand seal. So I'll just have to win. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Your shadow can't reach me at this distance. The smirk that found its way onto Shikamaru's face caused Tenten's eyes to narrow. What are you smirking about? Her answer came in the form of a blinding flash of light that forced her to shield her eyes lest she go blind. After a few seconds that seemed to drag on, the light finally dimmed before ceasing altogether. Tenten opened her eyes, blinking away the spots in her vision caused by the light. When she could finally see clearly again, it was to find Shikamaru with that same smirk on his face. It was then that she noticed that she couldn't move her body. Shadow imitation jutsu. Complete, said Shikamaru as he stood back up and lowered his arms, with Tenten copying his movement. How did you catch me? I was out of your shadow's reach. He tilted his head down to allow his captive to see the floor and understand just how he had managed to catch her. You may have been out of my shadow's usual reach, but I can also use pre-existing shadows to help increase its range. Sure enough, the shadow that connected the two together had passed through the shadows cast by the many weapons that littered the floor. But how? There is no way you should have been able to thread your shadow through the ones cast by weapons like that normally. You're right. Normally the shadows cast wouldn't be big or dark enough to use this way. But that's what the flash bombs were for. They temporarily enhanced all of the shadows, as well as slightly increasing the range of my own shadow. All that was left to do was weaving them together and attach it to yours. Reaching into the shuriken holster on his right leg, Shikamaru pulled out a few shuriken and held them at the ready to throw. Unfortunately for Tenten, she didn't have any kind of holster attached to her thighs. So even though she mimicked the Nara heir's movements, she was left unarmed and at his mercy. I'm not the type to harm women needlessly. So just withdraw and don't force my hand. The bun-haired girl struggled against the shadow's hold for a moment, attempting to break free so she could counter. Her efforts were for naught however, as the shadow's hold remained firm. Closing her eyes in defeat, she felt her head turn so that she was facing Hayate. I forfeit. Her words were barely above a whisper, but still clear for all to hear. Hayate nodded and raised his right arm towards Shikamaru. Winner of the 8th match, Shikamaru Nara. Since neither competitor was seriously injured, the medical team didn't even bother making an appearance, allowing the two to return to their teams. Guy and Lee immediately set to work on trying to reassure Tenten about her loss and get her mind off of the fight. Shikamaru on the other hand was welcomed back by Ino and Choji's cheering, along with a few strong pats on the back from Asuma. Naruto smirked as he watched his fellow, dead last, stumble from the strong blows from his sensei. I get his strategy. But how the hell did he manage to set off flash bombs effectively while they were still in his pouch? Looking to his pink-haired teammate, he found her with a furrowed brow, looking intently down at the arena floor. Beside her, Sasuke was smirking in a way that just screams, I know something you don't, which earned him an occasional glare from the kunoichi. Because they weren't in his pouch, Sasuke and Sakura looked over towards Naruto, one with a knowing smirk, the other a look of confusion. The entire time he was dodging Tenten's attacks, he was dropping a few flash bombs onto the floor. He knew that Tenten would be too focused on him to bother observing the results of her attack close enough to notice a difference. After that, all he had to do was trigger them with a burst of chakra. Isn't that right, Shika? He called down the walkway. Shikamaru gave him a lazy smirk, letting everyone know Naruto had been right in his analysis. How the hell did you know he did that? There is no way you should have been able to see all that with Tenten flinging weapons everywhere. The blonde genin chuckled as Sakura continued to try and pry information from him. He knew that she hated it when others noticed things that she didn't, and she had a tendency to try and force information out of them. The sound of the screen beeping drew everyone's attention. The moment the members of the Rookie 9 saw who the two combatants were, all noise ceased, replaced by an almost otherworldly silence. Their attention shifted to the two who had been chosen, one wearing a look of resigned indifference and the other on the verge of a mental breakdown. For a moment, they all hoped that this was just someone's idea of a cruel joke. Sakura and Ino even tried to subtly dispel any genjutsu that have been affecting them. It was all for naught however, as Hayate brought the reality of the situation crashing down on them. Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata Hyuga. Please report for the 9th match. Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata Hyuga. Please report for the 9th match. Hinata felt her heart stop for a few moments, before slowly starting to crumble as reality began to set in. She had been selected to fight against the one person she admired more than all. The one person she could never bring herself to harm. But fate had decided to show its hand once again and strike another blow to her already fragile self-esteem. When the exams had first begun she had been nervous and had to constantly rekindle the courage she had found to keep going. However, ever since the preliminaries had begun, that courage had slowly dwindled down. With every match that passed, she began to feel more and more pressure on her shoulders. Both Kiba and Shino had won their matches and the skill displayed in the other matches had started to make her question whether or not she was up to the task of winning, or even holding her own. Now though, the dwindling amounts of courage she had managed to keep up till now had just been ruthlessly extinguished. The mere thought of fighting the person she cared for the most was causing her more pain than she could have possibly imagined. Down the platform, Naruto had his eyes closed as he processed this surprising turn of events. He knew better than most that the moment the second exam ended, they were on their own. There were no teams in the final stage. They could be forced to fight anyone, whether they were from their home village or even their own teammates. But not once did he consider the possibility that he would end up fighting Hinata of all people. Though the matchup itself was surprising, it wasn't necessarily an unwelcome surprise either. He had been planning on helping all of his fellow genin improve themselves in one way or another, and this match provided him with the best chance he was liable to get to help the Hyuga heiress. His mind made up. The dual clan heir replicated his fellow Jinchuriki's actions from earlier and silently shunshined down to the floor. The sudden movement forced Hinata out of her thoughts. Pale lavender met sapphire blue. And almost as if she were in a trance, the Hyuga heiress began to make her way down to the floor. Kurenai looked on with a mixture of surprise and pride as her surrogate daughter moved to stand opposite of Naruto. She could only imagine the amount of pain Hinata was in, and still the young teen was determined to at least stand her ground against the one she cared about. She has come far, thought the red-eyed beauty with a small smile. Her smile quickly disappeared as Kiba slammed his fists onto the railing. Damn it. Why did she have to be paired off with Naruto of all people? Isn't there anything we can do to stop this? Akamaru whimpered from inside his master's jacket, voicing his own concerns for the kind-hearted Kunoichi. No, Kiba. There isn't. The feral genin opened his mouth to say something only for Kurenai to cut him off. Look, I know you're worried about Hinata. I am as well. But the rules of the chunin exams are absolute. No one, not even the Hokage, can prevent this match from occurring. And even if there was a way to potentially stop the match, we would have no grounds to contest it. Naruto and Hinata are not related in any way to one another. They're not even teammates. If we tried to protest the match, we would simply be ignored. The only way for this match not to occur is for one of them to forfeit. And the likelihood of either of them doing such is slim. Naruto, because, well, from what I know of him, it's just not in his nature to give up. And Hinata, no matter how much she may want to forfeit, won't allow herself to show weakness in front of Naruto. Her gaze shifted from the frustrated Inuzuka to the match that was soon to begin. All we can do now is hope she finds the strength to persevere through this. Do not fret, young Inuzuka, said the voice of the Sandame. All of the Konoha shinobi on the platform turned to see their leader with a grandfatherly smile on his face. Hinata-chan is in good hands, that I can assure you. In fact, I can think of no better opponent for her than Naruto-kun. What do you mean there's no better opponent? Can't you see that having to fight Naruto is killing her on the inside? Kiba. It's quite all right, Kurenai, interrupted the aged Kage. He is merely doing what he feels he must to prevent his teammate from being harmed. An admirable endeavor if there ever was one. But what you must understand is that Naruto-kun has always acted in the best interest of others, helping them get past their demons. Isn't that right, Kakashi? The masked Junin nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. Even during our first C-rank mission, Naruto was able to change the views of Zabuza Momochi, and ultimately turn the man into our ally before his death. The ability to change others for the better. It's like a special power of his. One more powerful than any technique. Indeed, said the Hokage, focusing on the two genin about to square off. That is why you have nothing to worry about Kiba-kun. Even if it looks like he is being harsh to her, Naruto-kun will only do what he feels he must to help Hinata-chan get past her insecurities. And should he succeed, Hinata-chan shall be a better person because of it. You must have faith, Kiba-kun. Faith in your teammate and faith in your fellow shinobi. Hokage-sama is right, Kiba, said Sakura, walking over to join Team 8 and Team 10. Naruto really can change people for the better. Sasuke and I are proof of that. It was Naruto that helped me start taking my kunoichi training seriously. And he also managed to get Sasuke to stop being an emo brooder. Despite his worry for Hinata, Kiba couldn't help but laugh slightly at the jab to the last Uchiha. Believe me, if there is anyone who can help Hinata, it's Naruto. With Naruto and Hinata same time, I must say, I never expected that I would end up fighting you, Hinata, said Naruto as he crossed his arms over his chest. Hinata fidgeted slightly under his gaze. Neither did I. Naruto-kun. Looking between the two genin, Hayate raised his hand once again. Are both fighters ready? Naruto gave the briefest of nods, while Hinata fidgeted even more, though she managed a weak nod as well. Then the 9th match. Hajime. Before we begin, there is something I would like to say. The group of genin watching the fight perked up at that, wanting to see how the blonde planned to help Hinata. Why are you here, Hinata? What do you plan to accomplish? I wanted to prove that I was strong, she mumbled. Street strong enough to stand on my own. To those that knew her, they were surprised when Hinata's stuttering lessened as she spoke. Naruto smirked, but on the inside he was preparing himself for what he had to do next. Then why haven't you attacked yet? The question caught the young heiress by surprise. If her wide eyes were any indication, Hayate-san has already begun the match. Instead of simply listening to me, you could have taken advantage with a preemptive strike. Why haven't you? A light dusting of pink spread across Hinata's cheeks, causing Naruto to mentally sigh. It seemed her infatuation with him went deeper than he first thought. I could never hurt you and Naruto-kun, she said, her stutter returning full force. I guess I have no choice. thought Naruto before he did something no one could have seen coming. With speed that shocked his fellow genin, he rocketed forward and delivered a powerful kick to Hinata's torso. It was only thanks to pure instinct that she managed to raise her arms in an attempt to defend against the sudden attack. But it would do her little good as the momentum behind the kick knocked her off her feet and sent her tumbling along the ground. Coming to a painful stop at the base of the wall, Hinata shakily forced herself onto her hands and knees. Looking up into the eyes of her crush, she saw the one thing she had hoped to never see from him. His warm, welcoming sapphire eyes had darkened over and become a cold, spiteful violet. "Fight me, Hinata." Just like his eyes, his voice had changed as well. His tone colder than ice and his words sharper than any blade. It was almost too much for the Hyuga heiress to take. The way Naruto was acting was exactly how her father used to treat her before he started ignoring her in favor of her sister. "And no," she gasped out, cringing at the pain she felt in her arms. Despite her pain, she managed to get back on her feet. "I won't fight you and Naruto-kun. Then forfeit," he snapped with such venom that even Sasuke flinched from it. "If you are not willing to fight me, then you are just proving that your father was right about you." Tears began to swell in the corner of Hinata's eyes as Naruto's words slowly began opening up old wounds. "You are weak, Hinata. You haven't changed at all. No, you're wrong," she cried, fighting back the tears that threatened to escape. "I have changed. I've gotten stronger. Then fight me. Prove to me that you have changed. That you have gotten stronger. I can't fight you, Naruto-kun." At this, Naruto sighed before reaching behind him and unsealing the katana he had used against the Auto team. Up in the stands, Sakura, Lee and Team 10's eyes widened at the sight of the blade. Naruto may have only used it for a single strike in the forest, but that was all they needed to see to know that the blonde was no novice when it came to wielding a blade. "I'm not giving you a choice in the matter," he said, turning his gaze onto the sickly proctor. "Hayate-san." From one swordsman to another, "I ask that, no matter what you see, or what you hear, you will not interfere in this match." Surprised at suddenly being addressed, Hayate looked to his cage. Not knowing whether he was permitted to allow such a request, Hiruzen closed his eyes as he contemplated whether or not to permit such an action. He knew the young blonde well enough to know that Naruto would never do anything that could prove potentially fatal or detrimental to his comrades' futures. But he also had to consider the possibility of Naruto's plan failing. If that were to happen, then it could possibly have disastrous effects on the mental state of young Hinata. In the end, however, he didn't have much of a choice at all. Naruto had already begun the mental game to crack Hinata's exterior. Trying to prevent it now would be pointless. Opening his eyes, the Sandaime gave a nod of affirmation, one that was mirrored by the ill swordsman. "Very well. I swear on my blade that I will not interfere in this match unless there is no other option." Naruto nodded in appreciation while the man shunshined to stand with the Hokage and watch the match unfold. Before Hayate had even appeared on the observation platform, the blonde Jinchuriki was already moving to engage the Hyuga heiress in close quarters. Easily slipping past her guard, he swung his sword in an upward slash, aiming to remove Hinata's left arm from her body. Again, Hinata owed thanks to whatever instincts were guiding her body as she managed to avoid serious injury. Her left arm rose straight into the air while her right came around with a palm thrust that changed the angle of the attack. Instead of severing flesh, the katana merely cut off a strip of her jacket's sleeve. Naruto couldn't help but smirk at the move. Her reflexes are good, and her instincts seem to favor minimal movement when dodging or countering, allowing for quick follow-ups. She has the potential to become a deadly close-ranged opponent. She just needs to learn to channel her instincts at will. Breaking away, Naruto skidded back a few feet before stabbing his sword into the ground and forming hand seals. His cheeks began to swell before he let loose a powerful torrent of water at Hinata. Sweeten. Water bullet jutsu. Hinata's body seized up as the elemental attack barreled down on her, her instincts fleeing. Throughout the entire match, she had been fighting an internal battle, trying to convince herself that Naruto didn't mean any of what he was saying, that it was all a lie. But now, watching as his technique quickly closed the distance between them, had forced her mind to accept the harsh reality of the situation. She was weak. She didn't have the strength or the power to compete with her crush. Not on this level. Closing her eyes, resigned to her fate, she waited for the jutsu to finish its task. Time seemed to slow as the water came ever closer. Just before it came within striking distance, a soft voice spoke in Hinata's mind. "Prove them wrong." The voice, so similar to her own, whispered, "You know you are not as strong as you thought. But now that you admit it, you have started down the path of becoming stronger. Now take your first step, my dear. The first of many." "Why, you're right." Chakra began to slowly seep into her eyes. "I want to become stronger. I want to prove I am a worthy kunoichi." Eyes snapping open, Hinata's Byakugan flared to life. determination shining in her the lavender orbs. Faster than she had ever moved before, Hinata spun to the side, letting the jet of water pass harmlessly by. Slipping into the Jukin stance, she dashed forward, ready to prove herself. I will show them what I am capable of. Her first strike came faster than Naruto could react, her fingers finding their mark on his side. The blow disrupted his chakra flow into his jutsu, forcefully ending it. Hinata didn't let up in her attack though, landing multiple more blows along Naruto's body. Thanks to her Byakugan, she saw another Naruto appear behind the one before her, sword in hand. Thanks to her natural flexibility, Hinata was able to bend backwards to dodge the swing that bifurcated the shadow clone she had been attacking. Righting herself, she spun around and threw an open palm at Naruto's exposed back. Using the momentum from his swing, Naruto spun around and knocked Hinata's arm to the side with the flat of his katana. The kunoichi recovered quickly though and immediately moved to attack again. For his part, Naruto was able to defend quite well against the feared Hyuga taijutsu, dodging or deflecting the strikes with his own naturally defensive taijutsu. On the viewing platform, the members of the Rookie Nine couldn't believe what they were seeing. Hinata, the shy, meek and timid heiress, was fighting with a ferocity that could be compared to any beast. The fact that it was Naruto of all people she was fighting only served to further astound them. Is that really Hinata? Asked Ino, her eyes wide as she watched the fight continue. Yes, it is. Everyone turned to see it was Shino who had spoken. Hinata-san may not be the most outgoing at times, but she is strong in her own right. A short way down the platform, Neji scowled at the bug user's words. You're wrong. Hinata-sama is a failure. Once a failure, always a failure. No one can change their destiny, no matter how much they wish to. She's slowing down, thought Naruto as he continued the deadly dance with Hinata. Her chakra is almost depleted, yet she's still fighting on. You have truly proven yourself today, Hinata. Even if you lose, you have nothing to be ashamed about. In a flurry of wind, Naruto disappeared, only to reappear behind Hinata and deliver a single chop to the back of her neck, before succumbing to the blissful grasp of unconsciousness. She heard her blonde crush whisper behind her. Well done, Hinata. You proved everyone wrong today. A small smile spread across her face as she fell limp in Naruto's arms. Hayate appeared kneeling beside the two, and after confirming that Hinata was unconscious, stood and raised his arm towards Naruto. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Standing with Hinata in his arms, the blonde genin shunshined back up to the platform and laid Hinata against the wall. Akamaru jumped out of Kiba's jacket and stood at Hinata's side, reminiscent of a guard dog. Chuckling at the white pup's loyalty, Naruto stood back up and began making his way to stand with the other males of Team 7. Naruto. Glancing over his shoulder, Naruto saw Kurenai with a small smile. Thank you for what you did for Hinata. She will become a better kunoichi because of it. Nodding once, Naruto continued down the platform, taking back up his spot on the wall. His fellow genin were looking at him in a new light. No longer was he the loud, brash and obnoxious dead last they knew in the academy. Now he was a calm, collected and calculating shinobi, someone to be valued as a comrade, and feared as an enemy. The 10th match. Contenders, please step forward, said Hayate, before another coughing fit hit him. Yosh. Finally I can fan the flames of my youth, shouted the over-eccentric Lee before he leapt over the railing and landed in front of Hayate. Tamari smirked at the display, certain that it meant her opponent was just another Konoha whack job with no real skill. If you are both ready. Receiving 2 nods, he raised his arm. Then the 10th match, Hajime. You should go ahead and forfeit now. Save yourself the humiliation, said the Suna Kunoichi. Never, said Lee, assuming the opening stance for the Goken. Such a thing would only dim my flames of youth, which is something I cannot allow. Using his superior speed, Lee launched himself at the blonde Kunoichi, jumping into a spinning roundhouse kick. Leaf whirlwind, bringing her fan to bear. Tamari angled it so Lee's kick would hit the edge and cause maximum recoil damage. Just as she predicted, Lee's ankle collided with her fan full force, but instead of the crunching of bone she expected, the sound of metal hitting metal reached her ears. What? Despite her surprise, Tamari retained enough sense to use her fan and force Lee back. Is he wearing weights? Flipping and landing on his feet, Lee once more assumed the Goken stance. Her reaction time is good. I will need to be faster to get past her defense, he thought as the two stared each other down. Alright. If a direct attack won't work, then perhaps this will. Taking off at high speed, the bull-haired genin started circling his opponent as nothing more than a green blur. Fast, thought Tamari as the green ring began closing in on her. Damn. Gotta give myself some more room. The wind mistress opened her fan partially to reveal a single purple moon. You may be fast, but nothing is faster than the wind. With a swipe of her arm, She produced a strong gust of wind to blow Li away. Her plan worked. Somewhat. The powerful winds managed to push Li back a few feet. But other than disrupting his pace for a brief moment, had little effect on the Konoha genin. What the? How the hell did that not work? Those winds were strong enough to lift a full-grown person off their feet. Just how much weight does he have on? Her thoughts were halted as Li jumped above her and came down with a heel drop. Closing her fan, she brought it up with both hands and blocked the attack. What she didn't expect was for Li to bring up his other leg and sandwich her fan between the two. In an impressive display of strength and acrobatics, Li twisted his body around, throwing the large fan away, landing in a crouch before Tamari had a chance to react. The green-clad genin swept her feet out from under her and delivered a devastating punch to the girl's stomach, slamming her into the ground. Her eyes bulged as she coughed up a little blood before falling still. The darkness taking her, Hayate walked over and knelt next to the unconscious form of the blonde Suna Kunoichi. As if I have to check, he thought before looking to Li. Noticing that the taijutsu user didn't even look winded. Smirking slightly, he stood up and raised his arm towards Li. Winner. Rock Li. Putting his pipe back into his mouth and lighting it, the Sandame smiled. Finally, it's time for the main event. Well, with this, the preliminary rounds for the third exam have been completed, declared Hayate. Soon after, all the genin who had won their matches were standing before the Hokage and the proctors for all three exams. To all of you who won the rights to compete in the third stage of the chunin selection exam, congratulations. Stepping back, Hayate looked to his cage. Well then, Hokage-sama. If you would please. Yes, said the fire shadow. Well, I will begin by explaining the rules for the main event. As I told you before, in the main event, your matches will be seen by everybody. Civilians, nobles and daimyos will travel from far and wide to watch you compete. Each of you will be fighting to represent the strengths of your countries. I'd like you to show off your powers with no reserves. Which is why the finals will be held 1 month from now. Wait, we're not going to have them right now? Asked Ino, voicing everyone's thoughts on the matter. No, this break, you can say will be for preparations. What do you mean by preparations? Asked Neji. In other words, in addition to informing all the various daimyos and cages, this is the time needed to arrange for the gathering of the event, and this is also the preparation time for you competitors. Enough with your pointless riddles, said Gaara, his patience running thin. Get to the point already. Naruto tensed as he felt a small increase in the demonic chakra emanating from the redhead. He's getting more restless. At this point, anything could set him off on a rampage. Once this is over, I need to speak to Hokage Gigi and Jiraiya-sensei. If the interruption bothered him, Sarutobi didn't let it show. Basically, it's the preparation to get to know your enemy and yourself. It's the time period where you will calculate your chances of winning by analyzing the data you accumulated during the preliminary competition. The battles up to now had you fight as if you were in an actual combat situation with the assumption of fighting an unknown opponent. Taking his pipe from his lips, the aged Cage blew out a cloud of smoke. However, the final exam will not be like this. There are those who showed all that they can do already to their rivals, and there are those who competed that are severely weakened. To make everything fair, the 1 month should be used by all of you to advance and improve yourselves. Of course it'll be fine to rest your body as well. Enko took that as her key to step forward, a wooden box in hand. Alright you brats. Each of you will draw a number from this box. The numbers will dictate the brackets for the final tournament. Moving down the line of assembled genin, she allowed each to draw a number before returning to her place before the Hokage. Now read off your numbers and my partner will mark it on the bracket. Number 8 inches, 2 inches, 5 inches, PFT. 9 inches. I've got 1, Yosh. 3 inches, 4 inches, 10 inches, 7. Troublesome, quit being lazy Shika. I'm 6. With a few more marks on the clipboard he was holding, Ibiki showed it to the Hokage, before turning it so the genin could see their opponents. 2 gasps broke the otherwise tense silence as the chunin hopefuls began sizing each other up. Well then. I see many of you are already formulating tactics. With this I'll dismiss you all. But are there any final questions? Yeah. I have one, said Shikamaru. At the Hokage's nod, he continued. Since it's a tournament, it would mean that there's only one winner. Right? Which would mean that only one person can become a chunin, doesn't it? Smirking at the inquisitive mind of the young Nara, the Hokage answered. No, that's not quite it. There will be judges, including myself, the Cage, and other various lords and daimyos that will make mission requests and other ninja leaders, who will be watching the final exam. Throughout the tournament, these judges will be evaluating your abilities. Those judged to have the necessary qualities of a chunin will be able to become chunin, even if they lose their first match. That means that it's possible that everyone here will become a chunin. asked Sakura. Yes. But also there is the possibility that no one will become a chunin, he said, making sure the young kunoichi understood the flip side of the coin. Advancing in the tournament means that you will have more chances to appeal to the judges. Do you understand, Shikamaru-kun? Yeah, drawled the lazy genius. Geez. What a big hassle. This is so troublesome. Very well then. Thanks for all the effort you exerted for these preliminaries. You're all dismissed until a month from now. A squad of Anbu is waiting to guide you out of the forest. Good luck to you all. Smiling once more at the assembled genin, Sarutobi shunshined out of the arena and towards the Hokage tower. Hold on, said Naruto as he placed a hand on Sasuke and Sakura's shoulders. Receiving a nod from the two, he concentrated for a moment before the three disappeared in a flurry of wind. Up in the stands, Kakashi smiled to his fellow Junin before shining out as well. It's time to put those three through some real training. Training Ground 7. Shortly after leaving the tower, the entirety of Team 7 appeared in their training ground, two of them looking slightly woozy. Damn, that's gonna take some getting used to, said Sakura, holding her stomach to try and ease it. Sasuke's pride wouldn't allow him to say he felt the same, but the look on his face told everyone just how he felt. Hee. Sorry guys. The shunshin is usually much smoother than that, but I'm not used to having passengers along for the ride. That aside, began Kakashi, drawing their attention. You all have some strong adversaries in this tournament, so we'll be pushing your training to the limit and continue working on ridding you of your weaknesses. Now, we'll start with, before we get started sensei, interrupted Naruto. There is someone I think you should meet. Turning to the forest surrounding the training ground, Naruto shouted. Come on out, Arrow Sennin. You're not fooling anyone. Arrow Sennin? Thought the other members of Team 7 with a deadpan. Damn it Gaki. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? Said an irritated voice. Kakashi's lone eye widened at the familiar voice. While Sasuke and Sakura shared a look, having an idea of who the owner of that voice was, their answers came as a tall man with long, spiky white hair walked out of the tree line, his form seemingly appearing from thin air. Oh, get over it. I only call you Arrow Sennin when you're off doing something perverted. And don't try and deny that you weren't. You only use the transparent escape jutsu when you're spying on women. Jiraiya, no doubt about to try and defend himself, shut his mouth, confirming Naruto's claim. Anyway, said the self-proclaimed super pervert, I hope you don't mind me dropping in like this, Kakashi. But I thought you'd like a little help with your brats. Not at all, Jiraiya-sama. I would be honored to have your assistance, the silver-haired Junin said with a small bow of the head, refocusing on his three students. He picked up before Naruto's interruption. Now, most of the other competitors will more than likely be training with their families for most of the month, so they won't spend a lot of time together as teams. But we're going to do things a little differently. How so, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Sakura. We will be doing both individual and team training. It is important for a shinobi to be talented as an individual, but the philosophy that Konoha was built upon stresses teamwork above all else, and I intend to follow it. So, for 4 days a week, you all will train on your own. The other 3 we will meet as normal and train together. Jiraiya-sama, I believe it's safe to assume that you will be training Naruto during this time? He got a nod in response. All right. Sasuke, you'll be with me those days, working on increasing your proficiency with your Sharingan. Sakura, I've made arrangements with our top medics so you'll be training with them when we're not training together. You 3 have inherited the legacy of Team 7 and it is your duty to uphold it. Legacy? What do you mean by legacy? Naruto and Sakura nodded in agreement with their teammate, wanting to understand what Kakashi meant by that. Jiraiya, however, beat the Cycloptic Junin to the punch. He means that you all are the newest generation of Team 7 and it is your responsibility to live up to the expectations that come with that title. The 3 genin just gave the White Sannin a blank look. Perhaps a little history will help you to understand. After the village was founded and the system of 3 genin to 1 junin was established, the designation of Team 7 has always been given to the team that has the greatest potential. The first Team 7 was Sarutobi Sensei and his advisors, Homura and Kaharu under the Nidaime Hokage. I and the other Sannin would later become the next Team 7 under Sarutobi Sensei. I myself had the honor of leading the 3rd generation of Team 7. The team your father was a part of, Naruto. As you guys know, my team was under Minato Sensei as Team 7 as well, and now the title has fallen to you. Even if the civilians of the village are ignorant to it, many of the elite shinobi who know of the tradition expect great things from you 3, and I know you will live up to those expectations. The 3 genin stood that much straighter at the faith their sensei had in them, while Kakashi and Jiraiya smiled at the look that appeared in the eyes of the 3. Now that they knew of the legacy they carried, they were determined to not only live up to it, but to surpass all those that came before them. Right then, today will be our first day of individual training. Sasuke. Sakura, you two come with me. I'll show you where you'll be spending your time training. Naruto. Meet back here tomorrow for team training. Bidding farewell to their teammate, Sasuke and Sakura followed after Kakashi, leaving the blonde with his godfather. So, is there anything in particular you want to start with? Asked the Toad Sage, crossing his arms over his chest. Yeah, said Naruto. A nice chat with Hokage Gigi. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in mild surprise but conceded nonetheless. With a quick half-ram seal, both student and master disappeared in a swirl of wind and cloud of smoke respectively. Hokage Tower Hokage's office. Hiruzen stood at his office window, overlooking the peaceful village of Konohagakure. He sighed as the face of his wayward student appeared in his mind's eye. Orochimaru, even as a child, malice and ambition have always been hidden in your eyes. I always knew it was there, but I could never have imagined my inaction on the matter would lead to the current situation. Pushing aside the memories of his past mistake, he turned to greet the two who had appeared in his office. Naruto-kun, I had a feeling you would be coming to visit me soon. And it seems you brought along my old student Jiraiya. So good to see you both. Same to you, old man, said Jiraiya with a half-smirk. I'll admit I may have only come to town to do some research for my next book. But this reunion is a nice surprise. HMPH. I take it you know of Orochimaru's presence within the village walls? A short nod from the sage confirmed it. Then I can also assume you will assist in defending the village when the time comes. Yeah, he will. But that's not the reason for this visit, said Naruto, stepping forward and pulling out the ninja info cards he had swiped from Kabuto before the first exam. Sliding the deck to the Hokage, he allowed the cage to examine one before getting to the heart of the matter. I believe there is a spy among our ranks. A spy, you say? That is a very serious accusation, Naruto-kun. But given the events that have occurred, it is likely true. Do you have a suspect in mind? Naruto nodded, and pulled out single card from the deck. A quick burst of chakra revealed the information it carried. Kabuto Yakushi, a genin of Konoha. He was the one who created this deck and collected all of the information held within. Most of it is classified information that would normally be found on a ninja's personal file, such as mission history and skill levels. It also appears he recently accessed the files on all of the genin from my graduating class, as he knew that Sakura was training to become a medic nin even though Kakashi-sensei only added that information to her file the day before the exams began. Setting down the cards he had been looking over, the Sandaime picked up and examined the card containing Kabuto's own information. I see. These cards alone are reason enough to have him executed for possessing classified village information. But are there any other reasons you believe him to be the spy? Not the spy, but a spy. I believe his entire genin team is an enemy plant. Go on, said Sarutobi, placing the orange card aside. Kabuto's teammates, Yoroi Akato and Masumi Tsurugi, each possess a unique ability that I have never seen or even heard of before. Also, Kabuto himself possesses incredibly large chakra reserves, almost enough to match Kakashi-sensei. He is also capable of suppressing his chakra to the point where even natural sensors like me wouldn't be able to notice unless we were specifically looking for it. Something that requires an incredible degree of chakra control. Control well beyond that of a normal genin. I see. Thank you for bringing this information to me, Naruto-kun. I'll take care of things from here on. In the meantime, I recommend you focus on your training. By the time these exams are finished, I expect you to prove yourself a worthy chunin. Before I go, there is one more thing you need to know. At the Fire Shadow's nod he continued. The Suna genin, Gaara no Sabaku. I believe he is a Jinchuriki, and an unstable one at that. Sarutobi widened his eyes before closing them and rubbing his forehead. This is troubling. There is only one reason I can think of for a village to send its Jinchuriki into another. Refocusing on his surrogate blonde grandson, the Hokage put on his best grandfatherly expression. You have done well, Naruto-kun. You're dismissed for now. Put these thoughts out of your mind for the time being and focus on your training. Jiraiya, I will need to speak with you later on to discuss some important matters. The blonde Jinchuriki offered a small bow in respect to his leader before shining out of the office. Jiraiya not far behind. Sighing once more, the Sandaime sent one of his Anbu guard to inform the council to report for an emergency meeting. It seems things are escalating quickly. Preparations must be made to ensure Konoha survives the storm that is nearing. With Naruto and Jiraiya, the two appeared on the edge of a river being fed by a waterfall just outside of the village walls. Dense forest lined both sides of the river, obscuring anyone's view of the tranquil clearing. The current state of the area, however, brought into question that tranquility. Cracks and small craters littered the rocky bank, evidence of the intense training that had taken place there. Alright Gaki, before we get started on training, I want to see how far along you've come since the last time we trained. Naruto nodded and jumped away from his godfather, landing on the other side of the bank in a loose taijutsu stance. Mimicking his student, Jiraiya slipped into his own stance. The two stared each other down for a few minutes, the wind softly whispering around them. A single leaf fluttered down from the treetops, gently swaying to the whim of nature. It landed softly on the surface of the river, creating a small ripple in the calm waters. Both Naruto and Jiraiya leapt from their perches, clashing above the flowing river. The Toad Sage calmly blocked a kick with his left forearm and retaliated with a palm thrust to his godson's torso. Knowing Jiraiya's strength was far greater than it appeared, Naruto used the man's arm as a fulcrum to spin himself out of the way while at the same time bringing his other leg up and delivering a powerful axe kick to Jiraiya's skull. Jiraiya reverted back to mud before falling into the river and slowly being carried downstream. Cursing himself for not noticing the difference, the blonde genin began looking around for the Sannin as he fell back down to earth. His chakra-coated feet had barely touched the surface of the water before an invisible force hit him square on the cheek, sending him crashing onto the rocky bank. You should know by now that your eyes can only aid you so much in battle. There are times where you have to utilize all of your senses to track your enemy and defeat them. Getting back to his feet and wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Naruto closed his eyes and focused his sensing abilities to find his elusive godfather. A task that proved far harder than some would expect. For all his blatantly perverted tendencies, Jiraiya was not considered the world's greatest spy master for no reason. In addition to his extensive network of informants that spanned the entirety of the elemental nations, the man himself was a master in the arts of stealth and espionage. Despite his tall frame and massive reserves of chakra, Jiraiya was capable of completely removing any trace of his presence from an area in a matter of seconds. Eyes still closed in intense concentration, Naruto's head snapped up as he felt a small presence coming at him from above. He managed to roll to the right just before a decent-sized crater appeared where he previously was. Stopping his movement with his hands, the blonde spun around and swept his leg at the space above the newly formed blemish. His aim was true as his kick collided with what felt like an arm. But his attempt to counter was foiled when he felt a hand grab onto his ankle and throw him back across to the other side of the river. Righting himself in midair, the blonde pulled out a handful of shuriken and loosed them in the general area. He felt Jiraiya's presence. I may not be able to pinpoint his location, but widespread attacks should be effective enough to slow him down. Flashing through a few hand signs, the shuriken multiplied into dozens. A faint curse reached Naruto's ears, proof that his strategy had had the desired effect. Forming two clones to keep up the barrage of weapons, the original Naruto clapped his hands together in preparation for his next technique. He had never considered his lack of techniques that had widespread effects a weakness, but now he was being proven wrong. I hope this works, thought Naruto as he channeled his chakra to form the one thing that could help him. 10 glowing, golden chakra chains erupted from the Jinchuriki's back, each tipped with a lethal spearhead. The chains wavered in the air slightly before 8 of them encircled Naruto and his clones, crisscrossing each other and stabbing themselves into the ground, forming a small defensive barrier. The 2 remaining chains hovered above the impromptu barrier, their spearheads twitching this way and that in search of their prey. Jiraiya stood behind the blonde and his clones, watching the development continue to unfold. So he finally managed to gain enough control to utilize the chakra chains in combat. Though it seems to take quite a bit of effort to maintain and control them. And indeed it did appear Naruto was having difficulty with the technique. He had only manifested the chains for a few moments, but already the signs of exhaustion were making themselves known. His breathing was labored, and he seemed to be fighting to maintain his balance. Also, the intense focus he needed to maintain the technique seemed to leave him unable to utilize any of his other skills. We'll have to work on that during the month. A technique like that is of no use if it prevents him from using other abilities at his disposal. Though it looks like he found a way to counter that weakness to an extent. Smirking slightly at his student's ingenuity, the invisible sage prepared for the oncoming attack. Inside of the protective barrier, Naruto felt his control of the chains beginning to wane. Damn it. Manifesting this many chains at once still takes a lot out of me. I better make this last move count. With a silent command, his 2 clones began to sense for Jiraiya's presence again. The clone on the left glanced behind them, before dispelling in a cloud of smoke. The 2 free chains whirled around to face the area the clone had felt Jiraiya's presence and launched forward. Jiraiya was already on the move however, easily avoiding the strike. The moment he stopped however, Naruto's remaining clone dispelled, informing the original of his new position. A small tremor rocked the area before the 2 chains broke through the ground behind Jiraiya, wrapping around the Sannin. Their hold didn't last long though as Naruto finally reached his limit and fell to his hands and knees panting. The chains protruding from his back dissolved back into nothingness, releasing the Toad Sage, slowly fading back into existence as he walked up to his downed godson. Jiraiya placed a seal tag on the boy's back and formed a half-ram seal. The sealing formula on the paper began to glow a pale green as chakra enveloped the blonde's body. The chakra slowly began to seep inside of Naruto's body, rejuvenating his depleted reserves and revitalizing his body. Once the seal had completed its task, it slowly crumbled into dust, leaving no trace of its presence. With his breathing back under control, the formerly exhausted genin got back to his feet and smiled gratefully at his godfather. Thanks, Jiraiya-sensei. That warrior's rebirth seal is probably the greatest thing you have ever come up with. Now I wouldn't say that. My books are far greater pieces of work, said the self-proclaimed super pervert, earning a blank stare from his companion. Jiraiya looked away and awkwardly cleared his throat. Yes. Well, back to business, he began, his demeanor becoming serious once again. You've definitely improved since the last time. Your battle sense has become more acute. Taijutsu is good. And you've developed your sensing abilities to a high degree for one so young. You've also advanced far in wielding your mother's chakra chains. How long have you been using them in combat? That was actually the first time I've used them in a true battle scenario, said Naruto, causing Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow in moderate surprise. Well, that's surprising, though not unexpected given your Uzumaki heritage. I noticed that maintaining them took quite a lot out of you. You couldn't even use your natural sensing ability because of it. Since we only have a month to train, that will be our main focus, getting you more acquainted to using the chakra chains. If Sarutobi-sensei's suspicions are right, they will prove very helpful in the near future. For now though, I think you have earned the right to wield the first part of your father's legacy. Naruto widened his eyes as Jiraiya bit his right thumb before smearing some on his left palm and forming the 5 signature hand signs of the Sannin. Summoning Jutsu. Out of the cloud of smoke that formed came a rather large toad with a scroll held by its tongue. At his summoner's bequest, the orange amphibian extended its tongue towards Naruto, releasing the scroll into the boy's arms. Jiraiya smiled as he watched his godson gently place the scroll on the ground and slowly unravel it. It is time you became the newest summoner of the Toad clan. Slowly, almost reverently, Naruto signed his name in blood in the space next to where his father had signed the contract. Naruto Namikaze. The sight of his birth name alongside his father's brought a smile to the blonde's face, along with a fiery passion. I promise I'll make you proud, Dad. You and Mom both. Returning to scroll to its guardian, Naruto sped through the 5 necessary seals and slammed his right hand on the ground, using the blood left on his thumb as the sacrifice. Summoning Jutsu. A small cloud of smoke formed underneath Naruto's hand, which cleared to reveal a small orange toad with purple marking around his eyes, mouth and stomach, wearing a dark blue vest. Yo, said the toad with a small wave, vaguely reminiscent of a certain cycloptic chunin. Are you the one that summoned me? Yeah. My name's Naruto Namikaze. What's yours? Name's Gamakichi, said the now identified toad. Namikaze. I know I've heard that name before. But where? He mumbled out loud, rubbing his chin with his webbed hand. Perhaps from your father. Naruto and Gamakichi turned to see Jiraiya sitting on top of the larger toad's head. Naruto, here is the son of your father's previous summoner, Minato Namikaze. He's just signed the Toad contract and it seems he's already found his summon partner. The sons of the Yellow Flash and the Toad Boss fighting alongside one another. Quite poetic if you ask me. Oh yeah, Pops is always talking about that guy, saying how he was the greatest summoner our clan has ever had. Jiraiya fell off of Gamma's head, painfully face-planting into the rocky ground. The young Toad and the new summoner ignored the man's antics, instead continuing with their conversation. Well, Naruto, I guess we're partners now. I'd be happy to fight alongside y'all. I'd be honored to have you as my partner. But, given your size, there doesn't seem like much you could do to help me out battle-wise. No offense. None taken. Waved off Gamakichi. We toads grow at a faster rate than you humans, so I won't stay this small for long. Give me a few years and I'll probably be bigger than most buildings. Then we can really kick some butt together. Chuckling slightly, Naruto held out his fist towards his new partner. I look forward to it, partner. Returning a toad's equivalent to a smile, Gamakichi raised his own fist and bumped it with Naruto's. I'll be sure to summon you later on so we can talk some more. But for now, I had best get back to my training. Catch you later, Gamakichi. See ya, bro. With that, the young toad disappeared in the same manner he arrived. Gamma gave a nod of respect to his clan's new summoner before returning to his home as well, rising to his full height. Naruto smirked as the faces of his parents appeared in his mind's eye. Let the training begin. Training grounds 7-10 days later. Standing before the 2 men assisting in their training, the 5th generation members of Team 7 mentally prepared themselves for whatever exercise the 2 had in store for them. For the past week and a half, every time the 3 of them were together, Kakashi and Jiraiya would have them run exercises and scenarios that pushed their teamwork to the limit. The two senior shinobi had even used situations from their own experiences in the field as a means to train the three genin. The Sanin's battle with Hanzo the Salamander was one such example. Jiraiya had gone over, in depth, the details of the fight with them before having the three replicate it with Kakashi as the opponent. Though the man never revealed it, the true reason he had chosen that specific battle was to ensure his godson and the boy's teammates never made the same mistake he, Tsunade and Orochimaru made in their youth. And it was to that same end that Kakashi decided to use the mission that led to his best friend's death as their next exercise. Today we'll be doing another field simulation drill, began the copy nin. This particular scenario is one that I encountered on my first official mission as a Junin, and is at the heart of what I consider my greatest failure. Though he fought back the cruel memories of that time, his students could easily see that their sensei still bore the scars of the memory on his heart. Now, he said after forcing the memories away, this situation is unfortunately quite a common one in the field. One of your squad mates has been taken captive. You have little information in regards to where they have been taken, and even less on your possible opposition. For the sake of authenticity, I have enlisted some help for this exercise. You will be on the clock for this one. Those who are not taken captive will have 1 hour to rescue their teammate. If you don't, it will mean you have failed the mission and your teammate is dead. Good luck. Kakashi and Jiraiya both flashed the genin a smirk before disappearing in a swirl of leaves and cloud of smoke respectively. No sooner had the two infamous shinobi disappeared, than did Naruto notice a distinct sizzling noise from behind. An alarmed glance over his shoulder revealed a paper bomb behind them, only a few seconds away from detonating. Move! He screamed. Sasuke and Sakura were quick to follow his lead, jumping away just as the explosion enveloped their previous position. They weren't given a chance to rest though, as multiple flashes went off around their feet. Blinded by the sudden light, Naruto and Sasuke could do nothing as Sakura's scream reached their ears before it was abruptly cut off. Recovering from their temporary blindness, the two clan heirs took a moment to assess the situation. The hole in the ground between them revealed that Sakura had indeed been captured, and the method used to do so. A shared glance had the two nodding before Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and began scanning the area for any traces of lingering chakra signatures. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration, focusing all his awareness on his sensory abilities, knowing that Sasuke would be able to cover him if someone attacked. Damn it! The blonde cursed after several moments of concentration. They must be outside of my range. I can't pick up anything. Neither can I, grunted his black-haired teammate, whoever Kakashi-sensei brought in to help. They know how to cover their tracks, both physical and chakra-wise. What now? We don't have any idea where they took her. We're basically flying blind right now. I know. And splitting up is out of the question at this point. We do that. We give them an opening to take us both out. Then what do you suggest? Well, we have one clue. This hole they left, said Naruto, kneeling down next to the earthly blemish. This wasn't made by a person who is experienced with earth jutsu. They would have been able to seal it up without a second thought, which means that we're dealing with someone who is either inexperienced with earth manipulation, or they tunneled in and weren't capable of sealing the hole, finished Sasuke, his Sharingan taking in every detail, down to the littlest piece of dirt. Damn it. Still nothing. They didn't leave any evidence behind. Maybe they didn't leave any on the surface. But what about underground? In the tunnel itself, leaning over the opening, taking care to keep his head out of the way of any possible traps, Naruto focused chakra to his eyes, trying to pierce the darkness inside. For that, we'd need the Byakugan, which last I checked, neither of us do. Maybe not. Sitting back up, Naruto placed his right hand on the ground next to the opening, his eyes slipping closed again. During my training with Jiraiya-sensei, he's been helping me improve my control over my chakra chains and honing my sensing abilities. I've only tried it a few times, but I've been working on replicating the Nidaim's method of sensing everything around him by just placing his fingers on the ground. With any luck, I can at least figure out which way the tunnel goes. Thanks to his Sharingan, Sasuke was able to watch as his teammate's chakra pulsed into the earth beneath his hand, before slowly returning to him. I've got it. It's fuzzy, but I know the general direction the tunnel came from. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get Sakura, and take care of these guys, said Sasuke. My thoughts exactly. Forming his signature hand seal, 4 more Narutos appeared in the training ground. My clones will scout the area around us while we follow the tunnel. Let's move. The 6 figures blurred away into the forest around them, on the hunt for their teammate and her kidnappers. With Sakura groaned as consciousness returned to her, only for it to turn into a muffled gasp once she realized she was no longer in her team's training grounds. In fact, she wasn't even on the ground at all. She was suspended in the air, hanging from the limb of one of the trees that gave Konoha its name, her arms and wrists bound in wire. A quick glance down revealed her ankles were also bound tightly, leaving her with very little range of movement. Damn it. When I get my hands on Kakashi-sensei, he's gonna regret this one. Somewhere deep in the forest, observing the exercise from the shadows, said Scarecrow felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of impending doom washing over him for a moment. Thoughts of retribution against her sensei were put on hold when Sakura noticed a flash of sun-kissed blonde hair leaping through the trees. Shouting for her teammate was utterly useless, courtesy of the seal-covered paper pressed over her mouth. They really are giving us too little credit, thought the pinkette as she swung her legs up, sticking her feet to the branch above her with chakra. A few shakes of her body helped gravity do its job, pulling the kunai in her holster out and letting it begin to fall to the ground. The blade would never reach the ground though, as Sakura cut the flow of chakra to her feet long enough for her legs to swing back down, her chakra flowing once again to catch the kunai with the soles of her boots. Using her momentum, Sakura swung her feet forward, releasing her chakra's hold on the kunai and letting it fly to where Naruto was going to jump next. The blonde looked up in mild surprise, obviously feeling the kunai approaching, but making no move to avoid it. For a split second, Sakura's body tensed, believing she might have killed him on accident, only to sag in relief when he turned into a cloud of smoke, revealing him to be a clone instead. Thank Kami. That almost gave me a heart attack, she thought as the smoke slowly dispersed. But then something struck her. Something she didn't notice when she first woke. Where were her captors? Why would they go through the hassle of taking her, if they weren't going to keep her under watch to make sure she didn't try and escape? And why leave her with all of her weapons? Either the people Kakashi brought in were seriously underestimating them, or they wanted Naruto and Sasuke to find her, so they could ambush them. With Naruto and Sasuke, the blonde Jinchuriki suddenly stopped on a branch as memories from one of his clones returned to him. Found her, he said, turning to Sasuke, who had stopped on a branch above him. She's 50 yards west of us. They must have planned on us following the tunnel and used it as a decoy. Whoever these guys are, they're good. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yeah, with this level of planning, there's probably a nasty surprise waiting for us too. The Uchiha's crimson Sharingan eyes met Naruto's deep sapphire blue, a small smirk playing at the corner of his lips. What do you think we should do? One of Naruto's infamous foxy smirks slowly spread across his face. We spring the trap, of course. Sharing one last smirk, the two genins set off through the forest, intent on rescuing their pink-haired teammate. Unknown to the two genin, they were not alone. Above them, safely out of sight of Sasuke's Sharingan, and hidden from Naruto's sensing abilities, was Rado Namiyashi, Konoha's most prominent assassin. He and his two teammates had been asked by Kakashi to assist in this particular exercise. At first they had all been a little hesitant to help, believing that it was overkill to have 3 Tokubetsu Junin going up against 3 genin, above average genin, but genin nonetheless. Though in the end, the chance to see what the newest generation of Team 7 was capable of won out and they agreed to help with the exercise. Looks like one of Uzumaki's clone found Haruno. I guess it's about time for us to make an appearance. With a smirk on his scared face, Rado kicked off to meet up with his companions, easily evading the notice of the two genin. It was a few minutes later that the two genin reached the place where Naruto's clone had been dispelled. They easily spotted Sakura's unique shade of pink hair through a gap between some branches, but before they could move to free her, a flock of crows surrounded them, preventing them from moving. Sasuke. What is this? Called Naruto over the sound of hundreds of flapping wings. Sasuke's Sharingan shined as they darted all around, trying to ascertain the cause of their current predicament. It quickly became apparent that they were not under the effects of a genjutsu, but that the crows were physical constructs of chakra, similar to Naruto's shadow clones. He relayed that information to the blonde, knowing he was more experienced and knowledgeable when it came to matters involving this kind of chakra. If they're like my shadow clones, then a single blow is all it should take to get rid of them, Naruto thought as he began forming hand seals. Sasuke. Give me some fire. With a big enough attack, we should be able to eliminate all of them at once. The black-haired youth was already forming seals before Naruto had even finished. Finishing his own chain of seals, Naruto inhaled a large breath, before expelling it in a concentrated stream. Fuuden stream. Kaiten. Great fireball jutsu. The combination they had used against Orochimaru surged forward, consuming the swarm of birds. Unfortunately, the crows did not dispel as Naruto had hoped. Instead, for every one that was destroyed, another 2 took its place, canceling their respective techniques before they completely overwhelmed themselves accidentally. Naruto and Sasuke abandoned all pretense of dealing with the crows and instead focused their efforts in freeing Sakura. A pair of kunai sliced through the air, the 2 males of Team 7 barely managing to throw the lethal weapons before the crows swarmed them once more. Their attempt was for naught, however, as the sound of metal hitting metal reached them over the sound of flapping wings. Thanks to his Sharingan, Sasuke was able to catch a glimpse of the two senbon that had been used to intercept their kunai. Sadly for the Uchiha, that momentary lapse of awareness was all the opening their assailants needed to strike. "Sasuke, look out!" called Naruto. Having sensed the sudden appearance of a foreign chakra behind his teammate, Sasuke didn't even bother sparing a glance. Simply leaping away from the branch he stood on to avoid whatever threat was there. Not a moment after the Blasket's feet had left their perch, then did a flash of steel appear, cutting a small gash along the back of the Uchiha's one-piece suit. Just as quickly as the attack had begun, it was over. The crows fading from existence. The unknown swordsman's presence fading with them. Never ones to stay idle for long, Naruto and Sasuke both leapt towards Sakura, kunai out and their senses alert. With one last leap, the two genin reared back their knives to free the pinkette, only to receive twin kicks that sent them back into the treetops. Rado smirked as he began to fall back to earth, only for his eyes to widen as he sensed movement above him. He had just enough time to look up and see a gloved hand, before said hand sent him careening downwards with a powerful punch. A blonde and black blur shot out of the trees just after the swordsman had been hit, delivering their own blows that accelerated Rado's descent. Damn, those three are way better than Kakashi let on. He's gonna owe me big time for this, Rado thought as he crashed through a few branches before impacting the ground. Fuck, that hurt. Genma, Aoba, you guys better watch yourselves. A short distance away, Rado's two teammates watched with wide eyes as their friend was taken out of the fight so quickly. They had seen another Naruto come from behind and free the Haruno girl, but hadn't been fast enough to take action. Damn, to think they could take down Rado so quickly. Those three are gonna be one hell of a force to be reckoned with in a few years. Yeah, and we have to fight them, said Genma with a sigh, sticking another senbon in his mouth. Aoba silently agreed with him, but tried to keep a more positive attitude. Speaking of, when should we make our next move? Don't know. How about? Genma started, before he was cut off by another voice from behind. Now, the two Tokubetsu Junin whirled around to see a flash of blonde hair, before the person disappeared in a cloud of smoke. No sooner had the smoke cleared, then were the three members of Team 7 upon the two shinobi. Naruto lead the assault with a wide swing of his katana, forcing the two apart and into the clutches of his teammates. Sakura threw a right hook that Genma just barely managed to dodge by leaning his head to the side, not letting up in her attack. The pink-haired medic in training used her momentum to spin in midair and rise her leg into a spin kick. Having no other choice, the senbon chewing shinobi braced his left arm with his right and blocked the kick. That proved to be a